Well, it's time for the biggest race of the season, the final race of the Virtual Endurance Championship season in Season 17. It is the 24 Hours of Le Mans here in Division 1. Ever since Season 6 now, we've been ending our seasons with a 24-hour race at Le Mans. That's over 10 years since we've been doing this. It's now time for its latest instalment at Season 17. The 8th round of the Virtual Endurance Championship here in Season 17. It's myself, Ian Leary, and Ed Hunter taking you through the early part of this race this year. The first couple of hours. It's going to be action-packed and going to be dramatic as it always is. Good to be alongside you, Ed. Very much looking forward to ending the season like this, as we have done for over a decade now. The drama of Le Mans is going to bring this season to a close.
Yeah, VEC certainly built up its traditions over the years, and Le Mans has a few traditions of its own. Of course, it's Circuit de la Sarthe, fantastic circuit, isn't it? It's much longer than the typical tracks that we use, of course, but every inch of it a real pleasure to watch racing action on. And we got 3 titles then to be decided today. One of them, I think, GT3 is a little bit of a formality for rFactor Esports, who've won the last 5 races in a row. But LMP2, we've got 5 drivers all in or 5 teams, I should say, all in mathematical contention. Plenty of drivers we're going to see in action over the course of today. And then in Hypercar, it's 4 teams in mathematical contention, but realistically, it's the 2 go teams, isn't it? Of number 17 leading, of course, number 7 by 13 points. And this could be a big day for the Swedish squad, because they've got a lot riding on this. Essentially, this is what they've been working towards the entire season, and now it's just a case of for number 17 crew, 3rd place would clinch it for them today, no matter what.
Yep, it's a little bit of a reduced Hypercar grid, but it's good that we've got, when you compare it to the previous race of the season, where we had just the 4 Hypercars at the front, we do have 5 this time round. Black Hawk Racing, the 2 go teams, Seawolf Race and the Racing Zone team are all here for this round of the championship at the end. In LMP2, we've got 14 contenders, and that's for the race, and a lot of contenders for the championship. We'll try and keep you on top of all the permutations there, but it does get complicated. In GT3, as you say, a little bit less complicated. 17 teams, though, are going to be competing for the win down there in GT3 over the course of this afternoon and moving in towards tomorrow after the 24 hours are complete here at Le Mans. As I mentioned, Season 6 is the first time that we actually did this, and Jimmy Allison was a winner in one of those classes that day. So shows you how long ago it was. but there you go. Ever since then, it has been our finale from Season 7 onwards. So this is the 11th year in a row that we've done it. Closest winning margin, 40 seconds. That was 8 years ago now, though, in Season 9, back in the LMP1 days. When we had our closest ever winning margin. I wonder whether that is going to be any different or indeed any closer here this time around. There's Jene Simoncic, who has won this race overall in the past, back in Season 14 for Baikole's Burst Esport, when the DPI was the top class. As you mentioned, rFactor Esports team have a real big advantage in GT3, and it's a great season for them, to be honest. If we just sort of summarise it all quickly in GT3, 5 victories in 7 races. There's not a lot you can do about
that. No, none whatsoever. And really, the only time they were particularly headed this season was when, I think it was Interlagos, where Caspian Motorsport beat them, and Caspian are the only drivers, the team that could maybe, if the stars align and lightning strikes twice in the right direction, maybe Caspian can steal this championship. They're certainly going to give it a good go. They've put together a pretty strong challenge. The problem is the best that they've usually been able to do is 2nd place behind rFactor Esports. Such has been the dominance of Simoncic and Jesper Peterson, even with, as they've been attesting multiple times, if you've been watching any of their Instagram videos from Jesper Peterson, it's like showing the straight line speed disadvantage that their McLaren has relative to is it the BMW that Caspian used, or is it another McLaren? I forget. But sometimes you commentate on 5 different endurance championships, you forget what different manufacturers they all use in GT3. But yeah, nonetheless, for rFactor Esports, of course, relatively new organization that Simoncic joined, of course, at the start of 2024, and him and Peterson have put together a pretty immaculate campaign, and I'm sure Rafa Rodriguez is going to be watching on and hoping that they end the season with a 6th win in a row, which would be quite not just a statistical achievement, but certainly a record that it's difficult to see being broken anytime soon by any other GT3 team.
Yeah, in GT3 certainly that is the case. I think one of the teams, I forget the name of the team now, but towards the end of last season in LMP2 we had a real streak of wins being strung together by I can't remember what the team name was, but yeah, we have seen some exceptionally long winning runs, but it's different at Le Mans. It's very different at Le Mans to try and win.
Was it Thomas Unger Sim Racing you're thinking of?
I can't remember.
They were the champions LMP2 last year, so
okay.
They seem like the obvious choice.
I guess so. Yeah, we certainly saw some very, very long runs last season. That is for sure. But GT3 has been a little bit less easy to start to string those together. A few less penalties, by the way, this time round than what we've had in previous races. Only 6 teams will suffer penalties towards the beginning of this race, and we'll comment on them as we go along in the early part of the race. But in terms of top contenders, I think there are very few for those who were expecting to be up towards top, and I think that's a positive thing. We always see, don't we, at the start of these races, the gaps get very large quite early on because of a lot of penalties. But actually, the penultimate race of this season was a very clean one, and that has given us the very clean penalty list for what we've got here today.
Yeah, everybody behaved themselves at the Nürburgring. It's a shame, of course, that we didn't get to see any of it due to a couple of broadcast issues, but luckily they have all been sorted out by the wonderful Jimmy Allison, who you mentioned quite rightly earlier, Ewan. So, yeah, we've got a free row to our title decider, and we see lots of support in chat from Thomas Unger Sim Racing, who, of course, are equal at the top of the standings, dead level with Hyperion Esports. So it's the Poles versus Thomas Unger, and then... we also see Aidan Millwood says, go Gadget Brabham. So, of course, Brabham Esports with Callum Cripps and co. At the wheel. We'll have to see how they get on. I'm not sure exactly where they start in the order, but I guess we'll go through the whole grid and it'll become self-evident, won't it?
Yes, we'll go through the grid as they go on the formation lap. We are having a full formation lap this afternoon, by the way, and so here is the grid. Luc Meunier will start on the pole for Blackhawk with the 2 Go teams next in line. Jan Venninger will start 4th for Seawolf Net Race in that Porsche. In 5th position, it's the last of the Hypercars. It's Roland Toff for Racing Zone team. Hyperion Esports have taken the pole in LMP2 ahead of On-Off Racing and the CMT Go Team Racing LMP2. 8th overall. Arm Cyber and the other Go Team car will be rounding out the top 10 overall, with Sean Clark Racing, one of those championship contenders, and Thomas Unger Sim Racing next in line. Both championship contenders, of course. Valley Esports and Seawolf Net Race will be on row 7, ahead of Blackhawk Racing. Mattia Krupi starting there in 15th place, ahead of Simfreem Esports, champions in the LMP2 class in years gone past, starting 16th today. RFRO Simsport and Undercover Ryan will be on row 9 ahead of Arm Cyber, with Blackhawk Racing taking the pole position in GT3. In 2nd place will be Simfreem Esports, another team who have won the GT class of the Virtual Endurance Championship before. Team Iris, Rafa Esports team, perhaps surprisingly starting in 4th place, and Satellite Racing will round out the top 5. The other Blackhawk Racing car is 6th ahead of G-League Esports, with Team Iris and Caspian Motorsport 2nd place in the GT3 Championship, but starting all the way down in 28th overall. MC Motorsport is going to be 29th ahead of that Brabham Motorsport car started by Johan Kurjan. It's Carloni Racing and Online Sim Racers who are on row 16. 33rd, it's Tumeli ERT with Seawolf Net Race alongside Satellite Racing and SRC Commerce Esport are on row 18, and that should be the end of the grid unless I missed one at the very back end, and I haven't. So 36 is the entry for this year's Virtual Endurance Championship, 24 hours of Le Mans, and it is a good grid as it is as well. I mean, surprises in qualifying, surprises for the starting grid. I don't think there are too many, and as any driver will tell you after a qualifying session for a 24-hour race, it doesn't matter so much. That was Jimmy Allison giving the instructions out to these drivers. I don't know if I explained quite clearly enough. Basically, the full formation lap is going to be taken on at a slightly higher pace than normal, and then a pit limiter will be applied after the Porsche curves, as Jimmy's just said there, and then we'll be underway fairly shortly. And as he says there, hopefully the teams won't be hearing from him, and he won't be hearing from them, so we can have a nice clean end to the season.
Yeah, double file restarts. You can tell in every syllable from Jimmy Allison there that the spectre of Road America early in the season, where the two Go teams crashed and caused a massive pileup for all classes behind, including some of the hypercars as well. That's still hanging over him, and that he desperately doesn't want to see the title decided that way. Nor do we, to be honest. But of course, 13 points between those two Go team squad. Number 17 ahead of number 7, which is exactly where the championship leaders would have wanted to be. But Loic Mounier, of course, just like at Road America, funnily enough, has taken pole position, this time looking to make good on the promise that he's shown, because Blackhawk won the hypercar teams. They're the only hypercar team, I think, in our top 4 yet to take a win this season. And Mounier, who's been so strong, not just in endurance racing, but also in Grand Prix Virtual Super League this season, he is looking to really make a big impact here for Blackhawk, who I've got a much stronger chance at the LMP2 title, where they're only 8 points behind our two leaders. But in Hypercar, they've got a little bit more of a remote chance, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, apologies by the way if you couldn't hear him on the stream there. I didn't realise, but yeah, that was just Jimmy Allison reminding everybody that it's a 24-hour race.
He did say he didn't want people to hear from him. So.
Oh, I don't think he meant like that. But that is true. Yes, that you're just reminding everybody that it is a 24-hour race, and indeed to be careful at the opening of this one before we get underway properly. The drivers now make their way towards the end of straight before the Porsche curves down here, and then we will be into double file just on the exit of these famous high-speed sweeping corners. Not only is this the Virtual Endurance Championship 24 Hours of Le Mans, which of course comes with its own prestige in itself, this is also the championship finale of our season. Go Team Racing 1 and 2 in Hypercar, and realistically the only ones who can win, if you think about it realistically. 13 points only between them, which is very much catchable with this extended point system. Hyperion Esports, Thomas Enger, Sim Racing tied in LMP2 at the top, with Blackhawk Racing, On Off Racing and Sean Clark Racing all quite close, although Sean Clark are at 39 behind, I suppose. But even so, in the money and in the game as far as the championship is concerned. And in GT3, Ruffer Esports team with a 43-point championship lead coming into this race, and very much all things in their favour going forward into the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It's the biggest race, the greatest race in the Virtual Endurance Championship calendar, and it is a few corners away from getting the green flag. Loic Mounier will be in control of the field in the Blackhawk Racing Porsche, with two Go Team Ferraris around him, a Seawolf Net Race Porsche and a Racing Zone Ferrari as well. The greatest spectacle in the Virtual Endurance Championship is about to get underway. 24 hours of racing here at Le Mans, 24 hours of drama. The final 24 hours of season 17 is set to get underway. The green flag waves at Le Mans, and we're racing twice around the clock. It's Loic Mounier who leads him towards turn 1 ahead of the two Go Team Ferraris who just took him behind. It's a nice apex actually indeed from that second place Ferrari as Mounier just misses that first braking zone of the race. He'll be okay though down the hill on the way towards Tete Rouge for the first time. Down the S's, again another missed apex through the left-hander. He'll be in trouble come the Mulsanne straight for the first time.
Oh, big moment, sideways moment for Zoltan Boda there as he just gets into the Mulsanne corner as well. But that was so well judged from Mounier to hold on at least through the start. But now he's got Michael Leroux alongside him. Boda, he's almost got to pick which of them he's going to slipstream. He's going to try and make it free wide. Here we go. Two title contenders either side of Loic Mounier as they go towards that first chicane. Mounier breaks late, but so too does Michael Leroux. Leroux is going to take the lead here. Oh, but they push wide, and through goes Boda.
Oh, unbelievable racing through the first Mulsanne chicane. Nobody's told these guys this is a 24-hour race. They think it must be 24 minutes or something. That was unbelievable down into the first chicane for the first time. Zoltan Boda leads ahead of Michael Leroux. Then it's Loic Mounier. Then Jan Benninger and Roland Toff, who are just bringing up the rear at the moment. Side by side again between the teammates. This time into the second Mulsanne chicane. And Leroux takes the lead.
Oh, yes, Leroux not hanging around. And Boda, of course, now he's back behind. He will get a healthy dose of slipstream as well. So it could go back and forth for a little while between these two. But crucially, they're now starting to break away from Moynier, who, after being muzzled out of the way, now finds himself under attack from Vinegar and Toff. And here we go, Boda trying to counter attack. Can he get back around the outside? No, Mikel Leroux breaks late, and the number 17 holds onto the lead. And that little hold up there has allowed Moynier and the rest of the Hypercar pack to close back in. So our lead, 5 cars all within 1.3 seconds now.
Incredible stuff. Mounier now is going to try and surely make it 3 wide again on the way towards Indianapolis, or is he just going to watch the teammates exchange places again? Zoltan Boda will go through, and Mounier comes through on the inside. He's going to make it 3 wide into Indianapolis on the first lap of the race. Oh, it's close, a squeeze through the left right-hander there, and Mounier's on the outside again now. Mikel Leroux will come through on the left-hand side. Outside line in time for Arnaud. The teammates again. Oh, nose to tail. Mounier just hits Boda slightly. Venninger had to slow up to not get into the back of them as well, and he's got himself in between the teammates. Luc Mounier rescues second place as they come towards the end of lap 1.
Yep, there we go. Not a disaster for number 17. That 3rd place would still give them the title, because if it finishes like this, with number 7 winning, number 17 3rd, they'd be equal on points, but the 17 with more wins would win the title in Hypercar on count back then. So, but Moynier did so well to not completely spin out Zoltan Boda as he hit the back of him. Out the outside of Maison Blanche they go, and into the forward curves. So Zoltan Boda now with a little bit of daylight, 9/10 between himself and Moynier, but Moynier's got the pace to close that back in as the bollard immediately goes flying. Won't be seeing much more of that today, as Go Team now are in a position where Boda will have to try and make a bid for freedom, as Leroux will have to try and follow Moynier around and slipstream his way back into second if he can, if anything, just to protect his teammate in the lead.
It looks like he might just have broken the slipstream. We'll see if he has through this first sector. But I know this is the 12th running of the Virtual Endurance Championship, 24 hours of Le Mans. That's one of the best lap 1s we've ever seen. I've got to say, that was absolutely unbelievable. Again, you can question whether it's a sensible thing to do, considering it's a 24-hour race and not a 1-lap sprint. But my goodness, that was all action from start to finish. It was so much so we haven't had a chance to look back in the field at what's going on here. Thomas Vac is leading for Hyperion in LMP2, and he got out to a second's lead pretty quickly. Joni Simicic is still 4th in GT3. He's behind Christian Margera, who leads the end of the opening lap. Then Erda Erkan with Carl Magnus Borre just up in front as well in the BMW. It's all very close in GT3, although a little bit less exciting than what we saw out front. That was an unbelievable first lap of the race.
Yeah, certainly, especially with all the title basically on the line between our two Go teams. If they'd all wiped each other out, wiped Moynier out, it could have drastically changed the course of the race and the championship. But meanwhile, as you say, in GT3, Margera for Simfream has snatched the lead away from Erchan, and now Carl Magnus Borre, who is being cheered on in the chat by his teammates, has got that BMW all over the back of the sister BMW of Black Hawk Racing, number 91. Erchan, Turkish driver, can he hold on to second position, or will Carl Magnus Borre, the Super Swede, steal that position on the podium away from him? And you can see Satellite Racing have also jumped Rafa in the background as well, as side by side into the first Mulsanne chicane, and it's Erchan that just holds on there. So all this fighting is allowing Margera and the Aston Martin to break away a little bit.
It is just a tiny bit, but the gap not too large at the conclusion of that first part of the Mulsanne straight. Anyway, Go Team, by the way, have got back to a 1-2 situation in Hypercar, by the way. So that is restored at the front of the field. And it's GT3 where action is certainly closest at the moment. It's Christian Margera leading, then Erda Erkan, then it's Carl Magnus Borre. Jimmy Nisler's now passed Jone Simicic, as we saw in the background there. Zenit Sitak is next in line, followed by Jules Neal, and then Erda Makiol, who is in the next position down there, down towards the back end. But this is all one long train, really, from the front right the way, possibly even down to Ben Guida. There's maybe only 5 drivers down towards the back end of the field who are not involved in this slipstream train at the moment.
Yeah, and I was just taking a look at LMP2, of course, where VAC still leading for Hyperion, still on course to win the championship as things stand, with Nicholas Lemoyne for on-off always. We see a BMW going very, very wide in the background. Didn't quite see who that was, but getting the corner very, very wrong at the end of Mulsanne. and having to take to the gravel. But yeah, for Christian Malguera now Ercan has seen off Carl Magnus Boré. The BMW Blackhawk is starting to close on Simfreem again, and that could be a real problem in this first stint. But of course, it's VEC leading Lemoyne, Nicholas Lemoyne for on-off racing, another one of our title contenders, albeit 17 points down. So they do sort of need to win to stay in contention. And Lemoyne still within 8/10 of Thomas VEC at the moment. Wojtek Polesny for Thomas Engesim Racing has gained a couple of positions, gotten up to 5th in class, but he's 3.4 seconds behind the leaders, and crucially behind the team that's equal with them in the lead of the championship in LMP2. So yeah, Thomas Engate, the reigning champions, need to find something to turn things around over the course of the next 23 hours, 52 minutes in order to stop Hyperion stealing this title from them.
Well, it's going to be a very long way to go, so we'll keep an eye on that over the course of the race. But GT3 is where the action is closest so far. We're starting to get a front four that might be just putting themselves away from the rest. And would you believe it, Yuri Simičić is the one who's the cork in the bottle right now for that second group. But Malguera under a lot of pressure here from that BMW just in behind him. It is now Erda Ercan, of course not Carl Magnus Boré, in the 78, as they now come through those final 4 chicanes and complete lap number 2. As I mentioned earlier, there are penalties though to hand out. Number 77 has got one. That is a car a bit further down the field in the GT3 class, so that's not too much to worry about. Number 80 is the only one with a 60-second stop and hold. That is Ben Guida, who started that car, and will drop down as a result, as we know. Car 75 will also drop down with a penalty. That's Akyol, part of the Caspian team, Caspian Motorsport. So they will drop early on as well here in GT3 from this front train that we're seeing on our screens at the moment. Car 34's also got one. That's Justin Arula from LMP2. One of the few penalties actually we've got in LMP2, because all the others are for GT3s. Number 80 has got another one for Ben Guida. That's 2, as I mentioned. And 83, Johan Kurzian for Brabham has also got one. So that is the penalty run through. Effectively, unlike almost all the other races this season, to be honest, the front of the field is going to be unchanged by the early penalties that are about to be dished out in this race.
Yeah, but of course for Akyol and Caspian Motorsport, their slim title hopes taking a little bit of a setback due to that as well. For Brabham Esports and Johan Kurzian, they not had a great start. They've fallen down to second last and 35th overall. So that puts them out of the mix a little bit. And keep your eyes, by the way, on satellite racing as well, because obviously there's we talked a little bit about success ballast, I guess you could call it, BOP, affecting RAF for esports. But of course, satellite racing have not had that many top results, just one podium at the attritional filled Road America race. So they are looking very good as they try and challenge the Iris of Boré into the second Mulsanne chicane, but not able to get alongside. And meanwhile, Ercan is looking to retake the lead back off of Christian Malguera. So how defensive is Malguera and Simfreem going to get here against Blackhawk Racing? We'll have to see. As by the way, in terms of the lead fight in Hypercar, the gap 1.5 seconds between Boda and Leroux as they're starting to slowly drop Loic Mounier out of that lead fight.
Side by side for third place, just briefly between Boré and Nisila. Yimi Nisila has made a very good start for satellite racing. He's got past Jurne Simičić on lap 1 or 2, and now as we start the 4th lap of this race, he is looking to get past Carl Magnus Boré to get that satellite racing car onto the podium. As things stand, Satellite Racing have never won this race at Le Mans before, the 24 Hours of Le Mans for the Virtual Endurance Championship, and Nisila would like to put that right here this year as they come down the hill in towards the Indianapolis chicane. Not able to do it on this occasion down the hill, and Christian Malguera continues to lead, but I've got to say, he looks like he's under more pressure to me than what he was in the opening couple of laps.
He is, yeah, so it's because the challenge from Carl Magnus Boré has faded ever so slightly, and you tell that Ercan has sort of got more to himself at the moment, which is exactly what he would want, of course. So Andre Riccelli, Christian Malguera, sorry, his best option here is to try and back Ercan into the pack behind, but the problem with doing that is you do leave yourself a bit vulnerable if you get a bad exit through some of these corners here, so especially the faster ones. So it's a case of he knows it's going to be difficult to break away, that the Aston Martin, maybe in terms of its raw speed down the straight, isn't quite as strong as the BMW, although they've set it up well, Simfreem. So it's a case of holding on in this first stint for as long as they can. And certainly they're doing a fantastic job at the moment, but the pressure is only going to build and build and build. It's so difficult to win Circular of the VEC 24 Hours of Le Mans, but certainly a lot of our GT3 teams, even though there's only 3 teams in mathematical contention in the championship, and I say mathematical is in only just because RAF are looking very, very good. But all of them want to win the 24 hours because of the pride, the prestige that comes with that as well in VEC. So, yeah, great to see everybody throwing the kitchen sink at it. But at the moment, Malguera actually is a very, very good exit out of the forward curves. And it's now starting to just leave Arda Ercan a little bit in the dust as Carl-Magnus Boré now is back on the rear bumper looking for a way through once more.
Yeah, Aston Martin, as a manufacturer, by the way, has only won this race twice before, the Virtual Endurance Championship 24 Hours of Le Mans. Most recently, season 13, when we only had 2 classes. John Lacey Esports were the team were driving that car that year. Won the race with Casper Stoltz, Matteo Caruso and Martin Dylan. It was Caruso's second win, by the way. And Dylan and Stoltz's third. A couple of drivers there, a few drivers who've got multiple wins at the Virtual Endurance Championship 24 Hours of Le Mans, as there are plenty of, certainly. Although no one is with as many as Yuri Castro, who's still the leader, as far as I'm aware, with 4 Le Mans to his name. It's a pretty impressive record, especially considering he hasn't been here since his last win 3 years ago, which in 2022. So it's a very successful race indeed for him. Out front in GT3 though, Supreme Esports currently leading the way. LMP2 winners of this race a few years ago, but never in GT3 or GTE, whatever form GT Classic has taken on here at Le Mans. But they are leading the way at the moment. Aston Martin followed by 3 BMWs next in line, and then the first of the McLarens for Jurnej Simoncic. And based on what you were saying earlier on, I can't imagine that RAF Esports team are expecting loads from the race here today, given the McLaren that they are using compared to some of the other manufacturers. But we will wait and see, because anything can happen at Le Mans, as we know. Defence from Malguera, only a half defence, and here on the inside comes Arda Ercan in the BMW. He holds the right line into Mulsanne corner, and he does just about get his nose in front, coming through Mulsanne corner, and now down the straight in towards Indianapolis. They're absolutely side by side for the lead.
Yeah, you saw Ercan has been setting this up since they got a better exit out of the Mulsanne chicane. They're still side by side in that long run towards Indianapolis, and as you can see, Carl-Magnus Boré behind decides to slipstream Ercan in the fellow BMW to the inside. So Malguera needs to be careful here on the outside. Is he going to try and sweep back ahead? No, that's way too risky. So Ercan retakes the lead, purple middle sector there, and you can see now there's an opportunity for Ercan to break away here, as Malguera looks like he's starting to struggle, and Boré is very aware of that, trying to go either way as they go through Indianapolis and back into the final sector of the circuit, looking for a way through here. So yeah, Malguera will have to stay in the slipstream. It is essentially a slipstream battle, especially in GT3 at the moment, down the Mulsanne straight, to just stay within a couple of tenths of the car in front. You can even see Simoncic now is close to the back of Nisila because of all this fighting. So our top 5 within about 1.7 seconds now.
Yeah, it's clearly, though, a bit of speed for Black Hawk Racing that they're now able to use. Maybe this train was being created by the Simframe Aston Martin, and after that, it's speed through the corners that Arda Ercan has gotten. He maybe even through the Porsche curves there has got over a second's worth of an advantage here and broken the slipstream already. That's a very impressive run through that final sector for the Black Hawk Racing BMW to be able to pull away like that. And now Malguera's got a real job to even stay with him here.
Yeah, he does. And yeah, this is Ercan, of course, picking his moment now that he's gotten back through to really put the hammer down and try to escape up the road, as we cut to Pontieu and the RFRO Simsport fighting over 9th in class with, who is that? It's Fabian Ballet ahead and Jelly Binsbergen in the Goatee number 37. Right behind him then. So Binsbergen, who I think qualified a little bit further up the field, is now trying to recover from a tricky start to the race then. and to try and get into the top 8 and onto the leaderboard that you see on the left-hand side, which they're both just outside of. It's the Valet that I mentioned earlier, Valet, that's ahead of them. As we see a move going on behind, is that Sean Clark Racing trying to get past the LMP2 Simframe in the background? I think they are. They're trying to go side by side there. Or is that the Seawolf Net Race car? So they're very similar livery, Sean Clark and Seawolf. Always get them mixed up. The Ponte just holding position. It looks like the Simframe was able to stay ahead in that battle then. So Rickelli holds on to 17th overall ahead of that was Kasper Karajavi then in the 246 that I was looking at. So that is the Seawolf car.
Yeah, that's further down towards the back end of LMP2. We still haven't seen that penalty yet for the LMP2 car that we're expecting into the pit lane, number 34, using a roller. So that will promote everybody up one place when that happens in the next few moments. But as I mentioned earlier, Thomas Bach is currently leading the way for Hyperion. Then it's Nicolas Lemoine and Luigi Russo rounding out the podium places in LMP2 as things stand. It's not been too much of a battle, actually. It's been more of getting up to speed on your own. We're expecting these cars in first, though, and we'll get our first indication of just how long they can go on fuel here. But all indication is going to be that LMP2s will be making the most stops this afternoon.
Yep, so we are going to see them visiting the pit lane more often, which means that they should be setting faster lap times, but of course they will have to spend more time in the pits over the course of the 24 hours, and that can often, with the pit lane at Le Mans, it can make a bigger difference than what happens on track. If you just stay out of trouble and stay out of the pits, you can often gain more time than you would by setting qualifying laps every lap, because it's not realistic, as we see UC Narola as penalty being applied there. That's the number 34 then being sent towards pit lane. Exactly what I said they would want to avoid, but nothing for it for the 34 team, who are not one of our title contenders, but nonetheless that is a little bit of a setback for them. That's the Simframe team in 6th overall in the race, just behind Thomas Enger, aren't they?
Yeah, they are currently running in 6th, Sean Clark Racing. Yeah, not one of our absolute championship contenders, but mathematically they are there. It's not going to be likely for them, especially with Hyperion winning the race. They're not going to win the title, but they're there or thereabouts, and they have won a race this season, so not ones to be counted out. Even with an early penalty, that does not discount you from winning this race by any means. I mean, in the past we've seen this race won by multiple laps. Take last year as an example. It was one of the closest races we've had in the Virtual Endurance Championship 24 Hours of Le Mans. We have 5 on the lead lap, which I think is the record, although I'd need to check that. In years gone past, though, we've seen it won by 1 lap in season 14 and 7 laps in season 8. That was a very wet race, in fairness, which made it a lot more difficult, and by multiple laps in season 7 as well. So it can be won by laps and laps, this race, as we know, and so penalty does not necessarily discount you straight away. That's for sure.
Yeah, certainly you can recover from it with some good strategy and a little bit of good racecraft as well. Unfortunately, we are stuck watching this battle because I cannot get the overlay to work properly. So I'll update you on that. I'm refreshing. I'm just seeing nan at the top of the screen. So I'm pretty sure that's not my grandma trying to get in contact with me. But, anyway, so in terms of this LMP2 fight, we do see a problem for on-off sim racing. Apart from the fact that Hyperion are extending the lead, they've got Go Team coasting up to the back of them in that fight for the 2nd position. That's another distraction that the French on-off racing squad could probably do without in that number 27. So because they're fighting with Go Team, they can't focus on closing that gap to Hyperion in front of them. And it's not like you can ask Go Team to work with you, because they know they've got the Hypercar title they're fighting with there, so they're sort of hoping to end with a podium in LMP2 as well, and so it's all about personal glory for the Swedes.
Yeah, it certainly is. So in GT3, just while we've been away from there, we've got a much bigger lead now for Arda Erkian in the Black Hawk Racing car. 2.6 seconds as it stands now. There he is, and well, it's going to come down a little bit. It's going to fluctuate a little bit because we've got traffic for the first time. The real race begins now for the Hypercars as they come up on GT3 traffic for the very first time. 3 seconds between the teammates, another 4 back to Luik Meunier, our pole sitter. Racing's owner up to 4, 5 seconds further behind, then Seawolf Net Race 2.5 seconds further behind them. But this is the biggest point in the race if you're a Hypercar driver, because this is where the traffic is all closest. In the background, you will have seen Rafa Esports there challenging Iris by the looks of that, and they didn't get anywhere. But that's what traffic can give to you. Whether you're a faster class driver or a slower class driver, it can give you overtaking opportunities, as we just saw there.
Yeah, certainly traffic can give, but it can also take away as well. So you do have to be very, very careful if you're one of the faster prototype classes lapping, especially at Le Mans, of course, where you come up from very, very high speed in the Mulsanne Straight. As we see, great illustration of that as the Seawolf Hypercar breezes through, but Boré is busy defending into Indianapolis from Jene Simoncic, because Jimmy Nisula has actually been repassed by Simoncic. So there's been a bit of action further down the pack then, as they've all muscled their way past the early... No, they haven't got past the Symphony number 99, have they? They're still all in a row behind. So yeah, it's just a straightforward pass from Simoncic on Nisula. And it definitely seems the McLaren, we've seen this from the Rafa drivers time and time again, that as the stint goes on, they tend to get stronger because they're a little bit better at tyre wear in that McLaren than some of these BMWs and Aston Martins around them.
And they do like an alternate strategy as well. So that certainly plays into their hands as well. If they were to be able to win here today, by the way, there would be the first team using a McLaren to win in a GT class. It's, I guess, not so surprising when you consider that most of the history of Virtual Endurance Championship racing has been undertaken with GTE racing. Last time we used GT3 at this race was season 6. Well, last time before, obviously, we started using it in this era of the Virtual Endurance Championship. Obviously, that was very much the case last season as well. We had GT3, but before then, it was season 6, which was quite a long time ago now. But yeah, excuse me, it would be the first time for the McLaren in that case. And at the moment, they're currently running quite nicely up towards the front. There is Luigi Russo, currently 3rd place in the LMP2 category, just in behind Nicolas Lemoine here at the front of LMP2.
Yep, so Russo definitely putting the pressure on consistently, and Lemoine has been responding well, matching the times in the first and middle sectors here. So Go Team starting to pull the gap to Arms Serber number 41 and Martino, who's a little bit further in arrears, but on off, of course, they will be desperate trying to keep their thin, slim title hopes alive. But nonetheless, they can end the season with a podium. Of course, they're one of the teams that is yet to win this season, but is somehow the only team yet to win that's still in the championship hunt in LMP2 as well. So you never know. It's a long race, whatever happens up front. If they stay in contention, then if the 44 Hyperion hits trouble, on-off could be in a prime position to take advantage. In terms of what they have to do to win the title, by the way, on-off racing, they need to win the race with Blackhawk Racing 3rd or below, and Hyperion Esports and Thomas Engerson Racing 4th or below. That would, it's not unattainable, but it certainly would require some spectacular bad luck, especially for Hyperion at the moment. But for Hyperion, they are doing a pretty solid job at the moment, because the other 2 cars are in the position they need them to be.
Well, yeah, exactly. So pressure's going to be on for the next 24 hours, and we're going to keep our eyes on it very, very closely indeed. In LMP2 at the moment, not too much in the way of side-by-side racing. It's really all been happening in GT3 at the moment. Side-by-side down towards Mulsanne Corner for G-League Esports and the second of the Blackhawk Racing cars. That's not quite happened on this occasion, but again, Christian Malgeri, you can just see further up front, is under a bit of pressure here from Carl-Magnus Boré and Jene Simoncic as well. See whether Boré is actually able to get through here, and someone can maybe give chase to Arda Erkan in the lead of GT3 at the moment. Here they are on the way down towards Indianapolis. Can Team Irish maybe get through? Are they indicating that they want Malgera to stay on the racing line No, they're certainly not. They're trying to come through on the inside at the second part of Indianapolis and can't manage it. Guerra's managed to defend really quite well so far, but I'm afraid that this is all allowing Black Hawk Racing to get further out front in the lead of this race.
Yeah, it's interesting that Nisila started to struggle here in his BMW, falling into the clutches of Neil, Zetak in the Black Hawk, and Pim van Ark as well in the number 70 Iris, was gliding around into Mulsanne corner as well. But you can tell Simoncic using all that experience to gain back time here and close. As these two fight ahead, it's definitely beneficial for Simoncic in his quest to end the season with another podium, although of course, Black Hawk Racing have had no real luck so far this season. If Erchan can win the 24 Hours of Le Mans, that would certainly be a little balm on the wound. That's been a lot of the races this season where they've basically just seen Cassius Motorsport and RAF Esports waltz off into the distance in front of them. But yeah, Malguerra, as you say, defending well. Boré nearly got around the outside on the approach to Indianapolis, but he thought it was a little bit too risky. Wasn't far enough alongside to sort of dive bomb into the actual corner braking zone itself. And now that, as a consequence, has backed him into Simoncic. You can see the sort of accordion effect between second, third, fourth, and fifth here, where Malguerra backs Boré into Simoncic, and Simoncic in turn is backed into Nisila in the pack behind. So yeah, you really need to be in your own game here, because if you lose a couple of attempts here or there, then you could find yourself out of the podium fight and dropping into the chasing pack behind.
Yeah, well, absolutely. This is pretty early for this kind of close racing, like what we're seeing in GT3 at the moment. But it's been absolutely fantastic to watch so far, got to say. Really enjoying the first half an hour of the Virtual Endurance Championship, 24 Hours of Le Mans. Here, the culmination of season 17. Myself, Ewan Leary, and Ed Hunter taking you through the first couple of hours of this race. I must say, it's been very enjoyable so far. There is the pit stop for Sean Clark Racing. In fact, it's not really a pit stop at all, as it's a drive-through penalty for them. But LMP2 will be the first to make a pit stop, as we know. Now then, side by side, just up in front of us here, as they go Malguerra versus Boré into the chicane, and Boré looks like he's gone through. Has he managed to pull it up in time, though? He's quite deep, and so Christian Malguerra will try and come back at him on the way towards the second chicane.
Yeah, there we go. Opportunism from Boré, but of course, making a move into that chicane means you've got to defend all the way down into Mulsanne chicane number 2, and Malguerra gets the Aston Martin alongside Simoncic. I can tell he's probably loving this at the moment, as you can actually see Jules Neal has found a way past Jimmy Nisila as well. So G-League Esports up into the top 5, as there is Boré breaks late into Mulsanne chicane number 2, but has to go a little bit wide. Can he get early enough on the power? And then Simoncic is getting a lovely double slipstream here as they go down towards Mulsanne corner, and Malguerra is going to have another go, and this time he's dragging the McLaren with him, Ian.
Well, where's Simoncic going to go? He doesn't make it 3 wide, and perhaps that's a sensible choice, but he does just pull in behind Boré here in the slipstream. Side by side between Boré and Malguerra, down on the brakes from Mulsanne corner. They're both super late. Surely this is going to be Simoncic on the exit as he comes through on Malguerra. Maybe he's going to get Boré as well. No, it might just be the Aston Martin, and he can tuck into line. He can get the slipstream back again, and maybe he will take 2 as Malguerra gets back into the slipstream of that McLaren. He's not going to be able to go anywhere for the moment. Here's momentum knocked back for now. Here comes Simoncic into the slipstream again, and he's coming to the right-hand side. The McLaren steaming through, up alongside that BMW, down in towards Indianapolis now. Door to door again between Boré and Simoncic, absolutely side by side, and he flies around the outside in the Team Iris BMW. Carl Magnus Boré holds on to second place this time. It's Christian Malguerra who loses out on this lap.
Yeah, as we see the Pim van Ark dipping it into the gravel at Indianapolis in the background. So one Team Iris gaining ground, the other losing a little bit of time there. But the pain may not be over for Malguerra, because now Jules Neal in that bright yellow G-League Esports BMW. We've seen Jules put in some fantastic overtakes in his short GT3 career here in VEC Division 1. And he might be about to do another couple. He's certainly got the time to do so, but now that he's cleared Nisila, he's got his sights set on that sim frame right in front of him, and they could well be crucial to deciding whether he's part of that Boré-Simoncic battle, because if he gets held up by Malguerra, who really seems to be struggling, then that could compromise his race. So this is mission critical for the Frenchman Jules Neal in his home race.
Let's see if he can follow through just as quickly here, but it's clear now that Margera is starting to slow these guys down, and maybe he has been for the whole half an hour so far. There goes Jules Neal down the inside of the Ford chicane. You don't see that very often. Side by side through here. He's still there. There's contact, and Margera has to skip the final chicane. I have to say, I don't think he had much choice other than to do that, actually. Jules Neal was aggressive, but in the end, the two of them were just never going to fit through there.
Yeah, that was very, very optimistic from Jules Neal, who I think is still in his teens. I think he's like 19 or something like that, so technically still a teenager, but absolutely showing his nose at the Ford chicane and hoping that Christian Margera would basically give up when he saw him buzzing alongside him in that yellow and black car. But no dice, Christian Margera is not going to be intimidated that easily. So he cut the chicane, and I think, as you say, we'll definitely argue that he was entitled to a little bit more space than that. But all this fighting, as I said, it was crucial that he got through. He's not been able to get through, and now it means we've got a very, very close pack, all fighting for that fourth position in class at the moment, as Simic and Bore broken about 2 seconds away from the rest of them now we see that is Thomas VEC about to lap the GT3 pack in the LMP2 field, as now Neal has got the slipstream, is cutting to the inside for fourth position at the Mulsanne corner, and immediately cuts across to shut the door. I think that was a little bit of a, you're not getting another go to cut across the chicane this time because I'm immediately in front of you.
And here comes the LMP2 traffic. This is where it gets super interesting now for GT3 and LMP2 racing, because Thomas VEC has lost about half of his advantage here as they come through the GT3 traffic for the first time. And don't forget, they're not too far away from pit stops as well, so they'll likely have to do it again in a few moments' time. But Thomas VEC will get through those nicely on the straight. The flashing of the lights behind, but there's going to be some time loss here for Nicolas Lemoine, who goes down the inside of Margera just about, who allows that space on the inside line to just facilitate that move. The gaps in LMP2 will then stretch again here, but the real race begins here again for the LMP2s. Traffic now a real factor here at Le Mans for the first time.
Yeah, Luigi Russo there, you see going through now. He's lost out a lot because he wasn't able to clear the pack in time, unlike Lemoine, who was able to clear everybody apart from Neal there. As we see the GT3s continuing to squabble over fifth in class now. Nisila fancies getting back into the top 5 for satellite racing here, as Margera just continues to struggle to slide on the brakes there, as we see the rest of our LMP2s now trying to get through. Here comes the Arm Subra trying to gain ground. Another interesting development is, we see Nisila gearing up for an overtake here. Is Michael Leroux within a second now of race leader Zoltan Boda, but Satellite Racing have got a great run here. Here comes the Thomas Engate car that avoids disaster, and is Jimmy Nisila going to be able to go around the outside? Yes, he is. So Margera starting to drop like a stone after leading the first couple of laps of the race after a brilliant start.
Yeah, this is turning a bit disastrous now for Christian Margera, unfortunately. A real shame as well, in fairness, because it was a good start to the race, but look at this. There are drivers just overtaking him everywhere. This is for the lead. Meanwhile, for Go Team, the two Ferraris nose to tail right now, only tenths of a second apart, but you can't imagine these two are going to fight each other that hard, to be honest. They're just going to look to help each other, extend the advantage over the rest of the field.
I don't know, with a title on the line, are you going to take it easy necessarily? Michael Leroux, of course, did lose out in the battle with Moynier early on, and now has been slowly catching up to Boda. But the last thing they either of them want is for Boda to hold him up and then to just fall back into the clutches of Black Hawk Racing here. I think, well, it's not going to do anything too silly, given that these two teams have made contact once or twice in the past. I think there's certainly no reason to take it easy here in this early phase, as we see, early stop from Russo.
Well, that is expected in LMP2, I feel, as the leaders go side by side. And, oh dear, that was quite, well, aggressive on the outside
Leroux
line
takes
there
the lead
from Michael Leroux. It is the lead, and Zoltan Boda is going to have to give way. I don't know at this stage in the race whether teammates are going to go too hard, but maybe I'm going to be proved wrong in the next few laps. Let's see here as the Hypercars go nose to tail again. Well, this will be a good indication on the way towards the Porsche curves. How much does Boda want to win this back again from Leroux? Well, quite badly it seems. Maybe the teammates are going to go door to door. Not quite this time. Not into the Porsche curves anyway, and they will remain 1 and 2.
Yeah, that would have been borderline suicidal from Boda if he tried that one, but certainly good to see them putting the pressure on each other as the gap 9 seconds to Moynier behind, but they've lost about 4/10 or so at least, fighting each other as we see the rest of our LMP2s. It looks like Russo has left the pit lane in, let's see, about 5th overall in the order. So it looks like Thomas Enger Sim Racing, On-Off Sim Racing, and Hyperion, 3 of our top 10 is all going that extra lap, whereas everybody else going for that stop a lap earlier to try and get a little undercut here as we see them all exiting the pit lane in the background.
Yeah, that's yeah, I said they were going to come out back in traffic again, and yeah, effectively the GT3 passes that they all just made in LMP2 is going to be effectively have to be redone by all of these guys, by the way. So yeah, not ideal for those LMP2s as the 2 leaders just get stretched apart a little bit here. Zoltan Boda stuck behind one of the LMP2s for the first time there, and there you go, 1.5 seconds immediately opens up between the 2 teammates.
Yeah, there you go. So just a little bit of bad luck for Boda there as they're lapping these drivers in LMP2 that have just pit, as you say, but and of course those serving penalties as well. But that is going to be a little bit of a blow to Boda. As long as he was leading, he felt maybe the title hopes were a little bit alive, but now he's sort of got to hope that the number 17 hits trouble and falls down to 4th in order to win the championship here. As we look at Jules Neon now, under attack actually from a resurgent looking Jimmy Inisula, as we see Christian Malguera now having to deal with the second Black Hawk car along of Dennis Zetak and Pim van Ark also closely in tow as well.
Yeah, they have stopped the bleeding a little bit at Supreme Esports. They were losing places hand over fist not so long ago, but they have just stopped that a little bit now as the BMWs continue to queue behind. They've not quite got through so easily. Here, though, comes the Black Hawk car of Dennis Zetak, number 81, down the inside, looking for 6th place, rather, and they've got it. So Margera was able to at least keep 6th place for a lap, but now he's back to losing places again. He'll be pleased that the train is going to end very soon, because Team Iris's second BMW is coming up to the back of them, but then they do have a bit of a gap behind.
Pim van Ark very, very late on the brakes into Arnage there, almost pushing Malguera along. And Christian Malguera, I think, at the end of this first hour, he'll be glad when this stint's over, because it's just been one of just going backwards in this race, essentially. But yeah, for Dennis Zetak, crucial for Black Hawk that they sort of start the pincer movement now, with Zetak closing up to the back of Nisila, while Erchan controls things from the front, nearly 4 seconds clear of Carl Magnus Boré. But Boré is having to set very, very quick lap times to keep Jerne Simic a second behind him at the moment.
Pit stops are completing themselves in LMP2. Luigi Russo is the first of those to come out of the pit lane onto the circuit. We'll just keep an eye on him, because Thomas Vac is going to be surely close to him, and so will Nicolas Lemoine as well for On-Off Racing. Those 3 were very close as they came into the pit lane for the very first time. We'll see what they are like when they come out again, but there's going to be a lot of pit stops this afternoon for LMP2s. They only managed 11 laps at the beginning of this race, and that is going to remain, obviously. We will surely see, well, I'll do the maths on how many pit stops that's going to mean, but a lot is the answer. Russo comes into the final chicanes as Thomas Vac gets rolling here towards the end of pit lane. He's going to be ahead of Lemoine as we expected, but where is Russo going to be in relation to them? It's going to be quite close to Lemoine, but I think Lemoine is going to keep second, and he should do. There you go, over the, in fact, he only just held on to 3rd there, Russo. Lost a bit of time in that pit stop phase, 4 seconds up to 2nd now.
Yeah, but for Wojciech Polesny, this has worked out quite well, because he's now ahead of Luca Martino. So that's another position gained for Thomas Enger Sim Racing with the overcut there, as our 2 leaders in the Hypercar have decided to pit, interestingly. So the fuel tank couldn't go too much longer. Moynier, Toff and Veniger all stay out, though. But that's interesting strategy call from Go Team once again. Just like an LB2, they're deciding they're the ones that are going to pit first.
Absolutely. There they are. So, how many laps is that? 13 I've got on my
believe so.
My screen. Yeah. So, not very many. That's effectively a 40-minute stint for the 2 Ferraris. Now, it is worth noting that all the others, apart from Racing Zone, the other 2 are Porsches, which maybe is a bit of a point of difference, but maybe not also, because as I say, Racing Zone is still out there. So are they doing something a little bit different here by splitting this into just 40-minute stints? and effectively doing 3 stints per 2 hours, which is 36 stints over the course of the race and 35 stops.
Yeah, just exclamation there, because Wojtek Plesny had a massive sideways moment as Moynier was lapping him there in that Thomas Engis in racing number 28, and that could potentially allow Martino to get within a second of him and challenge again in this little slipstream battle. But yeah, all that good work for a Simframe. Just suddenly seeing the black dot come up behind him seemed to spook the lights out of him. But yeah, it certainly shows us that the Ferrari may well be a bit more fuel hungry than the Porsche. So you've got to think, if you're Moynier, you're starting to feel a bit more confident again, because now you're seeing, that's why they were pulling nearly 10 seconds ahead of me, because they were chewing through their fuel, knowing that they basically have to do at least one extra stop compared to me in the course of this 24-hour race.
Yeah. It will suddenly make you feel a little bit better, but how is strategy going to pan out over the course of the day? We just do not know for the moment. We're not expecting GT3s in for a while, but we are expecting a change per second now. Simicic was putting the pressure on Borre, and I didn't think he was going to go for a move, actually. I still don't think he will, actually, but that was a huge side for Carl Magnus Borre through the back left-hander.
Yeah, it certainly was. And you can see behind, actually, Jules Neal started to match their lap times. Borre did set the fastest lap in class, 3 minutes 55.8 last lap around. And like I say, he's having to take a lot of risks to keep Simicic behind. So clearly starting to get a bit cagey. The pressure's starting to get to him. And any mistakes, and both of them can be backed into the very impressive, or very aggressive at least, Jules Neal, who we know is not shy about showing his nose up the inside and getting the front grille that BMW up the inside of the Ford chicanes when it's least wanted and least expected, as we see. Is that Thomas VEC now lapping the GT3s once more after his pit stop.
Yeah, there we go. 2.5 seconds, his lead. So yeah, I just wonder whether those LMP2s should have made their first pit stop before they had to overtake the GT3s once, so they'd have to do it twice. So I guess maybe that's what Go Team were thinking about as well, because Luc Meunier has just had to do the same thing. He's just come into the pit lane, though, after 14 laps. But to me, it doesn't really make sense to lap all the GT3s and then come in immediately afterwards just to do it all again.
Well, the problem is you don't really decide when you catch up to the GT3s unless you, of course, pit early. And if you pit too early, it can compromise your fuel strategy. Ideally, in a 24-hour race, you want to stay out for as long as is realistically possible. Within maybe a lap or two's difference at the very, very most. But yeah, as you can see, Moynier, Toff, Vennegar have got the fuel tank all the way to the bottom and got the extra lap out of it, whereas Leroux and Boda, they are sort of a lap earlier in terms of when they pit. So they're going to inherit the lead now, but it'll be interesting over the course of the race if Moynier can stay within the pit window of both of them, whether he can get his strategy to work as well, as we see Neal being lapped by Russo, who's within about 3.9 seconds, I believe, of Lemoyne in front of him then. So actually Lemoyne has lost out a little bit in all of this traffic to Thomas VEC. It did look initially like he was gaining, but then it's sort of evened itself out and the gaps have somewhat stabilized.
Yeah, absolutely. It is still a very close look to the front of the GT3 field after 45 minutes here of the 24 hours of Le Mans. You're enjoying the opening stages of the Virtual Endurance Championship's greatest race, now running in its 12th edition this time around. Good afternoon to everyone watching along. Nick Newcomb reminding us all that Deuce's Motorsport Club, the only ones to have won in all the classes over the course of the history. There you go. That's a bit of history for you, but we'll see if anybody can get towards that market here today. It does feel a little bit unlikely. I mean, Waveframe / Simframe have only won in one class, for example. It's very difficult to see where those other wins are going to come from for teams who have won before around here at Le Mans. Here's Yoni Simicic, who's won as an individual before overall. Now he's looking to do it in GT3, looking to get past Team Iris. Again, I can't understand what Simicic is doing right now, to be honest with you. Sometimes he looks like he wants to overtake, other times, like there, he doesn't. So I don't know which one he really wants, actually, whether he wants second place or whether he wants to fuel save at the moment.
Well, he saw the arm separate LMP2 was up the inside, so he had to go a little wide through Mulsanne, but he didn't lose too much momentum, crucially. He kept that sweet forward momentum going, and he's well in the slipstream then as they go towards Indianapolis. But surely we've seen Borre is not easily intimidated as he moves right to the middle of the road, and they both go back to the racing line then. So Simicic kept at bay for another lap on this occasion. But you can tell, especially on corner exits, the BMW looking a little bit less stable than the McLaren 720S behind. So Yone biding his time, but while he's doing that, Arda Ercan is starting to set fastest laps of the race, and he's pulled nearly 7 seconds ahead of the pair of them now. So for Ercan and Blackhawk, this has been the first stint that they've really ideally wanted from pole position, even though they had that early threat from Simframe and Malguera. That since they've cleared that, they've not really put a foot wrong in this first hour so far.
Yeah, it is nearly an hour completed here at Le Mans, if you can believe it. Oh, in the background, look at that. Jules Neal would have had the fright of his life as the one of the LMP2s tried to come through there, grazed the wall as well. They are so downforce heavy, aren't they, through the Porsche curves. That is where the difference between those two classes is really most pronounced.
Yeah, exactly. You can tell the LMP2 a lot more speed, so a lot more downforce, so it can go to that corner with a lot more speed and into the pits. Come our GD3, that's Bore, Neil, and Nisila, all deciding to dive, and it looks like Zetak is also going. Oh, nearly hitting the back actually of Jimmy Nisila in front of him as well. And it looks like Ercan on the same strategy too. So it's Simincic going the extra lap here, and this has got to be the Rafa strategy. They're doing the Loic Moynier Blackhawk Racing Hypercar strategy, aren't they? Going that extra lap and hoping they can do one less pit stop at the end.
And I can absolutely see why as well. It's not a bad idea at all, and you get the feeling that from you said it earlier on, they are just so good at doing that. It's conserving their tyres, also conserving fuel, I guess, as well, has come into this. Though it is worth noting they're not the only ones. Christian Malguera has carried on as well as Erda Makiol for Caspian Motorsports. So that's both championship contenders, or at least the top two championship contenders who've done it. And maybe Malguera just explaining to us a little bit why now he was struggling for speed at times as well.
Yeah, it certainly gives an explanation, but nonetheless, it never feels good to be losing time in the race, regardless, as we see Fabian Ballet making a move just in front past Kasper Kuryavi in the Seawolf net race car. So Fabian Ballet back into 9th position, recovering from his pit stop earlier on.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the battles in LMP2 because there aren't any of them at the front of the field. This is back in GT3 though, where the guys have come out of the pit lane for the first time. Bore in front of Neil, then Nisila, all battling for 6th place now. Worth noting that Johan Kurjan has got in front of them, as well as Arda Ercan as well, who's about 10 seconds up the road from them actually.
Yeah, very short stop for Ercan, given that he was only about 7 seconds ahead of them. He's now, well, still about 7 seconds ahead of Jules Neal, isn't he? But no, 10 seconds, sorry. So he's gained about 3 seconds in the course of all this.
Yes, effectively. We'll do a full rundown at the end of the pit stop phase, because right now it looks very confusing. After only half of them have been in, or about 2/3 of the field have been in, it's not very easy to decipher quite who is where. But you get the feeling on this lap, these three would be minded to maybe not battle just for the moment, wait a little bit, and then battle once the guys who haven't stopped yet have now stopped, because otherwise they're just going to end up losing time to people who are running longer than them. But that might not be what they've decided to do here. Bore, no, they have decided to do it, hopefully as well for their sake. They do keep things single file through the through this lap. We have got a yellow flag, and that is through Indianapolis. Somebody's off the road down there. It's Batir Krupi who's in the wall. Oh, he's in the wall hard. Blackhawk Racing in the wall hard. Our first big incident here at Le Mans. It's come about 50 minutes in, and it's come for Blackhawk Racing. Batir Krupi is into the barriers hard down there.
Oh dear, and that is our 3rd place team in the LMP2 Championship out. So a title contender drops before the first hour has even completed. And clearly, I think Krupi has either lost it on his own or made contact with one of the GD3s while trying to lap it into Indianapolis. Infamously quite a tricky corner, even at the best of times. Yeah, for Matty Krupi and Blackhawk, that's not the way they would have wanted this race to end.
That is a big shame for Blackhawk Racing. This is how it happened. They're on their own. It doesn't look like it's traffic involved at all here. They're completely on their own. Oh, they just lose the rear, and they've gone into the wall hard. one of our big championship contenders in LMP2 might well be done for the day. They're still sat there down at Indianapolis. I'm not sure they're going to find themselves getting out of there, though.
Yeah, 3 wheels on your wagon. I mean, it looks a bit like a very forlorn-looking car. The wheel has even disappeared as well, so he's not getting it back, that's for sure. As we see Simičić and Margera pit from the lead in GD3 as well. But yeah, that's we did see Krupi was the one that we saw just hit the barriers. Simičić, oh weird. Of course, the GD3 pit lane's on the inside to avoid the prototypes. So I thought they both missed it for some reason, but you know, they were just doing the regular pit stop at the Circuit de la Sarthe pit lane, of course, and Erdi Mekel joining them as well. So Ercan should be about to re-inherit the lead. But yeah, Krupi did hit the barrier at the Porsche cars while trying to lap the GD3s. It was clear Blackhawk were taking a lot of risks to try and keep the podium in sight, and as a result, they've ended up losing out big time. Because I think they were overcut by Thomas Enge, and then they now out the race entirely. So it was just a sequence of unfortunate events for the MP2 squad. But meanwhile, Hypercar and GD3 things still look on track for them.
Yeah. Arkin is going to take the race lead. Then Simičić is out in second. That is a good stop from RAFA Esports team, and they are out in second ahead of Carl Magnus Borre, who is next in line with Jules Neal, then Jimi Nisila, and then gaps a bit further back. Margera's with Zetak further behind. Pim van Ark a couple of seconds further back than that, and then you get to those contenders who weren't really with the front guys to begin with. So 7 seconds worth of a lead for Arda Ercan. It's a good, interesting early strategy ploy from Blackhawk Racing to give themselves an added extra lead here. I know they were leading at the beginning anyway, before the pit stops, but they've got 8 seconds now rather than 5.
Well, when you're up against RAFA Esports, you can get every little advantage you can get, even when they've got a sort of potentially slower car. They've got a very, very smart pair of drivers in Simičić and Peterson that are going to think their way to victory through the strategy if they can't make the move on track. And we see Nisila now starting to look a bit less patient. Now they realize they've lost out to RAFA Esports, and that they might, all 3 of them, be fighting over third in this race now.
Yeah, well, it is early, but yeah, it's looking like that's what's happening for these guys. Are they going to work together, though, to make sure they're battling over second place, or are they actually going to scrap for third? That is the big question here. Here is Jimi Nisila, though, into the slipstream of Jules Neal, and he is certainly closer than he has been before. Experienced driver, and surely in that case you'd expect him to stay behind, but maybe not. Down the inside he comes, and up into 4th place he gets to. Jimi Nisila moves up to 4th ahead of Neal, and so a nice exchange of places. Not a battle per se, but there is a change, and well, doesn't seem to have slowed them down. That's the important thing. They're actually bringing the gap down to Simičić again.
Yeah, sensible from Jules Neal not to fight that one too hard. Because he knows even at the back of this train, he's still got a chance to get back through a little bit later, as he has a cursory look to the outside before Mulsanne corner before wisely deciding against it. And I think Nisi was looking just a little bit quicker on the outlap anyway, and his lap times were about a half a second quicker than Jules Neal already. So it makes sense to stay behind, get the slipstream to compensate, and stay in the hunt for a bit later on. As long as he's keeping Zetak at bay, then G League Esports are pretty much in the train that they want to be at this point in the race. Although, of course, there's always that temptation when you've got the win on the table potentially between Ercan and Simičić to want to be involved in that battle. As again, they slide the rear out through Indianapolis, and you can see as well Neal going a bit wide, but Zetak going even wider, fully onto the gravel, and Indianapolis in the background. Meanwhile, by the way, Zoltan Boda, it's been ebbing and flowing between our 2 leaders, but Boda has got the gap down to about 1.1 seconds once again. So yeah, LaRue could be in a little bit of trouble, as I believe they're starting to lap traffic again.
Yep, there they are. LMP2. Oh, Thomas Enge sim racing car wants the slipstream, and so Boda will have to go the other side. The Thomas Enge sim racing car is a little bit further down in LMP2 at the moment. They are
4th in class.
4th place, is that right? Doesn't seem quite right compared to. I guess they're outside. They're a bit more spread out on in LMP2.
They dropped Martino well and truly now, as we see. Slow chicane actually for Michael LaRue, but he gets on the power fairly early. Boda did well not to hit the back of his teammate there. So there's this sense of the title's on the line, but they also from a team perspective if they crash into each other and end up losing this, or if they end up holding each other up and losing out to Mounier on strategy. Mounier 12 seconds behind, so they've gained another 2 seconds on him. But of course, having pit that lap earlier, the fuel tank may be running a little bit more empty as this race goes on. And you can tell Boda now is the one getting a little bit more impatient here.
He just had a look there down the outside, not actually using the slipstream this time round. Not sure whether that's a sign of him not wanting to overtake or what it is, but he's actively avoiding the slipstream here, and he will stay behind. To be honest with you, if I was LaRue in this situation, you know, in number 17, you've got a nice championship advantage, although it's not huge. And as you mentioned earlier, you can definitely lose it here this afternoon, that's for sure. But I would let number 7 through and just sit behind them, because if you finish in second place as number 17, it doesn't matter what, number 7 can't do anything else. So instead of getting involved in this potentially quite high-risk battle with your teammate with 23 hours to go, I don't see why they don't just sit behind, save fuel, and save their save their potential for an accident for a little bit later on.
Yeah, maybe if I was Michael LaRue, and I know LaRue has been practicing a lot for this, almost at the expense of Formula Sim Racing World Championship, but we won't go into that. As they lap the LMP2 sister car that is desperate, even more than them, to not get involved in this. I would be on the blower trying to tell them to, look, tell Zoltan to back off a bit, because we're not under direct threat from behind. And there's no reason to fight over this unless you want to put on a show for us, the viewing public at home, which of course we won't object to one bit, Ewan. But for Michael LaRue, it's a problem he could well do without. As we can see, they've been held up a little bit, number 17, but number 7 knows Dunlop corner, tricky to make the move into there unless you get a monster, much better exit out of the forward curves there as they go under the Dunlop bridge. And now get ready for Tetra Rouge, which will be the next corner that they have to nail if they want to try and get through here.
Whoa. Sideways and in the grass slightly for Zoltan Boda there as we went on board with him. Was not a textbook way to get out of the Tetra Rouge S's, that's for sure. And he will drop to a second behind almost. He'll get the remnants of a slipstream, but he will nowhere near be as close as he was before in this one. No, further down, it looks like Nisler has just got past Bore actually, and indeed they're side by side. Nisler does indeed drag past Bore. Urchad still extending his lead out front, and Simičić still hasn't been caught for second place here, but these guys for third place are battling away again, side by side, as Team Iris got back into the slipstream with Carl Magnus Bore. They're back alongside again. They'll back out though and let the Finn into third place rather.
Yeah, there we go. So the move happened at Mulsanne corner, and then you saw Carl Magnus Bore just trying to tuck a little bit back into the slipstream to counter-attack into Indianapolis, but not able to do so. And now, of course, Nisila, who was at the back of this train, now finds himself at the front after 2 very, very quick overtakes in quick succession. So now I expect Bore and Neil maybe to fight each other a little bit, and for Nisila to start closing on Simičić.
Yeah, well, Simičić has been difficult to catch so far, but now it looks like it's finally happening. It's hovering around 2 seconds for the first couple of laps of this
last lap.
Yeah, it's going to be more this lap, isn't it? I mean, it'd be more than that in this final sector by the looks of this. Nisler is the one making the difference. Maybe it's Bore who couldn't quite do it, and Nisler can. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it almost makes you wonder if Bore hadn't got out into the lead of this group from the pit stop, if it'd been Nisila instead, whether they might have been able to get the undercut on Simičić. But nonetheless, he's going to try and do it on track to make the difference now. And that's certainly, as we see Bore going a little bit wide as the curve drifts him almost into the gravel there as he gets a bit of air. And Jules Neal now will be having his eyes on tenterhooks. But Jimmy Nisila, meanwhile, within 7 tenths now of Jene Simičić. There could be a move coming soon. Meanwhile, Michael LaRue, by the way, still within a couple of tenths as they lap the back markers in GD3. That's the Carloni racing car that and Boda has actually gotten through here. Sorry, we've missed that. But yeah, Zoltan Boda takes the lead from Michael LaRue, who narrowly avoids disaster and loses a little bit more time clearing the Carloni.
It's hard to keep up with everything that's going on at the moment, isn't it? It's all sorts happening out there on the circuit, but Zoltan Boda has taken the lead, and he's taken 2 seconds as well as a result of a bit of traffic for Michael LaRue through that Porsche Curves section there. And the first hour, indeed, has passed us by as well. It's flown by here at Le Mans, but I've got to say, a very exciting first hour. That first lap, by the way, between those hypercars, wow, if you were with us at the start, then feel free to rewind and watch it again. That first lap was one of the best opening laps we've seen of all time in this race, in the 12 editions now that we've had.
Yeah, certainly it will link along in the memory. So we've got a long time to reminisce on that amazing first lap, but there's still plenty of action left to come here. And as we see Nisila slowly but surely starting to reel Simoncic in, and this is where, as we see that 10-second gap ahead of them, that Ercan has been maintaining. Last lap, 3:57.1 for Ercan, 3:58.4 for Simoncic, who loses about, as you say, 1.4 seconds lost to Jimmy Nisila then. So Jimmy Nisila absolutely flying, and Satellite Racing could well be trying to get themselves in the mix for victory here if they can clear Simoncic quickly, but Yerne is going to be very intent to stop that from happening. Yeah,
absolutely. But what are they going to do about Blackhawk leading by over 10 seconds right now? That's a big question as well here, because Arda Ercan is continuing to extend a very big lead out front right now. As we approach lap 20, by the way, overall. That means the LMP2s are probably only 4 laps away from making another pit stop again. They're going to be almost constantly into the pit lane a bit later on. When we watch them, it's going to be, as I say, almost constant seeing them come down pit lane, which is going to be quite something to watch. We'll try and keep our eyes on it. A battle for second in LMP2 as well, as Nicola Lemoine is caught by Luigi Russo. It's clear that Thomas Vac is leading and is comfortably quicker than the rest, but those guys behind are, well, they're quite evenly matched. Let's put it that way. They're very evenly matched, these guys, Front Off Racing and the Go Team car inside the top 3 as well.
Yeah, on-off, really, Lemoine has really started to struggle in this second stint here, because he's dropped now about 5 seconds behind Thomas Vac, and Russo now has got a great opportunity here as Theodore Smalls to kind of round the outside of Johan Kergin in the Brabham, and it is Russo that's got the inside, but he doesn't quite break late, and a bit more aggression in defense from Nicolas Lemoine, but will that leave him vulnerable on the run to Indianapolis? Russo tucks in and tries to get that Go Team number 38 in a position to challenge the French squad in front of them for second position here. So Russo is gearing up behind, pushes to the left-hand side, goes to the outside, and now he's alongside as they go towards Indianapolis here.
Yeah, it's going to be Lemoine who keeps it this time. Outside line was always going to be very, very difficult for Luigi Russo on that occasion, and there's traffic about now as well as the GT3s are upon us again. They're a little bit more spread out back here, and so it's okay. Oh, contact in the wall! In the wall, Luigi Russo! It was contact with one of the BMWs, and in the end, Russo goes for the spin. He's going to let the Thomas Enga Sim Racing car go through. Now, what is the damage like on this car? I'm trying to have a look on the front bumper. It looks okay. But is there going to be internal suspension damage there for Luigi Russo as the Go Team Racing car finds itself into the barriers?
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. I think that was Roman Marchand in the OSR, Online Sim Racers car, was just in the wrong place at the wrong time up the inside at Arnage. And you tell both of them going to the outside. You saw that Lemoine slid right, and Russo just not quite enough space for him to get through around the outside there. So I'm quite hesitant to apportion blame to either driver. Either way, it's brilliant news for Thomas Enga Sim Racing, because they go through into third then.
And he will carry on, Russo. That's not surprising, considering there's only a pit stop a few laps away. But yeah, that is going to be third place for Wojciech Polesny in that case. As you say, a little bit hard to apportion blame either way. It's just one of those moments, gets really, really tight on the exit of that Arnage corner. As a GT3, you're trying to get the power down there as quick as possible. You need to make some time there, utilise the traction control that all these cars have, obviously, but need to get the punch off the corner there. Same in LMP2. In the end, it's just a bit of a squeeze, but I have a feeling that Go Team might well have a look at protesting that maybe, because they're the ones who've very much come off second best in that, and they're down to fourth.
Yeah, it looks like Roman Marchand may not be a popular man in the Go Team camp after that, as we see now. Speaking of Go Team, here comes Boda and LaRue, 4 seconds apart, just negotiating the traffic, and Boda stuck behind Jules Neal. We'll just lose a little bit of time there as you see Jimmy Nisila still within a second of Simoncic. You can tell the charge is somewhat halted here. Yene has been just maximizing his exits, not leaving any gaps or vulnerability on the table for Satellite Racing to take advantage of. As there goes Boda, and closely behind him will be LaRue, who just seems to have gained a little bit of time in the traffic here through a little bit of a good fortune and assertiveness here. Has got Mikel LaRue to take a second or two out of his teammate Zoltan Boda. The gap 2.5 seconds there.
Yeah, it's no gap below a second now inside the top 8 in GT3, which is the first time that's happened all race, pretty much. Unexpected after over an hour of racing. As far as the championship is concerned, Rafa Esports still looking very good in GT3. That is for sure. Second place would be more than enough for them. But I think the big target, as far as the championship is concerned, is making it to the halfway point. After that point, they'll almost pretty much know that they're going to be winning the championship, and they can focus on trying to win this race overall. And if they do know that they've got the championship settled in the back of their mind, they don't have to be quite so cautious, and maybe can throw caution to the wind a little bit in the second 12 hours of this race.
Could be why they've gone for this strategy as well, and it means they can take risks. They can even risk potentially running very, very low on fuel before the pit stops in order to stretch that lap out and get the sort of fuel mileage that they need, of course. So they will know in advance through testing how long they can go max fuel with the amount of saving that they'll need to do as well in that McLaren. So it would be very, very unexpected, I think, for Rafa to run out of fuel at any point in this race. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a risk that it could happen. But nonetheless, from the way that Simoncic has been defending on track, you do sense that they're not just going to have to do it through the fuel mileage. They may have to do some defending throughout this one as well, as now Nisila has closed right up in the braking zone. And that shows you the follow is saving fuel. It leaves time on the table.
Yeah. It's back below a second again for the first time in a lap or so. It's battle for second in GT3. On board with Nisila now, down on the brakes for the first chicane that Simoncic just got a little bit wrong there, a little bit wrong on the way in. Down the other side of the hill, it's still going to be half a second or so. We'll just see whether Nisila can get close enough to maybe do something as he comes down the hill. Here, never won this race before. Jimmy Nisila, as I mentioned earlier, Satellite Racing has still got this one on their list to come and win the 24 hours of Le Mans. Simoncic just slides a little bit there on the exit, and it's down below half a second now. The BMW gained that little bit of speed on the straight. Simoncic wants to keep him behind, wants to break the slipstream, as you saw from that jink to the left-hand side. Definitely wants to keep Nisila behind on the way down in towards that chicane, and he is going to, by the looks of things on the brakes. Oh, there goes one of the Ferraris, and Nisila gets close, but not close enough. Simoncic, though, putting his cards on the table there by showing that he definitely doesn't want Nisila to pass.
Yeah, a little bit early on the brakes is all. Around the outside goes, I think that's the Seawolf Net Race car, just finding its way through. But yeah, of course, Satellite Racing, they may not have won here in VEC before, but they have a lot of endurance racing pedigree in rFactor through that entire team. Nisila, Henry Sinek, Liam Rance, all very, very successful drivers. And this would certainly be the jewel in their endurance crown if they could take victory here. But of course, they've not just got to deal with Simoncic, but Arda Ercan on the same strategy about 10 seconds up the road, or a very similar strategy at least. We think Ercan might be double stinting the tyres, which is why he came out, gained those 3 seconds in the pits, essentially, although it might just be that they had a quicker surface while Nisila was stuck behind Bore and Neil earlier on. But yeah, good to see Satellite Racing have found their feet a little bit, and Jimmy Nisila more than a match for Simoncic. I think these are two big titans of our GT3 class. We're finally getting to see them go wheel to wheel, which is very, very exciting.
Yeah, we absolutely are. Going to be great to watch when they finally do get properly side by side, of course. Both with decent seasons this time round. Satellite Racing with a second place to their name as their only podium this season at round 5. And Rafa Esports team, as we mentioned earlier on, with that great run of results that has got them 5 wins in a row, and is one of the very best seasons we've ever seen in GT3. I think watching this season, it's been clear that, you know, maybe that this season's going to go down in history as a more dominant season for Rapha Esports team than it's felt like watching some of these races. Of course, I have felt that at most of the races this season, they really have been challenged very well by other teams, but obviously the history books aren't necessarily going to quite show that.
Yeah, and there's been a little bit of bad luck for the competition here and there. You think Road America, where Erchan and Blackhawk locked out the front row and then got caught up in the massive start line where a collision, whereas Simoncic and Peterson were able to weave their way through the chaos and take a pretty comfortable victory in the end. Of course, they've not always been the outright fastest, but they have been they've won races that perhaps in typical circumstances you wouldn't have expected them to. So, and that is the difference between the merely very, very, very good drivers and the great champions as well. As we see Jimmy Nirsila all getting very close once again into the fork. There's certain corners where Simoncic knows he can lift and coast a little, save a little bit more fuel, and that Nirsila will catch a bit, but not enough in order to make a move, or it's a corner where it's very, very difficult and risky to make a move around the outside. That is what Simoncic and Rapha are banking on, and that's what they're building their fuel strategy on top of them. So Nirsila, you can tell, is just looking for the opportunities, but Simoncic is starting to anticipate where he'll be getting close. And you saw when the previous lap, when Simoncic, while they're being lapped by the MV2s, broke quite early into the first Mulsanne chicane because he knew Satellite Racing was just an inch or two far behind to make a risky move up the inside. So a lot of confidence from Simoncic, but Nirsila has just been content to get a shadow, just bide his time, wait for the better opportunity, and now it might be presenting itself.
I was just beginning to wonder to myself whether Nirsila was ever going to make this move before the pit stops, but there you go. I've been proven wrong immediately as Nirsila comes flying past. Simoncic didn't stand a chance at keeping him behind there, and he will have to tuck straight back in behind again. Actually, he's passed him so early here that Simoncic gained so much speed in the slipstream towards the back end of that first part of the Mulsanne straight, but Nirsila does get through and indeed moves up into second position. 12 seconds now the gap to the leader, but that was a long time coming for Jimmy Nirsila to get past.
Yeah, and Nirsila was losing about 6 or 7 tenths a lap to Erchan in the lead. You can see the gap now 12 seconds ahead of them. So crucial that Nirsila not only stays ahead of Simoncic now that he is getting the toe in that McLaren and getting a significant amount, but he does lift off, knows there's the LMP2 up the inside as well as the fuel deficit to think about. Even with the car that saves fuel a little bit better, eking out that extra lap is certainly no picnic for Simoncic here.
Well, absolutely. This is, I think, going to be the start of a bit more fuel saving for Yannick Simoncic now, and if he's going to go a lap longer on fuel, it's only going to take them 13 stints to get an extra pit stop over them, or have to do one less pit stop, I should say. That's going to happen twice over the course of the race, if all things stay equal, which they very rarely do, of course, in endurance racing, as we all know. But it shows it's absolutely worthwhile for Simoncic here, and if he can do that again, another extra lap over the rest, then it's very worth his time. So let's just see it down here in towards Indianapolis again, and whether he actually decides to make the move or starts to lift off. I suspect he is going to lift off, but see if I'm there you go, lifts off. He'll barely be on the throttle here now, about halfway, 3/4 of the way down. He will save loads of fuel now.
Certainly, blue flags being shown as well, so more leaders coming through the lap. We did also just see fastest lap of the race set by Michael Leroux, 3 minutes 18.391. So that was 7 tenths quicker than Boda in front of him. So Michael Leroux has not given up on trying to win this race, knowing that second place would be more than enough. Third place would be enough, even if Moynier somehow beats both of them on the longer overcut fuel strategy. But yeah, Michael Leroux wants to go for that overall victory, and at his home race as well for the Frenchman, you can't really blame him for wanting to take ultimate glory. But Boda, we've seen him respond well before. Can he keep the pace up here? Because Go Team desperate to take control, especially with that minor little threat. And you can see Leroux just drifting the rear tires out through the first Mulsanne chicane. He is pushing like crazy.
He is, and that's to be expected. To be honest, out front in the hypercars, yes, I thought he was coming in. Sorry, I'll interrupt myself because Luigi Russo is making a pit stop. 22 laps now completed in LMP2, but again, the 3 ahead of him able to go longer. And if this is going to be a pattern, then this is going to be a problem for Go Team. If they're only doing 11 laps each time, and Hyperion and other teams are able to do 12, then as I say, it's only going to take 12 stints for them to end up doing one pit stop less. At this rate, 12 laps, or 12 stints, sorry, it's only going to take them, what, 4 hours? Something like that. That is some serious gains. If you're making every 4 hours, one less pit stop, that is some serious time to be gained by Hyperion if they can keep that up.
Yeah, well, the other thing for Russo is he had that massive hit with the wall because of the collision with Marchand. So how much damage? We saw the front bumper looking a little crumpled on the left-hand side from the driver's point of view. Is that going to affect performance, as we briefly see yellow in the first sector, or is it just cosmetic and they're not going to need to do a longer stop here? So yeah, Russo, if he does have more significant damage, it might be worth getting that out of the way, pitting a lap earlier and taking the damage in terms of the fuel mileage in exchange for having a car that performs a bit better, because you might be able to gain more time over the course of the next 22 hours, 42 minutes because of that, as we see a little bit deep into the second Mulsanne chicane from VEC, who is certainly still pushing, has actually still gained time on Nicholas Lemoyne in the course of that. So yeah, the Hyperion, even with the big lead that they have with the title on the line, they need to push to build this gap as big as it can be, because they know their main title rivals, Thomas Wenger Sim Racing, have been slowly gaining position with all the attrition behind them.
Yeah, but if they win Hyperion, then they can be comfortable and they don't have to do too much maths this afternoon.
Yeah, but it's a bit Will Buxton, isn't it? If they win, they win.
if they win, they win the championship. Yeah, it is that simple. Tied on, but I'm not sure. I need to check the records again. I'm not sure if you've ever had a finale in one of the classes where they've been tied on points going into the last. It's sort of a winner-takes-all situation. We might have done, to be fair. We have had championships settled by 0 points in the past. We certainly have, but yeah, not this year. It'd be very difficult for that to happen in LMP2 anyway, as Juri Sivacic again gets close to Nisler. It's going to look like on the tower that he's making an overtake almost every time here, but we're going to have to assure you that he isn't, and he's just getting as close as possible to get maximum slipstream.
You can feel the frustration with Sivacic, because Nisler had actually gained a bit of time on Erchan, had got the gap below 12 seconds, and then under pressure slightly messed up the Mulsanne corner there and ended up holding both of them up. So instead of catching Erchan, they're now starting to fight each other again, this is all going into Black Hawk Racing's plan. They're playing into Erchan's hands at the moment.
It is. He's extended his lead from his first stint, nearly double now, as the LMP2 leaders come towards the end of another lap here, by the way, and we'll see whether Thomas VEC is going to have to make another pit stop now, and he does. So that's just one lap further than what we saw from Go Team, and that's to be expected, in fairness, because after all, there was a formation lap during that first stint. The stint we've just seen is the first proper stint, if you like, where there's no formation lap. That's a proper indication of what we're likely to see for the rest of the race. So there you go, pit stops all round for the front three.
Yeah, and the front three all title contenders as well. So crucial that they have clean stops here, as we see LaRue continuing to set purple sectors and all really hanging the rear out and taking a lot of risks to try and snatch the lead back from Zoltan Boda after they lost it in traffic earlier on.
Yeah, well, as I said earlier, I'm not sure I'd be too disappointed if I was number 17 team to have lost the lead in that circumstance. But anyway, there you go. Thomas VEC makes his way out of the pit lane. I think that was the same amount of laps as what it was for Go Team. But Thomas VEC is going to be comfortably leading this race, that is for sure. Nicolas Lemoyne out next. Is Russo going to be anywhere near Polesny? Because that was quite a close battle on the way into pit lane. But no, I reckon Russo will have taken on some damage repairs there, and so he's lost quite a few seconds to Thomas Wenger Sim Racing and indeed the rest of the front three.
Well, he had lost a lot of time before the pit stop as well because of the damage as well, although we do see John Davies now in the pits as well in the 249, having to give back for Undercover Raging, of course, having to give back the positions they gained by running a bit longer. So it is starting to pan out in LMP2, but for Thomas VEC now, 12.4 seconds. The gap has quickly gone from about 5 seconds to more than doubled at the present moment.
Yeah, there you go. 12 seconds for Thomas back out front as traffic again for Leroux. He's not having the best look
It's that
at the moment.
Carloni again.
Yeah. It's weird that it's the same car, but and I hadn't noticed that. I hadn't put those two and two together. But yeah, it is the same car again. 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds it's going to be, because the Corvette's now going to, well, only slightly in the way actually through the first corner. And Michael Leroux will try and get that little bit closer again. But yeah, not the best look through traffic this time around. They just complete lap number 25. So if they're doing 13 laps again, Go team, they'll be in at the end of this one.
Yeah, they've certainly had some good fights, the two Go teams across the season. Monza comes to mind, number 17 triumphing on that occasion when the two slipstreamed each other. I think there was a last round at Nürburgring. They had a good fight that ended in favour of number 7. So even though number 17 has taken more wins, it has been surprisingly even. There tends to be all their drivers are fairly evenly matched in totality, although you have got your standouts like Leroux, who is monstrously quick. Even though Lemoyne did slightly outqualify his countryman, Leroux, I think, certainly has had a title-winning pace. But it's not just about pace, it's about managing the traffic and managing resources in terms of fuel and tyres as well. And in hypercars, of course, they have got their electrical deployment in terms of energy to use throughout the lap as well, which is a factor, as we see the armed Cerber car just blocking Leroux's progress and allowing his teammate to escape up the road ever so slightly.
Hello. Oh, well, we're not going to find out the exit. What happened there? I was just foreseeing a disaster, but it was fine. Michael Leroux got himself through just fine in the end. There's the battle for second again in GT3. They are beginning to extend a gap over the rest, which is a good thing for Nisler and Simicic here to consolidate podium places. They're just not doing much about Black Hawk Racing right now, who still hold 12 seconds. I guess, again, you can take a positive that the gap's not getting any bigger, but I don't think that's much of a positive, to be honest, considering the gap's already at 12 seconds.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting to see. We also, I've noticed just behind that Jules Neal has been overtaken by Christian Malguera in recent history as well. So after a strong start, Simframe starting to come back after a weaker stint, and Jules Neal, by contrast, starting to struggle to keep up with the pack. Remember, he was in the top 5 when he pitted, and he's now drifted down to 7th in the order.
Track temperature, by the way, is rising this afternoon. In-game time is 2:30, which is the same time as what it is in Le Mans in real life right now. So you can match it up there. 42 degrees Celsius down on the track temperature. That is pretty high. Just wanted to note that because the sun just seemed to have come out in the last few moments, and the heat you can put through these tyres can get very uncontrollable, very out of control very quickly in these races. But yeah, 42 degrees on the circuit with very little prospect for rain, as far as I'm aware, here this afternoon. It's not going to be a wet Le Mans from what I can remember. It's been I think a couple of years, well, I can't really remember last year's Le Mans. I've not been here very regularly for the last couple of years, but yeah, feels like it's going to be a rain-free Le Mans, fingers crossed.
Yeah, I did ask Liam Rance about this, and he said it's only unknown for the first 2 hours. After that, I'm almost certain it will be dry, was what Rance from Satellite Racing told me. So we'll have to see if that bears out. But yeah, we should be looking at a dry 24 hours for the most part, despite a lot of people looking at real-life weather reports for Le Mans and saying, oh, it's going to be thunderstorms and rain. And it seems pretty dry so far, which I guess is going to be a bit of a relief for the drivers, because it's one less thing to worry about. There are two leaders pitting together as Leroux continues his pursuit of Boda. In fact, that number 7 is even ahead of number 17 in the pit lane as well, so he'll just have to stick behind for another stint then.
Yeah, it does indeed look like the most dangerous part has passed already. If I'm just looking at some real weather forecasts, yeah, looks very, actually over the whole of Europe, just not the UK, so that's good. But it's a good job we're stuck inside, because it's going to be raining outside by the looks of things here this afternoon. So there you go, no rain in this year's Le Mans 24 hours. Generally, when we have seen rain at this race, it has really extended the winning margin. I mentioned season 8 earlier on Swedish Sport Poland won by 7 laps that year. That's our biggest winning margin ever. I don't think that's ever going to be beaten, to be honest. It's one of those winning margins that is just absolutely massive. One of those races that was so attritional. I know we've only got 5 hypercars starting this race here today. We only had 4 LMP1s finish that day, and that was about a third of the field that started from memory. Maybe, yeah, something like that. So yeah, very attritional. When the rain falls, generally the contenders fall by the wayside as well, but that's not going to be a problem this year.
Yeah, no, certainly not. We've already lost 1 contender, LMP2, for the title, and we want to keep the other 4 in the running for as long as possible, as Denis Zetak has been slowly catching our front runners and is now just about alongside Carl Magnus Bore into Indianapolis. But of course, the long way round, that means he's having to take the more circuitous route and almost gets pushed into the gravel there. He did well to hold on to that one, but Bore elbows out for Indianapolis and decides to show Denis Zetak the gravel.
Yeah, you can do that round Indianapolis. Bit rude, really, but you can certainly do it easier at Indianapolis there, just to feed them into the gravel, because it's waiting for you there on the outside of the corner, as we all know. Meanwhile, in Hypercar, we have seen the pit stop for Zoltan and Michael Leroux, who are back out again after another stint, 13 laps again. Now, will Loic Meunier be able to go on for one more after this, or will it be a pit stop at this lap? We'll just keep an eye on him here. If he can go another lap here, then that's Blackhawk putting themselves into a really good situation, although that was quite scary.
Yeah, Jules Neal just spinning up the wheels through the Porsche cars in front of Meunier, and Meunier having very good awareness and presence of mind not to just clatter into the back of him there, and that really shows you the skill of a lot of these hypercar drivers. Into the pits he comes, so yep, it's only 1 lap more. He's not able to extend and get the sort of what's the word I'm looking for? The exponential sort of growing sort of overcut essentially over the Go team drivers. Interesting that they kept both of them on the same strategy. It looks like Leroux has gotten through actually on Zoltan Bode in the last couple of seconds as they come out of Arnage, and Bode now again has to think about getting up the inside into Porsche curves and has to back out there. So the pace of Leroux coming in handy, but now there's an Aston Martin in the way, and they both just about avoid him.
Goodness me, again through the Porsche curves. It's hypercar action again, and very nervy through the Porsche curves again for these hypercars who are following each other very closely. There is Loic Meunier into the pit lane, so Michael Leroux and Zoltan Bode are going to get straight through again by the looks of things onto the lead of this race. But, you know, there is still an advantage to having that 1 lap advantage over these two. Who knows what could happen later on. If there was a code 80 on that lap, for example, and those 3 were able to come into the pit lane without these 2 coming in, then the Go team cars would have been 4th and 5th. You know, it doesn't take a lot round here at Le Mans for things to change. 1 code 80, the whole race can be turned on its head.
Yeah, and look, Meunier has actually gained quite a bit of time here. He was about, what, 12, 13 seconds behind. He's now only 7.5 seconds behind. So maybe it's this overcut that he's done has worked out a little bit. He's maybe had to have a shorter pit stop. And also the fact that Go team been fighting each other and fighting the traffic on that while he was in the pit lane has helped him out a little bit here.
Absolutely. So, side by side for the lead again. The Go team racing cars are back to 1 and 2 after 90 minutes in the 24 hours of Le Mans. It's Zoltan Bode who retakes the lead again. And again, I'll repeat my point from earlier. I don't know why Michael Leroux doesn't just sit here from now until the end of this stint, save a bit of fuel, and just let your teammates lead laps, because realistically, at this stage in the race, with 22.5 hours to go, it doesn't really matter who's leading.
Howard, if you've got the pace, imagine how frustrated they'll both feel later on, or Leroux especially, if he stays behind Bode for the rest of this stint and then finds himself with Meunier coming out the pits ahead of him because of his different fuel strategy. He would feel so annoyed because he would have think, if only I'd overtaken Bode, I'd still be in the lead right now. So as we see yellow in the final sector, that very briefly before it clears. But yeah, I don't blame Leroux for pushing to try and get into the lead here.
It's Luca Martino who was off down at Indianapolis. That's where we saw Mattia Krupi into the wall in the Blackhawk Racing LMP2. One of our championship contenders, the first retirement in this race. We've just seen Luca Martino off at the very same corner down there at Indianapolis. That looks like it is going to be a big action point for us this afternoon.
Yeah, Dennis Zetak gaining another place. He's got past Carl Magnus Bore for 4th. So we've got 2 Blackhawks in GT3 in the top 4 here. So Simičić, far from having Nisila all to himself, he's dropped about 2 seconds behind. And now Zetak is starting to chase after that McLaren as well. Only 2/10 slower on this lap as he passed, or the previous lap, while he was stuck behind Carl Magnus Bore as well. So if I was Simičić, I would be feeling a bit worried about trying to hold on to this podium here.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is still early, but it would be a little bit of concern right now. Simičić hasn't been able to stay with Nisila, and that is now going to be writ large to those 2 in behind who have just exchanged places for 4th. But what a great start for Blackhawk Racing. Other than in their LMP2 effort, which has unfortunately come to a retirement already in this race for Mattia Krupi. 3rd place overall, and closing on the 2 Go Team cars out front, closing on these 2 right now. And they are 2 cars in the top 4 now in GT3. As I mentioned earlier, this is a race that they just haven't had very much look at in the past. They've been a stalwart team in the Virtual Endurance Championship, but they're still yet to win a title. They're still yet to win a race at Le Mans as well. Maybe this year is their year. They're leading after an hour and a half in GT3, and they're 4th as well in GT3.
Yep, certainly they've got 2 irons in the fire, which will serve them well. Depending over, well, you certainly don't want to think about a worst case scenario, but yeah, if for example Erchan's luck, a typical bad luck, starts to creep in here, then they'll definitely want Zetak to be in the fight with Nisila, with Satellite Racing and Rafa just in front of them. So yeah, they've got to keep the pressure on, and clearing Bore is a key step in that. Meanwhile, Thomas Vank, by the way, extending his gap to Nicolas Lemoyne. Lemoyne has just gotten it back down under 14 seconds at the present moment, but it's going to fluctuate a little bit, isn't it? And if you were on-off racing, you might be feeling a little bit worried about Polesny, who's about 8 seconds behind and has been lapping in sort of the 334s, the high 34s essentially last couple of laps, whereas I think the 2 leaders are lapping in the 135s essentially. So yeah, Polesny and Thomas Enke Sim Racing maintaining that LMP2 title is not out of the question just yet, as we see a lot of traffic being lapped by our 2 hypercar leaders here.
As expected, more rain, more not rain, more traffic. Sorry.
It's getting dark, isn't it?
It is getting very dark. As Alex Lehoux just said in YouTube chat, it is cloudy at Le Mans at the moment, and that brief bit of sunshine has very quickly got away, and the track temperature has gone down again to, oh no, it's actually stayed where it is, but surely it is going to go down, you would imagine. And showers once in a while in the real world at Le Mans right now, so if it is going to come, then it will be now, because the radar for the rest of the race looks very, very clear across the whole of Western Europe, actually, never mind just Le Mans itself up here in the northern part of France. Out of Mulsanne corner and onto another straight for Michael Leroux, slipstream of Zoltan Boda. And again, coming towards the end of another round of GT3 traffic, as their 2nd place, Jimmy Nisila, about to be put in the rearview mirror again.
Yeah, Leroux getting very, very close here as they gain ground towards Indianapolis, but you saw Boda just hogging the middle of the road, preventing any do-or-die dives into Indianapolis there. So Leroux has to regroup. Into Arnaud they come together, and you can tell the number 17 just feeling a little bit more confident. The problem is every time Leroux is able to get through Boda, he's not able to break away enough to stop Boda counter-attacking down the Mulsanne straight. And the minute they get into the slipstream one another, it's sort of role reversal, isn't it? So this could run for a good long while. They are now just starting to come back on song against Moynier. The gap now 10 seconds between Boda and Moynier. So it is ever so slightly starting to go back in Go Team's favor here, even though they are dueling away with each other. And this is going to be, for the owners of Go Team down in Sweden, this is going to be a little bit scary times, because you do not want your 2 leaders fighting away so vociferously against one another, as I think that's Erchan going into the pits in the background.
Yeah, let's see. He is into the pit lane. So GT3 pit stops are upon us again. That's 25 laps. So what's that, 13 laps that time round, I think, for them. But I'm not sure this is as long of a stint as what it's going to be for Simoncic, for example. He carries on, yeah, so it's going to be an extra lap for Simoncic. He earned that first time round, and he's going to keep that, although most of his rivals in GT3 are pitting in on lap number 25. He was able to do 13 laps the first stint as well as the second, and so that's why he's able to carry on for a little bit longer, and he maintained that advantage. But again, as I mentioned earlier, if there's a code 80 now, they'll be absolutely in the money here, Rafferty Sports team, because they'll be able to make their pit stop under code 80 while the others will not.
Yeah, interesting. G-League Esports seem to have switched strategies because they pitted a lap earlier than their rivals in the first stint. Now they're running longer, so that would explain why Neil was losing so much time, as we see our two leaders in Hypercar within a tenth of each other into that first Mulsanne chicane. Again, Leroux, as Boda just avoids the wall on exit, so both of them pushing to try and take as many risks as possible. And at this early phase, they really cannot afford to come to grief and come to blows with one another. So you've got to think if Leroux gets close enough, Boda may as well let him through and then try and slipstream back ahead the following lap like he's been doing so far.
Well, this is so far domination for Go Team Racing at the overall part of this race. 10 seconds their advantage over Blackhawk, who are in that third position, a little bit further behind. The yellow flag, meanwhile, in the first sector. Try and find what that's for, because the GT3 leaders are just finding their way back out of the pit lane and back out onto the first sector. Can't see anything amiss, though. And so, as long as nobody's got big damage, we will continue on. But it looks like Blackhawk Racing are on course for maybe even a 1-2 here. Nisela has been changed over for Liam Rance. So that's a driver change for Satellite Racing, and a very long pit stop as a result. Johan Kerjan's in front, Pim van Ark is in front, although I don't think Kerjan's been in yet. Borre and Zitak are out together, as I mentioned, but Zitak is ahead of Team Iris. Is this going to be a 1-2 for Blackhawk Racing after this?
Well, we'll have to see. It depends what Rafa decide to do on their stop here. But yeah, for Zetak, look at the gap to Urchan, 19.3 seconds. So another really quick stop from Blackhawk Racing for the number 91. To get Chan in as far up the field as he can. He's only about 4 seconds behind Aikal, who's yet to stop, of course. But you do sense Blackhawk starting to take control here, and Zetak was ahead of Carl Mangasbore before the pit stop, having made the move. So this is him consolidating that. Satellite Racing a bit. We are nearly at 2 hours in, so it does sort of make sense as we see a penalty for Seitz. Let's see where he is. That's Frederick Seitz in the 77, who I believe already had a penalty hanging over him to begin with. So that's a little bit unfortuitous for them. Nonetheless, Racing continuing at the front. And yeah, I think Simoncic, as I said, may have a problem in the form of Denis Zetak coasting up to the back of him.
Yeah, well, we will find out this time round when the guys up front come into the pit lane. Simoncic's not too far away from doing that now, as he makes his way into the Porsche curves again. 12 seconds his current lead over Christian Margera. One of our first driver changes, though, of the day. Liam Rance getting into the Satellite Racing car, and Yumi Nisler only doing an hour 40, just over an hour and a half in his first stint of the day, which is a little bit surprisingly short, especially when you consider most of the other teams going for another stint here. There comes Simoncic, though. No, carries on. So, can he continue to extend this stint here and continue to do 14 laps, whereas some of the others doing 13? This is where RAF Esports really come into their own.
Yeah, absolutely. I do expect to see Geely coming in this lap. I wonder if Christian Malguera has cottoned on to what Rafa are doing, and he's following suit, essentially. And there we go. Jules Neal does come into the pit lane. So that's going to put Akiol, or no, Akiol might be coming in as well. So it should put Urchan back up to third, inferior at least.
Well, one pit stop only this time round then for Jules Neal. There he is. So Urchan's going to get through. What about Zitak, who is a Blackhawk Racing driver? Surely he will get through as well.
Yeah, I think Borre as well.
Yeah, probably. It's going to be a 1-2 for Blackhawk, isn't it? What a start to the race they're having.
Yeah, there's certainly Zetak has been the more quieter, sort of pick them off one by one. Less spectacular than Urchan just getting on pole retaking the lead and then just extending that gap up front. But nonetheless, very, very credible performance. Through they go, up into 5th overall with all the cars ahead, apart from Erchan, yet to stop then. And the gap between Zetak and Simic, 66.5 seconds then. So could be quite close, depending on if it's a full service for Simic, then you would expect Zetak to come out ahead.
Yep. That is likely to be the case for those guys, as we still wait for those front three to make their pit stop. I wonder what Caspian Motorsport have up their sleeve this afternoon. See, one of our championship contenders in GT3. They start the day in 2nd place. At the moment, I think they'd lose that 2nd place to Simframe Esports. If things stay as they are, obviously when the pit stop's actually sorted itself out, it's a bit easier to see quite where that actually stands. But it feels to me like Caspian Motorsport, got a little bit of something up their sleeve that they're going to show us a little bit later on, because so far they've been very quiet and quite a long way off the back.
They are about 14 points ahead of Simframe, number 99 in standings, if I'm not mistaken. So I think they would still hold on to 2nd as things stand, and it really is only a fight for 2nd because Rafa have got had such a dominating stranglehold on this season that, as you say, once we get to about 50% distance, we can basically almost certainly call the duty-free title for Rafa Esports. But yeah, for Caspian, the Turkish squad, they've certainly punched above their weight. They did win at, I think, Interlagos earlier this season. They got that one triumph over Rafa, and Rafa, Simic and Peterson responded by deciding, right, we're never going to let that happen to us ever again, apparently, by going on their domineering run. But yeah, Caspian have certainly had their moments since then, briefly led at the Nürburgring as well, I believe, before having that leader taken from them. And you do sense they're getting better and better every season that they do in endurance racing and rFactor 2, that Caspian, and to be fighting with a team on the level of Rafa at all in the first place is impressive, because nobody else, let's face it, has had much of a candle to them over the course of this season. So you've got to praise the performance of all their drivers, and their strategy in this race in that Porsche. It's got to be their only chance to really finish on the podium, because otherwise, in terms of raw pace in qualifying especially, it really wasn't enough to really even get into the top 6 there. So they need to, as you say, try something a bit unorthodox and unconventional to get the 75 into play here.
But there's still a long way to go. So they will be back in the game a little bit later on, for sure. Not too many battles in LMP2 so far this afternoon, but there is a 3-driver battle now, maybe even 4, you could say, for 6th position. Luca Martino, Jelle Binsbergen, Justin Narola, and Kasper Karajavi, the 4 involved, perhaps, but Narola is certainly the closest. Sean Clark Racing had that drive-through penalty earlier on, so they're having to recover from that, and they're doing a decent job of it as well, coming back through the field. Wouldn't be surprised to see them in 6th place in the not-too-distant future, actually, although their run might be interrupted by the pit stops, which again will be coming round in about 4 laps' time. They're over halfway through another stint already in LMP2.
Yeah, our top 3 in GT3 come into the pits then. Simoncic for Rafa Esports, Margera for Simframe, and Akel for Caspian Motorsports. So that should and does hand Arda Erchan the lead. So let's keep our eyes on Zetak and his progress here, as Simoncic exits the pits very, very promptly. Should maintain 2nd position from Zetak then.
That's a good stop from Rafa Esports team. They're actually a lot closer to the leaders. Never mind worrying about being overtaken for 2nd. They're a lot closer to the leaders in GT3. Arda Erchan has got 10 seconds of a gap, 10 and a half or so. It was up at 12 during the previous stint. That is a marked improvement for Juri Simoncic, getting that little bit closer again. And if he can repeat those longer stints, he can cut out a couple of pit stops this afternoon for sure.
Yeah, it's just a matter of staying out of trouble, I think, for Rafa, in terms of making their strategy work, essentially. If they get sort of held up in traffic, it could go back into the hands of Erchan. It did look like when Satellite Racing were challenging them, it was starting to go against. It'll be interesting to see the progress of Liam Rance as well, having done the driver change for Satellite number 64. They're about 53 seconds off the lead, and about 22 seconds behind Pim van Ark. So they have just come out ahead of Erdi Maykiel in terms of the pit stops there. So that's not too big an issue. About 3 seconds between them as Simojic, flirting with disaster there as he nearly kisses the wall at Mulsanne number 1. But disaster mercifully avoided. And in the meantime, Jussi Nirola is really starting to get close to the back of Jelle Binsbergen as he tries to get that Sean Clark car that had such difficulties at the start of this race with that drive-through penalty, I think, wasn't it? Back into the top 7.
Yeah, they were the only team in LMP2, or indeed only team outside of GT3 to have a penalty at the start of today. They had that drive-through, and that has put them back a little bit, but gives us something to watch here in the way of overtakes. Surely Nirola will be making some of those. He's been in this car since the very start of the race. And Sean Clark Racing looking for their first Le Mans triumph, if they could possibly get it. LMP2 has been the most constant of our categories over the years in the Virtual Endurance Championship. So there's a real history of different race winners, and we've had different winners every time so far. Obviously, there's been same sort of team setups with different names, so I'm not sure how you want to count those, but there's been different teams winning every time, and Hyperion are not one of them at the moment. They would continue that run going if indeed this continues on for another 22 hours, which would be unlikely. But what a great show of this class, that it's been so changeable, and there's been no team able to dominate. Even Ferrari, who were so good last season in season 16, were not able to win here at the final race last season.
Yeah, just being denied in the end. But going back to Hyperion, of course, the 44, it's become a very well-established squad in endurance racing in rFactor 2. They've had a lot of success. LMP2 Pro champions in a couple of seasons ago in the Esports Endurance Series, where they have a long-standing rival with Go Team, actually. Go Team Racing, of course. And I think they're leading the current championship as Season 7 of EES as well. So certainly Hyperion 44, as you say, relatively recent team in the last couple of years that's shown their hand at sim racing. But they've got some very well-established drivers, like the likes of VEC. Swikowski as well is a pretty solid driver too. So I think they have had a late charge this season, taking about 3 or 4 wins. But it's not completely out of the blue. They have been threatening to do this for a while, and they've sort of, when Blackhawk and Thomas Enge were threatening to run away with this season, they have sort of reeled them in. And of course, they went into this final race season level with Thomas Enge as well. So it has been pretty impressive. And Thomas Vac, of course, has always been one of the most consistent and spectacular drivers to watch in the LMP2 class as well, as we now look at Nirola and Sean Clark. The problem is now they're catching Binsbergen, but Binsbergen is well and truly catching up to the back of Martino in the ARM Super 41 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not as simple as a 2-driver battle, this one, by any means. This is 4 drivers definitely involved, but it's further out front. Binsbergen, who is certainly closest here. Luca Martino is all sorts of pressure here down in towards the Ford chicanes, with 22 hours 10 minutes still to go. Here they come over the line again. Martino's going to have a big lap ahead of him here. Binsbergen and Nirola are queuing up to get past him.
Indeed they are, and you can almost see here Jussi Nirola hanging back a little bit, just seeing how this plays out, if Binsbergen is going to try and do a kamikaze move on Martino or not, as we are about 10 minutes from the end of the second hour here. And LaRue, by the way, in the overall lead has dropped about 6 seconds now behind Zoltan Boda. So it definitely looks like number 17 has decided, rather than pushing to the lead on track, they're going to just take it a little bit easier. And they're still about 10, 11 seconds ahead of Loic Moynier as well. So Go Team, the strategy is playing out here. But Binsbergen sees the opportunity for 6th position and is going to go for it, surely.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's going to be side by side down in towards the first chicane here for Jelle Binsbergen. No, well, as soon as he pulled out that slipstream there, he went backwards almost, and now there's one of the hypercars in the middle of all this now. So Narola is not necessarily going to have quite such a good view anymore. But as soon as Binsbergen got up to him there, that was going backwards very, very quickly into the slipstream again. And what's going to be the chance down in towards the second Mulsanne chicane? Here we go, on the way down in towards the braking zone. Don't think Binsbergen is quite close enough this time round to much. Guerra's just in front there as well, as you can see. Coming up towards the end of the first couple of hours here, Ed, just give us your thoughts quickly before you step away for a bit of a break. Give us your thoughts on the opening hours of this 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, well, certainly it's been a huge fight for second position in GD3. That's been very, very entertaining to watch. We're finally seeing some action in LMP2, where VEC has been dominating over Nicolas Lemoyne by quite some margin, and now we see more defense from Luca Martino against Binsbergen here. Martino really having to get the elbows out just to prevent any opportunities for the Go team to dive up the inside of him. And we've had some real fun in hypercars between Moynier, Boda and Leroux. Of course, those going that lap longer will be setting themselves up very, very handsomely for the next phase of the race, when we start to see the drivers who've saved a bit more fuel able to go longer and longer, to the point that they can save a pit stop on their rivals, as we see more lockups into Indianapolis from these LMP2s then. But yeah, Boda and Leroux, it certainly looks like number 17 is on course for the title, the way things are going. But in terms of the race win, it's still very much in the balance between our three hypercars.
It absolutely is. Thanks very much, Ed. We'll be hearing again from Ed Hunter a little bit later on this afternoon as we continue our coverage of the Virtual Endurance Championship. 24 Hours of Le Mans, the finale of season 17 at the world's greatest race. Still myself, Ian O'Leary, going to be with you for the first quarter of this race. Lorenzo Bonda is going to join me for the next couple of hours for the final time this season. Lorenzo, good afternoon and welcome to Le Mans, the world's greatest race. It's off to a very good start, and have a look at this, straight away into action. LMP2s nose to tail, as they haven't been very much actually so far, but you've joined at a good time. This is nose to tail racing in our middle class.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Ewan. And it's kind of interesting. As soon as I get in, there's a new concept discovered in the LMP2s, which is bump to bumpers. That is a new concept that's probably been invented around LMP2s. You normally don't see that happening. But jokes apart, it's been an interesting race. I know by Le Mans standards, we haven't had a lot of people DNFing this race, so I think we only had one so far in this race. Other than that, I know there's still lots of points and permutations in the championship that we can talk about for the remainder of this race. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. In LMP2, just it's probably worth reminding people actually who haven't been here so far, haven't watched so far, that we do unfortunately already have one retirement, and it's a championship-defining retirement, unfortunately, for number 30 Blackhawk Racing. Mathieu Krupi started that car. He has actually 4 teammates available to go to here today, but none of them are going to be driving here this afternoon. They had a big crash down at Indianapolis, just lost the rear end on the way in, went backwards straight into the wall, even down that short bit of exit road that you have down there, but they've got nowhere near stopped in time. Rear wheel came off, and that is a car out of the race. They started the day 3rd place in points in the LMP2 standings, just 8 points behind Hyperion Esports and Thomas Enger Sim Racing, who are tied on points for the lead in the championship so far in LMP2. A real shame to see that top contender fall by the wayside. Meanwhile, battle for 6th in LMP2. Binsbergen gets alongside briefly, but only briefly, Luca Martino, comfortably able to hold on.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're still stuck with here on Go Team in Arms. So it's interesting that Binsbergen haven't gone for the move on the first chicane, and now only when it opens on the second chicane is going to go, which would be the better approach, right? Right at the end of the Mulsanne straight, he's going to go down a Mulsanne corner, clean move, and goes up to 6th place. And what is interesting for me as well, even though we have this battle, and 8th place is not far behind, so we kind of have a 3-way battle, is how these strategies are shaping up in this race. I know we often talk about Le Mans being a high pressure cooker of sorts, right? Because you have the strategies, you have the tires, you have drivers, you have the pace, you have the weather conditions, which, virtually speaking, much better than last year, because in the previous year, in 2024, was a little bit weird in real life. I wasn't there in person. I do not wish to see that kind of weather being displayed to the drivers, virtually speaking, of course.
Yeah, it was a very wet race in the real world, that's for sure, last year. So yeah, that doesn't seem to be the case this year, at least at the Virtual Endurance Championship. The actual most risk seems to have gone away as far as weather's concerned. That was very wide from Martino, who's going to have Narula not too far behind him now, as we've got another yellow flag in the final sector. That is a spin in GT3 for one of our... It might have been Jules Neal. It was Jules Neal who went around there for Gilles Esports, out of Arnage. Looks like he's got damage as well, doesn't he, here? I'm not sure the damage is bad enough to bring out our first Code 80 interruption of the afternoon, but I don't know about you, he looks damaged to me. Oh, yeah, he's all over the place here, Jules Neal. Look at this.
From the body, it doesn't look, but from the outside, it doesn't look that it's overly damaged, but you can definitely see from the cockpit probably something broken on the suspension that is definitely affecting the way the car is turning around. So he's having a lot of difficulties. Even catching the exit of the Porsche chicane is a little bit off, getting a slight off track right there, but definitely is going to bring into the pit lane for the repairs, and probably gonna put them down a whole lap on the GT3 field and early on in the race. That's probably the best thing you probably want. If you want to be a lap down, you gotta be at, I would say, within the first 2 hours, first 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah, earlier the better for these issues. Unfortunately for Jules Neal, it has come very... Oh dear, this is going to be a traffic jam on the exit of pit lane, isn't it? Here in the LMP2s, as they all come to a stop here, including Justin Narula, who has had to pull out around one of those drivers. Timothy Goya now getting out for Go Team Racing in line. Quentin Pointeau still the driver for rFRO, but we're not sure. Well, their pit stop's not quite done yet, so we're not 100% sure just for the moment. Kasper Karjavi, and indeed it won't be the same. Just out in behind Elko Bussing by the looks of it there for Vale Esports. So let's see what happened to Jules Neal, who has that incident through Arnage. Down on the brakes, comes out the corner. Oh, wow. You don't see that very often. Just misjudged it, clips the tire wall.
It doesn't clip it. He goes full slam into the tire wall. That is, I'll be very honest, that is not a mistake you often see being done by drivers.
Certainly not. Well, that is a surprising one for Jules Neal. And we've got one of our big contenders falling by the wayside in GT3. They have been up there all day long so far in GT3, but well, they are no longer. They're now down towards the back end of the field, and as you mentioned, Lorenzo probably going to lose a lap now. Arda Özcan is still leading the way for the Black Hawk Racing team. Just about 2 hours in to this 24 hours of Le Mans, the final round of the Virtual Endurance Championship. A race this team has never won before, even despite all their attempts, and they are leading by 14 seconds after 2 hours.
Absolutely, and with a very healthy advantage over the Rafa Esports team, which is, I think for Rafa, basically this is a good scenario given the fact they have a nearly 50-point cushion to second place in the standing so far. So for them, it's just like a really good status. They probably just need to finish the race 20th or above, and Caspian, if they fail to score points, they need fourth, or Sinfreen needs to be second or below. So it's a good situation they're finding themselves in. But with the lineup that Black Hawk has with Barclay, Erchin, and Naui, it's a good lineup that for a 24-hour race, you would say potential winners.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in LMP2, the pit stops are pretty much complete, and the battles are beginning again. Kasper Karjavi is just out in front of Timothy Goyer. I'm not 100% sure that Seawolf Netrace car has pitted yet, but we'll find out at the end of this lap because pit stops are still ongoing. As you can see for the front three, Nicolas Lemoine, Wojciech Polesny and Thomas Vac all into pit lane at the end of lap number 34. So they were able to do just that one further. Another 11 laps under their belt. They've done 12 at an earlier stage in the race, so they managed one 12-lap stint, which is a difference with some of the other contenders. Into the pit lane as well, fourth placed John Davis, as we were expecting. Goyer is right in behind the Seawolf Netrace car here, and I'll say, just wonder whether this is going to be a battle that persists or whether we're going to see a pit stop, because this battle wasn't one from before. Then again, we've had driver changes for Go Team Racing, and that likely has changed their strategy somewhat. No, Seawolf have been in, so this is a legitimate battle, and one to throw Timothy Goyer straight into when he's fresh into the car.
Yeah, I wonder. I think they just pitted, haven't they, on the previous lap?
Yeah, that's the end of the first lap. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a full-on battle. The thing is, I know sometimes teams want to take the opportunity and try to do some fuel saving, try to elongate the braking line so they can still try to remain in the draft. It's kind of interesting how draft is an essential part of Le Mans, right? That you have. I'm trying to remember here. If I remember correctly, about a little bit over, I think 50% of the track is formed of straights, or even more than that. So it's very essential for you to have that, what some would call a low down force car to try to keep within the straight, maximize speed, and just play sometimes a strategy game. But sometimes you have those drivers that if they see a gap, if they want to go for it, they're probably going to try to take that, and they're not going to care about it just because they're confident within their pace.
Yeah. Well, it's a new battle that might well last for a good 10 laps yet, as LMP2 pit stops now complete themselves. Somebody asking in YouTube chat, and a good afternoon to everyone watching again, what happened to G-League? In case you were just away for 10 minutes or so, in the last couple of moments, the G-League esports car clipped the wall at Arnage on the exit on their own, nobody else around, but clipped the wall on the exit of Arnage, and are now having a very long pit stop as a result. Jules Neal has now found himself to the very back end of the field and has already one lap down on the GT3 leaders, which are still Black Hawk Racing. That's our first GT3 incident as far as long damage is concerned. It almost certainly won't be our last, though, as we know. Timothy Goyer gets into the slipstream then, down onto the brakes for trying to overtake Kasper Karajärvi on the inside at Mulsanne corner. And there you go. Timothy Goyer goes through on the inside line, and it's up into 4 for CMT Go Team Racing.
Yeah, and that's textbook. We've seen that time before. It's not the first time we've seen overtakes being done at the exit of the Mulsanne, straight, going into the Mulsanne corner and then going down to Indianapolis. This is probably going to be the marquee, because the one thing you really don't want to be doing, right, Ewan, is kind of like swapping positions like you would do at the Indy 500. So you would eventually lose time because you might have a badly executed overtake attempt in one of the chicanes, and you might lose up to a second over your competition, where these gaps, they're very essential on the long run over the 24-hour race that we're going to have on.
It looks like that's going to go the way of Timothy Goyer here pretty comfortably to start off here in LMP2. So next pit stops will be for those hypercars, but just before they come into the pit lane, I'll just give you a run through of to where we are after 2 hours at Le Mans. It's Zoltan Boda leading for Go Team in a 1-2 run that we've got at the moment for this team. CMT Go Team Racing 1 and 2, although 9 seconds now the gap back to Mikel Leroux, who's still in championship winning position here in number 17. Even despite the fact they've lost a lot of time in this third stint of the race, they are still championship leaders. Luc Meunier qualified on pole for Black Hawk, but had unfortunately dropped down to third place now, with Racing Zone and Seawolf Netrace rounding out the 5-car field in the hypercars. Thomas Vac has led all day long so far in Hyperion Esports, and they are currently the championship leaders as well. They came in today tied with Thomas Enger Sim Racing, but they are down in third in between them is now Charlie Rigaud, who has taken over from Nicolas Lemoine in the on-off racing LMP2. Timothy Goyer and Kasper Karjavi round out the top 5, as we saw in their battle a few moments ago. In GT3, it's been domination so far for Blackhawk Racing, who are not quite 1 and 2 like I was expecting them to be after that second pit stop, but they are 1 and 3. Jone Simoncic is in between them. Third place, Denis Zitak is currently driving number 81. And then 2 Team Iris cars, the team that won in LMP2 last season, looking to make it 2 classes in 2 years by winning in GT3. They're currently 4th and 5th with Carl Magnus Borre and Pim van Ark inside the top 5. So just over 2 hours gone, and as you'd expect from the first exchanges of this race, feel a little bit more spread out now that we've done 120 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's more spread out than I initially anticipated. I probably would have thought I would probably have some pockets of cars trying to follow each other, like what we saw with Goya and in the net race car not far ago. Basically, they were trying to follow each other, but other than that, it's a very compelling race on my point of view, because the distance the hypercars have to each other, they're quite considerate. 7 seconds over 2 hours is quite a gap that you constructed, even though it's your sister car. And then over 52 seconds from Blackhawk to the car driven by Roland Toth, basically from the Racing Zone team. 52 seconds it's also very large. So I wonder if they're doing probably no tire strategies, which consume sometimes as well. What is the mindset moving forward into this race?
Yeah, let's see. As we move into hour 3, closest battle on the circuit is down in LMP2 at the moment, as Justin Arula continues his run back through the field again. Sean Clark Racing, the team next on his list here, as he now gets into the slipstream rather nicely. And John Davies is going to be under all sorts of pressure here by the looks of things. Let's see if there's going to be an overtake, though. There he goes, side by side, pulls alongside here. Just Nirola. Oh no, doesn't quite get himself past, though. This is one of our championship contenders, the Sean Clark Racing team. They are 39 points behind, though, and so they would need some issues for some of those ahead. Although Blackhawk Racing in third in the championship have already had problems, so things are already going their way a little bit in that respect for Nirola and for the Sean Clark Racing team. So they just need to continue to pick up places and recover from their drive-through penalty that set them back since the start of this race.
Yeah. And another thing is important to talk about is, like, because this is a 24-hour race, it's 50% plus points that you normally would get from instead of a normal 4 to 12-hour race, right? Even so, these additional points are going to make a lot of difference. Well, despite everybody getting the participation 15 points, right? These points at the end of the championship, they're going to be very essential, especially how the race transitions. Even though we don't have a lot of cars in the field, it's 34 cars, I think, still running, 35 cars still running. It's still something, to observe how the race is going to progress, especially through the night, which for sure we're not going to be around to commentate.
We will keep updated, of course, as to what happens overnight, of course, and give you a bit of an update in the morning as to how things have changed from that point to the point where we rejoin again. In case you're unaware, here this afternoon, as I say, we'll be covering the first 8 hours of this race. Then we'll be away for 12 and then back for the last 4 hours of this race to bring you to the end of this season. The 17th season of the Virtual Endurance Championship. Here is Nirola into the slipstream, though, down on the straight, and surely looking for a run into the first Mulsanne chicane. He has struggled with overtaking at times so far in this race, excuse me. And so surely again he is going to struggle and huff and puff his way past, but it looks like he will just about make it inside line. He does get through, but that didn't look too comfortable. We'll see if Nirola is going to have to do some defending from John Davies down the next part of this Mulsanne straight.
Yeah, because they're still going to be within a very good touch of draft from each other. So if Davies wants to go for a move, he's probably going to do that on the end of the Mulsanne straight, like we've saw with the other cars before, right? Which I would say is the best overtaking opportunity, even though it's the deepest braking moment that you're probably going to have, including the chicanes, right? But from the way Neirola is actually coming out of the corner much better within the second chicane, I don't think that move is going to be done by Davies. He's just going to sit back, remain within the toe the best way he can, and take the aforementioned loss for the time being.
It looks like Neirola has consolidated that position finally. So 8th place now. Only a second and a half behind the Valley Esports car, though, as you can see from this camera shot here. So this is not looking too bad for Sean Clark Racing now, as they continue their run back through the field, as I mentioned earlier on. Drive-through penalty has just set them back a little bit and has given them a lot of work to do here early on this afternoon. They are currently in that 8th position. But it's all about settling in here in 24-hour race.
No.
You certainly can't win it in the first 2 hours, so there's no point trying to win all the places back in that time either.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If the NBA has taught me something, even this season, especially within this postseason, it's not how well you start, it's how well you finish.
Yes.
I had to go because I think that's the best parable that I can think about now. It's like, it doesn't matter if you drive 23 hours, 95 minutes, 59 minutes and 59 seconds really well. If that 1 second that you might need, or a few minutes, because let's just say if you cross with 23, 59, 59, there's a good chance you might actually add an extra lap.
Are you a fan of any of the teams in the playoffs? No.
I'm an Indiana Pacers guy.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
A great time.
I'm loving it. I'm definitely loving it. You know, can't complain one bit. Don't talk about my hockey preferences though.
Hockey. Okay. You follow too many sports. I can't follow basketball and hockey at this time of year. It's too much.
I'm a sports guy.
Oh, I mean, same, but I mean, I can't. It's too much. Let's do it. There's 3 24-hour races going on in the real world this month. Never mind, never mind the million that's going on sim racing as well, and all sorts in between from other sports. Goodness me, it's a very busy month, June, isn't it? As far as sport goes. But there you go.
You said 3 24-hour races? Okay, Le Mans, Nürburgring,
and Spa.
Oh yeah, forgot about
the last
the
weekend
end of the
June
month.
as well.
Yeah, forgot about that.
Why on earth they decided to do that, I've got no idea. But anyway, they have done. So yeah, Le Mans next weekend, Nürburgring the week after that, and then Spa the week after that.
Hey, I ain't complaining. I completely forgot about Spa though.
Pace it out a bit, please. That's too many all in one 3 weeks section, in my opinion. But there you go. Here's Neirola. Meanwhile, just before we get back to that, Valley Esports look like they're going to be overtaken pretty comfortably here. Elko Bussink can't do too much, although Neirola will not be clear in time for the chicane. And Bussink stays in front, and now this is where it becomes dangerous for Neirola, getting dragged into a 3-driver battle, because John Davies is coming up here as well. That was close, side by side, door to door, coming out of the second Mulsanne chicane, and John Davies is very much there now. Where's he going to go? Bussink has to tuck back in here as Neirola gets past. Where's Bussink going to go in defence? It's going to just stay to the inside line by the looks of things here, and he goes through. So Valley Esports lose 2 places on one run down into the Mulsanne corner.
I wonder if Bussink's defense on the second chicane maybe overheated his tires a little bit coming to the final chicane, and allowed Neirola and Davies to get a little bit more racy than probably they would have wanted, because that was a little bit weird. And if you look, how far behind is Francesco Geniale, which is like, you can lose within 1 lap 3 spots, which is, for some would say, it's downrightly insane, but that's just how racing it is, you know, especially on a one-make car that is the Yellow.
Yeah. absolutely. It is a one-make series this season again. The Orica, the only one being used. A couple of seasons ago, we had different. We had Ligier nearly win the season actually, but just miss out. Season 15 was that, or maybe?
Yeah, something like it.
Yeah, we had 6 races only. It was a shortened calendar, but one team won 4 races, but didn't win the title. It was our season when they ended on the same amount of points. An unbelievable end to the season here at Le Mans a couple of years ago. Here's John Davies again, just getting past Bussing. Francesco Geniale in the background is now absolutely with them as well for Cyber, and here he comes. Geniale on the left-hand side, bit of a squeeze from Mesobot. He's going to get through. Don't see moves into the 4 chicanes very often, but Geniale's got it done.
Yeah, and I think there's a little bit of a lock coming from Davis at the entry of the 4 chicane. So don't know if that is going to create a flat spot within the car, but a little bit of a touch and go moment for your 7th, 8th place LMP2.
Yeah, I'd never like to see side by side through that little section there. It gets
Same.
very, very tight at Maison Blanche, but they managed to just about make it work. And Geniale is through. He's taken over from Luca Martino, don't forget, who was inside 6th position earlier on. This is effectively, in that case, a car actually recovering places that have just been lost in the pit stops. So maybe seeing this car come through as well as Narola is not actually that surprising.
Yeah, it's an interesting recovery race, nevertheless.
Yeah, certainly will be for Cyber. Other close battles further up the field include this one between Steelwolf Net Race and the rFactor Sim Sport car. That's Nicholas Capodibian behind Kasper Karjavi in this fight for 5th, and it looks like rFactor are the ones in the ascendancy. Steelwolf Net Race, don't forget, earlier on in this stint were alongside the Go Team racing car that's now 17 seconds further up the road. They've had a shorter pit stop last time round, Steelwolf Net Race, but they're now paying for it, of course, with these next few laps. Trying to work out how long they've got until the end of the stint, and they're still only about halfway through. They've still got about half a stint to go until they get to safety.
Yeah, absolutely. What surprises me is how much of a gap that Go Team has created, considering last stint and this one. 17 seconds is a whole bunch. I just wonder if, because if I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, Ewan, but I think there's different compounds. You can run mediums and softs in here with the LMP2 skin.
Well, to be honest with you, we need to speak to an LMP2 team about compounds and stuff. I don't know, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's because it's been so long I've driven around VEC that and rFactor in general, sometimes I can get lost with how things has progressed. So I know they can have some different compounds, but I don't know if it is something in here in VEC. I cannot remember in full.
I'm pretty sure we can choose different compounds, but in terms of what that means in terms of double stinting, triple stinting, all that sort of stuff, difficult to I don't know, to be honest, but they definitely do have that option, that is for sure. That was a change, by the way, for John Davies, passed by Francisco Geniale, perhaps not too surprising. So we'll go back to the battle for Karjavi and Capodibian. It is the only class really where there are consistent battles. Gianluca Scalvini catching Erda Macchiol, I suppose, is less than a second, but that's not a battle just yet in GT3. Maybe you could say that's the same here in the battle for 5th as well. The longer that Steelwolf Net Race and Kasper Karjavi can keep these guys behind, though, the better it is for them as they try and make this alternate strategy work.
Yeah, absolutely, and they retain a really good gap to 7th place. So Narola it's not being able to catch them, even though they're still battling hard or trying to stay within touch of each other. So it's a good, interesting strategy that they're doing, and it's working. I have nothing against that. If you can actually do that and make it work, hey, it's always a good win in our books.
Yeah, absolutely. Always enjoyed to see different strategies in play, and that's what you always get here at Le Mans. The Hypercars have been in for their most recent pit stops. I mentioned that a few moments ago. But things haven't changed since I did a run through, so I won't do it again. In GT3, we're starting to see some pit stops, though. Pim van Ark is into the pit lane this lap, slightly on the early side, I must say, compared to what I was expecting, actually. But either way, pit stops will be upon us again soon in GT3. Not long after that, it'll be LMP2. And to be honest, we'll get to that stage very soon in the race where actually it will be pretty constant with drivers coming into the pit lane. We won't comment on it every single time because we always get to a stage in these races where it is absolutely constant, the drivers coming down pit lane.
Oh, yeah. And usually when they come together, it's usually a pit party, doesn't it? Isn't it? So, even though we're probably going to be seeing that more throughout the 6-7 hour mark, if I have to make it a quick guess on that's going to happen. But nevertheless, it's going to be a compelling topic to talk about. The probably drivers coming in more bunched in together, like we saw the LMP2s pitting not long ago.
Calvini is as close as he has been. New driver for Simframe Esports. Don't forget, Christian Malguera started that car, in case you weren't with us earlier on this afternoon. Scalvini is looking for his way past the Caspian Motorsport Porsche here, one of our championship contenders, currently running in 6th place. It's about to be 7th here as the Aston Martin flies past in towards the first Mulsanne chicane. This is going to look pretty easy, I think, for Gianluca Scalvini, who is going to draft past on the way down into that first Mulsanne chicane on this lap, and he does. Meanwhile, Karayabi's also been overtaken by Nicola Capodibian as well in the RFRO Simsport car. So a couple of changes there. LMP2, that one's going to stay as it is, but Scalvini getting past Akio is going to be a battle that could persist here in GT3 to the end of the stint for 6th position.
Yeah, wondering how strong the Porsche is going to be within the draft itself. Meanwhile, another thing that might happen, even just before the stint ends, we have to keep a lookout on that. It's that battle for 6th place of Net Race and Sean Clark in LMP2, because I look at the gap. It was about 8.99 seconds when he came into the it's quickly dwindling for Net Race. They're probably going to lose that 6th place in a short bit if it carries on like this, and they are within the same step.
Yeah. Well, Akio might well just use the Aston Martin now just for a little bit of slipstream over the course of the next few moments here as they head towards another pit stop in GT3. It's Oda Urchan, though, who is leading the way for Black Hawk Racing up front in GT3 right now. This is coming towards the end of lap number 37. So they are not too many laps away from making another pit stop now. And Urchan will be one of those relatively early stoppers, actually, in GT3. We have seen that. It's been Simičić carrying on for the longest. And there you go. Urchan comes into pit lane right now. So he's done 1:13 lap stint and 2:12s. Simičić is going for 13 laps at least every time, if not 14, and that's giving him a little bit of an advantage fuel-wise in this race. He'll carry on for at least another couple.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if it is something that Simičić is being able to do in the car, though. Like, lift off more than probably we haven't seen it. It'll probably happen off screen, of course, as he takes over the lead. But or if it is a natural advantage the McLaren would have, especially with the BOP in place, that would allow him to probably go a lap extra without doing too much of a saving effort.
I must say, we have seen multiple manufacturers go 14 laps, so I think it is a driver thing. Actually, for sure, there might be one or two manufacturers that have it easier fuel-saving wise or not, but I think it's possible for every manufacturer to get to 14 laps. Just a case of can you fuel save enough, and how slow are you willing to go to get those 14 laps out of the car? That's the key.
Yeah, absolutely.
So far, Simičić, one of those only ones able to do it. And as I was saying to Ed early on, the point still stands. Imagine if there's a code 80 on this lap, further towards the end of this lap for Simičić. He would dive into the pit lane and gain heaps of time.
It would be extraordinarily opportunistic, but I don't see that happening. The way it's kind of like because we don't have too many cars in the grid that we normally would see in contrast to real life. It's like I said before, we still have 35 cars running, which is still a big grid. Don't get me wrong, Ewan, but it's not like we'd have 50, 60 cars around Le Mans. It makes the occurrence of code 80s much more difficult. So you have to rely on normal strategies as you go on every single stint that you do.
Yeah, it is a difference to real life that we do contend with here in the VEC. 35 competing here in Division 1 of the Virtual Endurance Championship this season. There are Division 2 action going on as well elsewhere. There's a stream without commentary for that. There's only the LMP2 and GT3 classes, still all 26 who started that race still ongoing. We have seen some longer stops and some cars already a couple of laps down. In fact, there are only 11 cars still on the lead lap in LMP2 out of the 15 that started. The Team GTR3 team have had the longest of the stops so far and are already 3 laps down in LMP2. But leading overall is Team Shiba in number 250. Lorenzo de Truchis, who we've already seen in Division 1 in the past in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Pedro Ramada as well. This part of the Grow Racing team. Very good lineup across, actually. Carlos Pasto also driving for them. Some real high-quality teams down in Division 2. And same goes for Simframe Esports, number 55. Mattia Panci currently leading there. We've also got the likes of Daniele Canistrazzi driving for them. There's some real top teams down in Division 2. Just shows you the strength of the VEC always round, to be honest. There's a lot of great teams on show, as we know, in both divisions.
Yeah, and not only that, what's also cool is, let's just say, I think the last time I've commented, I think Grow was one of the races. It might have been Daytona, but I cannot say for sure. I'll have to grab the calendar. I think we got one of the Division 2 teams in GT3s basically fighting for top 5. So it showcases if you give them an opportunity, they will do their best to capitalize on these opportunities, because the level of competition, let's just say, it of course might be a little bit lower in terms of maybe driver ratings, if you want to make an association like that, or skill level. But the skill level, it's so close to each other that the jump up would be so natural for those teams in Div 2.
Well, we've been watching Jurne Simicic. Obviously, the pit stops have been working themselves out in GT3. Camille Neu is back out onto the circuit. A couple of seconds in front of Liam Rance, who's still driving for Satellite. Andrzej Maracek is now driving number 81, rather on his own out there. Sven Gilhud and Stanislas Pajod are the new drivers for Team Iris as well to round out the top 8, but Simicic able to go a couple of laps longer. And again, that's where they've been really strong so far this season. The rFactor Esports team, very good at going a little bit longer on fuel and effectively cutting out pit stops, doing something different with tyre strategy as well. That's why they're leading this race. Only for now, though. It will come back again later on when they're maybe not necessarily in the lead of this race, and they are under a little bit of pressure a little bit later on for their strategy to be properly working out, because in fairness, when the teams have been out there together on the same strategy, they have been losing time to the Black Hawk Racing car that's been leading the race for most of this afternoon so far. So second chicane again for Simicic, and he'll come out the other side with again 54 seconds or so of a lead. Where's the smallest gap again out there on the circuit? None below a second, but there are some close ones in LMP2 at the moment. Karyavi being caught by Yusin Nirola as expected.
Yeah, and we kind of expected maybe to happen at the end of the LMP2 stint, isn't it? So naturally, we're probably going to see in that race lose that position due to being on alternate strategy and maybe older tires in comparison to Sean Clark's racing driven by Neirola. So I would say it's a matter of where and when Neirola is going to capitalize on the overtaking opportunity on that race.
Just as we've been talking about it, Neirola a lot closer to Kayabi than before. Out through the sector, big slide for Kariabi as well. Surely Neirola is going to find his way past here shortly. Out of Tetrouge they come, and this is going to be a chance here for Neirola when they get to the end of this straight. Excuse me, slipstream in this one mate category makes a whole load of difference. And nope, not quite. I don't think Neirola's quite close enough this time round, but surely he's going to be thinking about getting this done quickly. This is important for Neirola to pass as quick as possible. He needs to try and keep those top contenders as close as possible. If Sean Clark Racing are to have any chance of winning a title this afternoon, they need to make progress quickly. But been a struggle at times. And now get right directly into the slipstream of the Seawolf Net Race car. Just up in front of them. Now down on the brakes. Into that first chicane. Better line from Neirola. Look how much closer he gets now as he works his way out of the corner. Seawolf Net Race going to be under big pressure here down at Mulsanne corner.
You know what impresses me a little bit even is how they use the curbs and try to avoid the traction control kicking in.
Oh, no, he's not close enough. He notably backed out of that almost intentionally there into Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, so maybe saving a little bit of fuel. I don't know. I don't think that's is the main property. I think Neirola just saw that would be a high risk, low reward move, and probably backed out of it. Especially with the draft, the team didn't help him a lot on the second chicane.
Oh no! Wow, I thought he was really going to go for it there. Not into Indianapolis either that time round. So, well, Neirola there is really biding his time now, but surely once he gets into the corners here, he's just going to be losing a lot of time compared to what he could be getting here. Let's see, as they come out of Arnage now. It's a decent run from Kariabi just in front. You see Neirola might not well be close enough here to actually get this done. Let's see, as they work their way down the straight and in towards the Porsche curves. No, not close enough. So this is going to be a whole lap spent behind the Seawolf Net Race car, and I don't think this is a lap that really Neirola could have afforded.
Absolutely, especially with the traffic up ahead.
Oh, come on! Wow, close to contact. Very close to contact for Neirola. He very nearly went straight to the back of Kariabi as traffic up ahead slowed him down. And now then, there's a run for Neirola, but has he got the space or indeed the time to do it? He hasn't got either. And into the Ford chicanes, he's stuck behind. Maybe that's why he was waiting. It's a pit stop now for Seawolf Net Race.
Yeah, like being on the offset strategy probably allowed Neirola to just ride the draft a little bit. But of course, I would say that is a potential cold ground movement on the second leg of the Porsche curves.
Well, Neirola gets through either way, and we'll now push on further up. We've got a battle for 9th place also going on here between Grzegorz Lutzak and Marco Vinculo, one of the Simprim Esports drivers. Simprim Esports race winners 3 years ago with Rick Van Eyl, Renz Klopp and Andrea Terzi at this race, back then when they were called Wave Free Esports 3 years ago. I think they won the title that year as well. I can't remember, but they certainly have won the LMP2 title in the past, that is for sure. Vinculo not going to be close enough there, though, out of Tetrouge. That's a bit too big of a gap, I think.
Unless you bottle Tetrouge, yes, he's not going to be able to do the overtake right there.
Only too far away. Yeah, there you go. It's much too far away. It is the closest battle out there on the circuit, though. in GT3. No gap below a second here, which is first time it's been happening for a while, but that has been going on for a few laps. Just interesting to see that Simoncic is starting to really extend an advantage in terms of pit strategy that we'll keep circling back to, because there will be a stage where he gains a pit stop a bit later on this afternoon.
Yeah, but I wonder if that pit stop doesn't bite him back in the rear. You know, I know Yerne, good strategy, good strategist, very fast driver. Normally, when we say when you cut down a pit stop, especially if you go on an elongated run, it's always a good thing in your books. But I wonder if that is a little bit of a risk, avoiding a pit stop, because you might find yourself in a situation that you might have to nurse a little bit more the car and try to bring it back to the end. But it's just hypotheticals.
Yeah, it's a kind of strategy. I mean, they've been, you know, doing different things with tyres, in fairness, and all sorts of different things throughout the season. But yeah, it's been something they've circled back to again and again. And now finally Simoncic comes in. I think it's, you know, one of those things, you know, worth having a go at. Keeps them away from other contenders as well in terms of other battles and the potential for incidents. The only way they can really lose this championship is by DNFing before halfway and scoring no points, which is what the Black Hawk Racing car has effectively managed here today by retiring so early on. So it's low risk for them as far as that's concerned. They're not going to run out of fuel at any stage, and this season it's worked out for them. After all, they have won the previous 5 races of this championship, and so it's difficult to bet against their strategies.
Yeah, that is a true cold fact. I'm not going to complain about that. As Vinciullo held up by traffic, a little bit more close to effect, as now VIA Esports is not far behind.
Yep, Coco Bussing closes in as the cut draws to a close here in LMP2 as well. The final GT3 pit stops are happening right now, but the first LMP2s are also coming into pit lane. That's late. Oh dear. Not something we talked about so far this afternoon, but there's an indication of it writ large. Coco Bussing going a bit too deep on the brakes there and getting the pit lane entry wrong, which is so easy to do around here.
Yeah, that first chicane is devilish, isn't it? Because it is a very quick 45 angled corner to a nearly 60 angle right hand corner that kind of like functions as a chicane. But if you just, let's just say, go 10 meters more or 5 meters more than probably you should have started braking, you completely botch out of the corner, and that could potentially accrue to penalties. But in that instance, there wasn't a lot of time lost.
Well, here's Thomas back. Carried on for Hyperion Esports. They've led pretty much every lap so far this afternoon, and now nearly 30 seconds in front of the on-off racing car that currently runs in second place, 26 places further behind. So Hyperion Esports will surely come in this time round, or maybe they'll extend a bit of an advantage, much like what we've seen from Yerne Simoncic so far this afternoon. Surely we will see the Hyperion Esports team trying to extend their stint just a little bit longer to try and get a bit of an advantage over the rest as far as pit strategy is concerned. Not that they really need it. They've got 25 seconds extra pulled out purely on pace right now.
You know, I was just having a quick look. The only one I saw with a little bit of an offset, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Satellite is on a different strategy, aren't they? For them to be in P2 in front of the Rafa team. Or haven't they fitted?
I'm not sure if anybody's doing exactly the same as anybody else at the moment, first of all. But yeah, Satellite Racing certainly have come out a lot closer to Black Hawk Racing than what they did before. In fact, they were only about a second or so behind after the pit stop itself. They're now starting to slip back again So yeah, maybe they are doing something that little bit different here in this stint of the races. Thomas Back comes in, by the way. Yeah, Liam Rance, maybe he is on a bit of a different strategy to some of the others here.
Hey, it surprised me to see the satellite racing in P2 right now, and apparently Zuba is already saying he's confirming they are on an off strategy. They are slightly off on the strategy at the moment.
Yes. I wonder if he'll tell us what is exactly off.
Yeah, don't be shy. Tell us. We're always over here for the content.
I mean, tell us in very specific detail what's what that'd be nice. But yeah.
Give us a PDF.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That'd be good as well. But no, it's something that they'll keep secret to themselves for the moment. It has given them second place though. You know, Liam Rance has got some decent speed right now. Dare I say, maybe a little bit less speed than Yumi Nisela, who was very quick in the opening part of the race. But back to second place. Can't have any complaints about that for satellite racing at the moment. Just a big unknown that's hanging over this GT3 race now, and will continue to do so for the next 21 hours, really. Where are RAFA Esports team going to come out, and how is their strategy working? I know Satellite doing something different. RAFA Esports so different to some of the others by going so long on fuel.
Absolutely. What surprised me is a 3-lap offset. I was just taking a quick look over here on the live timing. Is a 3-lap offset that Jasper Patterson has to both Rens and Kamon Aoi. So it's slightly surprising to see that, and potentially that is going to grow as the stint goes on.
The close battles that are going on in GT3 at the moment. 2 seconds between Jesper Pedersen and Andrej Maracek, the Black Hawk Racing driver. So Jesper Pedersen, the new driver behind the wheel of number 82, the RAFA Esports team, taking over now from Jone Simoncic. We'll see now whether the RAFA Esports team can keep this up with other drivers other than Jone Simoncic at the wheel. Jone's surely going to be doing a big portion of the driving here this afternoon, you would expect, based on what we've seen so far. He seems to be the quickest driver, and so surely that means he'll be in this car for the longest period compared to some of the others, that they might split it slightly heavily towards Simoncic in this race. Well, 2 hours 3/4. Just about gone in the 24 hours of Le Mans. Things definitely starting to settle down now. The early threats of rain have very much passed us by. No rain fell on the circuit, and in fact the track temperature is now increasing again, 10-4 in sim time. So a long time until darkness, and I'm not sure if we'll even be broadcasting at the time it gets to dark. We'll be getting towards sunset, but because this race every year has very little sun or nighttime driving compared to some of the other 24-hour races in the world.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember over here. From you start to get nighttime racing, I would say right about 9 p.m., 9-10 p.m., which or on the verge of it. And your daytime racing happens around 5-ish. So give or take, you have about 8-10 hours of nighttime racing. It's interesting to talk about. I think the race that has the longest nighttime running is not either one of the races you probably would expecting from 24 hours races like Spa, Nürburgring, or something like that. It's usually Daytona, because Daytona is the only race, I think, for the 24-hour calendar that runs in the winter, besides maybe Dubai, I think.
Yeah,
that also
Dubai
runs.
Well, it's about second weekend of the year, so that's a lot of. And I would argue, but no matter which, because it's always because it's at that time of year, it's always a bit of a competition between Dubai and Daytona, which has more. It's always very close, but I would argue because Daytona has floodlights that Dubai wins it every year, because it's not really nighttime driving at all at Daytona.
Yeah, that is true. I'll only say nighttime just because it is. I think they start to drive in the night, even though they have the artificial lighting functioning at 60% of what the normal lights would give you. Because
Yeah.
there is, I've heard, I think the reason they do that is because 100% artificial lighting from those from the posts actually blind the drivers because they're very strong and they reflect on the windshields of the drivers, so they turn it down a little bit. Um, but yeah, I think Dubai as a pure race, nighttime racing, that you would have you only have the main straight to rely on, and even in the main straight, you don't see a lot of artificial lighting. It's not like you would have these high beams. It is more like your normal lights that you probably would have your post lamps around the street to go something around something go by that. Other than that, after that, I think after turn one, it is just pure darkness or close to pure darkness, and you only have to rely on your headlights.
It's properly dark.
Yeah.
It's properly dark, like it is here. I just did the numbers. 8 hours 4 minutes between sunset tonight and sunrise tomorrow, which is at 6 a.m. on the dot. So we will not be live for any of the nighttime driving by the looks of things.
No.
But well, not commentary anyway. The stream will continue on, looking at the best action from around the circuit in the nighttime. That's where often these races, it really feels like, is won and lost. You know, when there are 24 hours of Le Mans, maybe these days a bit different in real life because they've got a safety car procedure that keeps things very close these days. And I'd expect them to use it quite a lot again, to be honest with you, next weekend. But you know, when you've got a race like this, which I think is the better way of doing it, which is just code 80s or full course yellows or whatever you want to call them, it is very much over the night time where the race can be won and lost. You get to 6 a.m., you get to the sunrise with about 7 hours to go. It would be 8 hours to go, I think, here today. And, you know, it's about consolidating that position if you're in the lead. And it's not often that it's, you know, still nose to tail for the lead after 16 hours.
Yeah, true. And actually, I wanted to bring up a topic about that because we often talk about, you know, winning these kind of races. These 24 hours races are usually a mix of competence, preparation, and a tiny bit of luck. If you let's just take the competence and stuff alone, how much percentage you would say you need luck in this race to win a 24-hour event? I'm not saying only Le Mans, but a 24-hour race in general.
How much percent luck? I don't know if I would put percentage on it. Maybe 20, 30? I don't know.
Okay, fair.
I don't know. I think, you know, 24 hours is so long that actually, even, and some people just say, you know, it's about staying out of trouble. Nobody has a perfect race, so let's try and limit our time in the pit lane, whatever. I also think that, you know, pace is quite an underrated factor in this as well. I mean, look at the gaps we've got already for some of these teams that haven't had problems in, well, take Hypercar as an example. Gap between third and fourth is already a minute after less than 3 hours. You know, that's pretty much all down to pace, and that's very difficult to catch back again. Even if you have some sort of problem, you know, small damage doesn't even cover a minute here. So, you know, pace is still very, very important because the race is so long.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%. It's kind of like I said before, it's a mix of preparation, competence, and luck, because you need to prepare for this kind of a race. Whether you're doing laps on the simulator, or you're reading up the weather, you're looking through the BOP. Actually, I was looking into a podcast from Motorsport Brazil that had Daniel Serra. He won in GTM a few years back. I think that was 2022 that I think he won, or 2021. It's kind of funny that he goes, the amount of lying or masquerading that you do in these kind of races, especially in Le Mans and Daytona, is absurd, because they really don't want to showcase the true potential of the car the entire way. They want to showcase in the race, of course, surely, right? You just want to be the best team in the race. You don't want to show that because you're afraid of what the BOP is gonna do to you, just post qualifying or practice sessions.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very much the case, sadly, I guess, in the real world. But fortunately here we've got good spread of manufacturers up towards the front at the moment. A couple of BMWs, Aston Martins led the race earlier on, McLaren as well. So a good spread of manufacturers about. Caspian Motorsport, I think, still the best place to the Porsches. Maybe not anymore, actually, with Ahmed Demirkan driving for them now. I think they're in 10th place. Yep, I think they are in 10th place now for them. But there is Zoltan Boda, who's currently leading the race. Nearly 10 seconds out front now, ahead of Mikel Leroux, who is his teammate, of course, at CMT Go Team Racing. Those two have been in their respective cars since the very start, and they're going against each other for a title, which is not something that teammates often have to contend with.
Absolutely. It's insane, the domination from these two teams during the entirety of the championship. Literally insane.
They won a championship, don't forget, 2 seasons ago. Go Team Racing in the LMP2s. They're not going to repeat that in LMP2, you wouldn't have thought, but they could, well, take the step up and win the overall title, breaking a streak of 2 in a row for Race Clutch, who unfortunately haven't returned. But we've seen Go Team Racing do it before, and they may well do it again. Here it's looking very likely anyway that they will go and do it again. That is the Seawolf Net Race LMP2 car that's just in behind Salvatore Zitiello at the moment for 10th position. This is Thibaut Trambuz, who is driving in 11th position at the moment. Different strategy for Seawolf Net Race, as we said earlier on. They were battling with RFRO for 5th place in the last stint. Now they're outside the top 10. That's how quickly things can change when you're on the down on your strategy and everybody else is on the up.
Yeah, but you can start seeing he's gaining a little bit of an advantage with the fact that he has a little bit of a lighter car and probably the tires are already settled in. So it's not going to be a surprise whenever he actually overtakes that P10 car driven in front of him. So, but is that thing, what goes around comes right back around, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It is going to come back to them again later on in the day. But for now, they've got to attack what's in front of them, and that would mean moving up into 10th position, if at all possible, here for Thibaut Trambuz, who is now through the Porsche curves and in towards Maison Blanche now. The very fast and completely flat out chicane. As there at the bottom of your screen comes the race leader into the pit lane again, nearly 3 hours gone. 4th pit stop of the day already. That's how thirsty these cars are around Le Mans.
Yeah, basically going, what, give or take 50 something minutes, 55?
A bit less than that, yeah.
Yeah, but on the top we probably would do 15 minutes. I think what you're doing average is 40 something. 40. I want to say 45, but I cannot be sure about that number.
Just maybe now that we're in 2 stints without a formation lap also included within them, it's closer to 45 minutes, but still not quite there as far as getting to 45 minutes is concerned. And certainly going longer than these LMP2s have been able to go, where they've been into the pit lane fairly frequently over the course of these first 3 hours. Thibaut Trambuz now is going to probably get himself alongside in towards the chicane, or this BMW is going to just put him off slightly from making it. Oh no!
Oh.
He's misjudged it! He's misjudged it badly into the first chicane. Arm Seibert hits Salvatore Zitiello with nothing he could have done about that. Thibaut Trambuz has completely misjudged that, and there's contact into the first Mulsanne chicane. Zitiello doesn't bother with the tyre wall there. Will they both get away without too much damage, or will we need a code 80? It looks like they will be okay.
No, Zitiello's car is broken.
That was a catastrophic misjudgment.
The yellow car is definitely broken. I just saw him trying to keep the car straight. He's having some difficulties. If you look from the cockpit perspective, the car does look a little bit off set on the angle. But wow, talk about miscalculation of space and a little bit of hesitation maybe.
This was just in amongst the battle for fourth in GT3, by the way, and Sven Gilhard might be the luckiest man on this circuit. What a view he had.
Yep.
Well, I think you're right. Zitiello's car's broken here. Let's just see what lap they're on. They are right in the middle of a stint. This is not a good time to be coming into pit lane, but from the looks of this, they're not going to have any choice.
No, they're not. They're not only they're going to lose position to Valle, which is right behind them, but I would say they probably have front end damage, back end damage, maybe a broken tail link or a broken suspension. So we're going to look on the replay right there. You're going to notice there's a little bit of hesitation from Trent Booth, but I don't know why he commits. I don't know if he wanted to commit for the braking right there to try to go for the overtake, or if he was completely caught by surprise that the other LMP2 of arms actually was a little bit late on the braking as well.
I just think that's nothing other than a very bad misjudgment for Thibaut Trembus, who was, I'm sure, going to apologise for that after his stint, but even so, that might well get him a penalty before the end of the day. As Steelwolf Net Race move into 11th place. Well, they're still 11th because they lost a place, recovering, getting it back out the barriers again, but did gain a place from Zitiello, who's still trying to get that car back again, and now has no other option than to come down pit lane.
Yeah. He at least came in cleanly and without too much of a drama, even though he lost about two spots in the whole field. But I think the time length he's going to spend on that pit box is going to be mortal.
Could be quite a while in the lane. Luc Meunier is also into pit lane. There he is, getting his service. We've seen driver changes for the first time now in Hypercar, as Norbert Jakob and Moritz Mell make their first appearance for Go Team Racing. Currently separated by 7 seconds in a race so far that Go Team Racing have dominated. But Black Hawk Racing, I must say, have not been losing that much time. They have still stayed relatively close in amongst this battle.
Surprisingly so.
Well, Meunier did put it on pole after, I suppose, but yeah, after that he's kept good speed. And the first lap, by the way, was absolutely fantastic to watch between the 5 Hypercars. They all got right in amongst it. Showed you exactly the kind of racing that you want to see at Le Mans. And we got it on the opening lap of this race. There is Meunier, still on pit lane, and just after the 2 go past, he makes his way out of pit lane, and Nick De Silva will drive that car for the first time. Winner of this race on 2 occasions, one with Race Clutch and the other with the Giro Racing, both overall looking for his 3rd overall triumph here this afternoon.
Yeah, and retaining good gap of all things. 18 seconds is a gap that you can still work with early on in this race. So good job by Blackhawk overall. Even though we know the gap probably going to extend over 22 seconds.
Yeah. Well, there you go. 17, 18 between. A little bit more than that. Yeah, 18, 19 between the front 3 for now. But Nick De Silva makes his way back out there and onto the circuit. I'm not sure who their 3rd driver is, by the way, whether they've got a 3rd driver. In the TeamSpeak at the moment, I can only see Luc Meunier and Nick De Silva for Black Hawk Racing. You'd think they've got more than that in the race. We will find out. Further down, Zoltan Hives and Benjamin Gelsinski are now driving for their 2 cars. And look at that, the Racing Zone team immediately under pressure on Steelwolf Net Race. We haven't had a Hypercar battle for a while, but as the first 3 hours draw to a close here, we've got one out there on the circuit for 4th.
Yeah. always a good thing, and I'm gonna complain about that. Top tier level racing between the hypercars right there, one Porsche and one Ferrari. As the Porsche is gonna get on the inside and gonna make that move, I think, right before the chicane actually starts for them.
Well, Seawolf Net Race move through on the inside and into fourth position. First positional change we've seen on the circuit in Hypercar for some time. This Racing Zone team dropped to the back of the field. They're over a minute, though, behind the front three, who are very much the big contenders in this race here today, by the looks of it, for overall honours. Further behind, Grzegorz Lucek and Marco Ventulo battling for 8th place in LMP2 at the moment. And also there's some gaps lower than a second in GT3 now, plenty of them. Jesper Pedersen just ahead of Andre Matczak, and also Sven Gilhard, who just avoided that incident, as we saw. He's very lucky to still be around, to be honest, with those LMP2s crashing around him. But he's now caught up to this battle for 3rd place.
Yeah, which I think Rafa might be on slightly older tires in comparison to the rest of the field. So that's why they're being caught up so hard by Team Iris and Blackhawk. So it's just I think it's a matter of when Patterson is going to get overtaken by these two BMWs. But then again, we have to remind ourselves they are on a 3-lap offset strategy than everyone else. They are 3 laps ahead, and that is still a big thing to talk about as the race goes on.
Yeah, it certainly is. Down the hill in this first sector now for these three. Battling for 3rd position. Pedersen, Marshak and Gilhard. Now through the fast right-hander. And on to the long Mulsanne straight. Into the slipstream for Marshak. He is further away though than Gilhard is to him. That is a small gap. And maybe Team Iris will be able to just split this one up a little bit. They've certainly got their number 78 car further up the road here and performing better so far in this race. As you can see, Merczak doesn't follow the slipstream of the McLaren, but doesn't need to. Gilhard was not close enough that time.
Yeah, I think they're probably setting themselves up for an overtake at the Mulsanne corner, like everybody else was doing. But good retention from Rafa Racing Team as it stands right now. They're getting cleanly out of these chicanes, which is always a good thing, especially if you're defending on your position with older tires in comparison to the rest of the field.
Now on the brakes again. And into the second Mulsanne chicane now. Well, it's a bit wide from Merczak that time. And look at this. Gilhard's going to have the best chance he's had since we've started following this, down in towards Mulsanne corner by the looks of things. This is not pit stop interrupt. These are live and real battles for positions now in GT3 after half an hour of it going quiet on us. It's got loud again all of a sudden. Down on the brakes, side by side, into Mulsanne corner, and Gilhard can't stay in front, or can't get in front, I should say. Merczak holds him off.
Yeah, Merczak holding that inside line quite niftily. It's interesting to talk about this battle in my point of view. If you're Merczak, I know losing the position is very big for you. It's not the thing you probably would have wanted, but think about the lone thing. Gilhard actually has the best. I think he has the best lap of the race in the GT3s. His pace has been consistently high in this stint, so I would say let him go by. Try to follow him through. You have the Rafa Racing Team, which is, of course, offset slightly on the strategy, but they're ahead of you in terms of fuel. So it's a heavier car, probably on a double stint in terms of tires. So take the opportunity, just follow through and see where it leads you to the end. You're probably going to gain one spot nevertheless and recover the losses that you had with that overtake if you actually get overtaken by Team Iris.
And no traffic behind them this time round into the Porsche curves, so Gilhard can focus on getting a little bit closer to his fellow BMW here inside the top 5. Now through the second part. Oh, there you go. I didn't think that Hypercar was going to get anywhere near them, to us. I thought it was too far behind, but there you go. Shows you the difference, doesn't it? Those prototypes have so much more downforce than these GT3s, as we know.
Yeah, it's insane how much they carry in terms of downforce in kilos of downforce throughout the corner, especially these high speed down up and downhill corners that Porsche curve is. Which trust me on this, Ewan. Do you believe if I told you? Would you believe if I told you that I didn't think that the Porsche curves were uphill, downhill section of corners?
Is there a elevation change there?
There is an elevation change,
Oh.
quite considerable one, especially from the first leg to the second leg.
I thought the highest point in Le Mans was a Mars bar dropped on the floor. To be
No.
honest,
Yeah, but it's not like you would feel the elevation, to be honest with you.
No.
But you do notice the car going down, especially on the second leg, because you kind of like you go up a very tiny elevation and then you go down back into the exit of the Porsche chicanes. The Porsche curves.
yeah. It's not something you can, but you know, it's always one of these things with sim racing or indeed just watching these events on TV, whether it's the real race or the sim race. It's very I don't know what's the it's very difficult to see the actual elevation change. Even at some of the hilliest circuits in the world, sometimes very hard to see actually that elevation change. Even though it is simulated, it's a little bit less easy to actually get that visual effect. Whether you're watching it or in sim racing as well.
Yeah, I think what happens is I think the camera angles, especially from broadcast, if you try to even put it over here, I think on our broadcast, you're probably going to see a very relatively flat section of corners. But you notice there's a little bit of transfer weight coming from the cars. Coming up and down, but it's a very minimal. But when I went to the track last year, you could really notice there is a elevation change from one point to the other one, which it is not substantial one, but you do see the cars kind of like going up and down the small crests of Porsche chicanes and nearly contact between Gilhead and Rojak right there.
It's in Mulsanne corner again where he's getting close. He's done this time and again, but this time surely is the closest he has been. It's the run out of Mulsanne corner rather than the one into it, which is he's really benefited from this time. They rub a little bit so close to contact. If there wasn't some there down the straight, absolutely door to door now as they come in towards Indianapolis. Outside line for Gilhood, flies around there, and in the end he was rather given the position by Andre Mershak, who thought, well, if you want it that badly, you can go on ahead into fourth position.
Yeah, nothing that an RG Bargy can do to you, and sometimes you have to take the loss. Like I said before, go ahead. I think he still has the fastest lap in GT3s. Just follow him around. You know that he's gonna reach that rFactor, I think, in a little bit. And I think the best thing you can do is just try to follow this white and purple BMW M4 the best way you can, and maybe recoup the loss that you just had overtaking Rafa Racing Team just because you're following the toe of a faster car.
Good afternoon, by the way, to Pim Van Ark, who's watching on after his stint earlier on. Team Aris currently running in 4th place and 7th place now. Stanislas Pajot is currently in that 7th. Oh, off in front. Hyperion, is that the leader, perhaps? Or is that the other Hyperion car? No, that is Thomas Bach in the gravel through Porsche curves. It's a good job he's got half a minute's worth of a lead.
Sometimes there's a certain moment like you would really want to be playing with fire, especially if you are in the lead of a highly contested race like this.
He certainly was playing with fire there. Stanislas Pajot now comes into the pit lane as well. Now, this is the end of lap 48. So that's some very short stints so far from Team Irish, I've got to say. They're going to be a long way behind, especially teams like Rafa Esports team, but we know that. Even some of the other teams, though, they'll be quite a long way behind in terms of when they're pitching there. That is a bit on the early side.
And just trying to take a quick look over here. How many laps was he in? About 9 laps in?
to that stint.
Yeah.
Oh,
9 laps in.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that true? Wow. Okay. I thought that was just another 12-lap stint, to be honest. I thought they'd just been doing 12 laps and they've been slightly on the short side, but that seems really early.
Yeah, that's why it's for me a little bit strange. I'm taking what the live timing is telling me, but then again, I could be completely wrong. Don't never take a commentator's math or words
exactly.
sometimes for it. Yeah.
That is just our maths rather than anything else. So
Yeah.
difficult to take that as gospel, certainly. There is Pedersen, who will certainly be going on a bit longer than that. We've got loads of battles in LMP2 still to catch up on here as well. Francesco Giniali just out in front now. Frigo looks like, and Marco Vinciullo, who have been quite close all day long. Well, all day long. I'll probably over-egging that. At least for this last stint, they have been quite close together. And they're not too far away from another round of LMP2 pit stops, don't forget here. Maybe another 2 or 3 laps, and we'll see LMP2s in again, maybe a little bit longer than that. But 3 driver battle now for 7th place, and it's certainly Giniali, the one who's being caught.
A good battle between these guys. It's kind of interesting how the LMP2 is shaping up, kind of sorts. You know, these mid-pack battles between them, they're kind of like being very interesting in the whole scope of the race. That's where the action, I would say, has been ever since the start of the race. I would say post-race start, I think this is where the action has been. Correct, just slightly correction in my statement.
Yeah, I mean, the first couple of laps were definitely all hypercar, 3 wide moments and all sorts. Yeah, GT3 was probably providing the best for the first hour, maybe 2, but since then it has been all LMP2. And I think that's partly down to, the more frequency of pit stops and the more different strategies that you can therefore take on as well. It means that, while all of these passes are not necessarily by people on the same strategy, it means there's always something to look at here. There's always somebody on the up as far as their strategy is concerned, and always somebody suffering a bit with old tyres or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's that old good chess games of strategies. This is why I love I think I love Le Mans in that aspect, because you have so many different strategies and things like that you don't know, especially in closely contested races, that you don't know who has the upper edge on other people, because let's just say you might have a double stint of tires, might be about a second slower, but on the long run, your strategy might be better than others that overtook you while you were doing your double stint. So for me, that's the interesting aspect that Le Mans kind of like possesses. Of course, other racetracks that kind of like provide 24-hour races like Nürburgring and Spa have the same effect, but because you have so many the different compounds and everything, there's a certain, I would say, air of uncertainty of how things are for your stint.
The regular cycle of GT3 stops have started again, by the way, pretty much the same lap for everybody at the end of 49. So it's only 1 lap early, to be fair, for Team Iris, so not too bad for them at all. But with the Rafa Esports team going so much longer, they are going to start to concern some of the contenders here, as the Brabham Corvette just it's in the middle now of this group through Arnage, and look at that. Looks like under pressure now from Marco Vinciullo, who definitely got a better run there. Out of the Arnage corner, straight through. Wow, straight through for Vinciullo. And the Supreme Esports car works its way into the top 8. Looks like didn't seem to me to get a particularly bad run, but Vinciullo got a much better one.
Yeah, and that is a very big run.
Don't often see that so early on in the straight before the Porsche curves, got to say. It was very, very early on when he managed that.
I wonder if it could be related to traction control, because sometimes when you get out of Arnage and you try to go back on the speed, the traction control kind of like kicks in sometimes, because the rear of the car is still a little bit live as you do a right-hand transition, and you are within a small patch of AstroTurf, right, or painted tarmac. Because you are on a slightly slippery surface, the traction control wants to kick in, and you're transitioning the car. That probably could have been the situation right there for Vinciullo to get such a good run. But it's just again, that's from my perspective as would be, let's just say, driving in the sim than anything else.
Yeah, it's possible that certainly was a factor in that. We'll just check back in with them and again in a second. The pit stops of at least that round anyway completed in GT3. Cameron though still leads. 24 seconds I'm seeing on my screen. Yeah, it is. To Liam Rance. Ahmed Derbican hasn't stopped yet. 81 has. And that's why they're in behind. Gilhoj still in behind. Marcek here. And where are Team Iris? Yeah, well,
I think he pitted.
There. Sorry?
By the way, Team Iris, I think, pitted.
Yeah, so, yeah, sorry, but Gilhoj there obviously just in behind. Then the other Team Iris, yeah, pitted a lap earlier. Genesis Pleasure, but obviously not back in our top 8 yet because some of the guys haven't stopped yet who are inside the top 8, like Dermican, who's just in front of these two right now, and Scalvini as well. Gianluca Scalvini, who's currently in second for Simframe, is going to lose some places once he makes a pit stop as well. So still interesting in GT3 as they all make their pit stops. Now we'll see whether Venturo can get this move done as quickly as he managed on the Go Team racing car. Out of the second chicane, and Venturo is going to have a decent chance, and you can see that Geniali thinks so as well, because he has got on the defensive clearly in towards Mulsanne corner. Outside line for Venturo, and no way past on this occasion. So Marco Venturo is, oh, and that's a bit of a slide wide from Lukczak as well in the background. Venturo again having to wait, but it was in towards Indianapolis where we've seen so many of the moves so far this afternoon. Are we going to see another one down here as we get to the end of this straight in towards Indianapolis again? He's just not quite got the legs, I don't think, at the moment. And Marco Venturo is going to be forced to spend a bit more time in behind.
Yeah, but I wonder if there might be a little bit of a strategy aspect from the Arms Turbo team, from Geniale right there, because like he might not have the same tire life that Venturo has, but he can defend a little bit on the straights. That could allow the Go team to come in closer and put Venturo on the back foot, and then allow to break free and or breathe for a small tiny moment, because he's not under pressure. It's the driver that is trying to do the overtaking on him that is going to be under pressure.
Timothy Goya's come into the pit lane as well, so that's another 11 lap stint complete. Lap 55 is where they've got to. There's going to be a lot of pit stops next lap, I feel, in LMP2 based on what I've seen so far today. Will any of these guys follow? Yes. We're going to take this battle to the pit lane by the looks of things. Only 2 of the top 5 are in, but 3 of the next 5 into the pit lane, all one after the other. In fact, 4 of the next 5 in as well, because Sean Clark Racing, despite having dispatched of these guys, are going to pit at the same time. And so suddenly it's going to get very, very busy down on pit lane, and watch out for the traffic jam here as they all try and see their box. Thankfully, they've all interacted with each other quite well there in terms of where their pit boxes are and making sure they can get into it cleanly.
Yeah, which relies on good communication. Meanwhile, back to GT3s where Gilhead is trying to catch that 6th place back.
Let's see into the first Mulsanne chicane. Surely there's going to be a big chance down here to get this one done. Outside line, Sven Gilhard chooses. Be a whiff of a slipstream from Demirkan just up ahead here, but can Team Iris get themselves into 6th position on the outside line here? Blackhawk not going to give it up too easily, but Sven Gilhard round the outside gets it done, and that's 6th place for now, ahead of Andrei Maciek.
Yeah, and 2.7 away from Demichurn, so Demichurn. So there's a good reality that Porsche might lose a spot. I'm not gonna say in this lap, but probably potentially in a lap or two if Gilhead's pace shows his true colors in a little bit.
Towards the final, the final of the Mulsanne chicanes, I should say. This is now our closest battle on the circuit as the ones in LMP2 just disappear. But yes, those LMP2s are about to all go through a pit stop cycle, so we'll keep an eye on that. This last hour, though, I've got to say, has been pretty constant in the way of battling. There was half an hour or so of a bit of respite, but in terms of individual battles, there's been still plenty of them, despite the fact we're nearly 3.5 hours in.
No, certainly not. It's been eventful. It's not been sometimes dull, like people would say. Oh, there's nothing happening on the track. It's just gap racing. It is what it is. But that eventually is going to happen. You know, that dull moment where we like to say the after dark moments, right, Ewan? Where you probably would go more into a just relax, try to just do your stint, do not be just watch over your mistakes and everything, rather than going side by side with people. That is eventually going to happen. But because we are so early on in the race, we're barely 4 hours in. That invites a little bit of a closeness effect to cars in the field. But like I said before, I kind of expected the race to be a little bit closer in general gaps, but because there's still so many cars in the racetrack, that is still we're seeing from now and then these pockets of battles, which is always a good thing for us and viewers too.
Thomas Frank has made his way back out onto the circuit again after pit stops. And Charlie Rigo and Michal Sedlacek have both found themselves into pit lane as well. Rigo stays in the on-off racing car. Thomas Singer Sim Racing have been generally closing, but Sedlacek can't quite get on terms for the moment with on-off racing, and so will remain in third. To remind you of the championship situation, Hyperion Esports and Thomas Singer Sim Racing came into today tied on points, with Black Hawk Racing only 8 points back, retiring from this one only 14 laps in, so only in the middle of the second stint in the first hour of this race. It is a two-horse race, realistically, especially when they're both up in the podium places. A two-horse race that right now Hyperion Racing, or Hyperion Esports, are certainly winning, and there are two of the class leaders. Hyperion Esports in LMP2 just up in front, and then Jesper Pedersen for the rFactor Esports team. Both currently leading their class, but worth noting the strategic pit stop differences going on in GT3.
Yeah, as we saw Pedersen going extra than everybody else, at least 3 laps. I wonder to see if that is going to happen. I think that is still going to stay at 3 laps, if not maybe 4, because they're on lap 11 of their stint. The only guys in the field that are doing the same amount as it currently stands are the second place Simframe team. But other than that, it's been a close race. I saw the lead gap overall going down over 2 seconds because of the leader, the overall leader, getting checked up by that Team Iris car that Go Ahead was driving on, not along back.
Yeah, there you go, 3.5 seconds now. Moritz Mel and Noah Jakob. Although I think that the big positive for them is that they are just about extending that advantage over Nick De Silva, who's lost a bit of time for that first Mulsanne chicane there. And that's maybe one of the reasons. Bit of traffic in the background there. And Nick De Silva will make it 3 wide. There you go. All 3 classes, 3 wide down the Mulsanne straight. Pictures don't get much better than that, do they? That was quite nice for those 3. But unfortunately, Nick De Silva has been just losing a little bit of time, to be honest, over these first moments of the stint.
Yeah, but to be fair, Silva was actually faster on the previous lap. I don't know if that's going to be the case because he is catching a very loose satellite racing GT3 out of the second Mulsanne chicane. But still was nearly a 321 flat for that Black Hawk Racing Porsche 963, where the others, Ferrari's 499Ps, did around 21.3 and 22.7 for the leader.
3.5 seconds, though, the difference between those two at the front of the field, those 2 teammates, and it will close again there with a bit of Simframe interaction there, the Aston Martin. So it's those 2 leading in Hypercar, Hyperion Esports leading in LMP2, and the rFactor Esports team leading in GT3. So far, nearly 3.5 hours gone in the Virtual Endurance Championship. 24 hours of Le Mans. What a race we are set to have. Championships set to be decided. At the moment, number 17, Go Team Racing, would be leading the way in the Hypercar. There they are. in LMP2, Hyperion Esports would take it, and Rafa Esports team, as expected, would take it in GT3. Me and Lorenzo just go quiet for a moment here with 20 hours and 35 minutes to go. We're going to have an onboard lap with the current championship leaders, and indeed those chasing down for the race lead. Moritz Mel on a charge at the moment. Let's follow him for a lap on board. Side by side for the lead between the two teammates. Moritz Mel round the outside in towards Indianapolis, and Norbert Jakob couldn't do anything about it. At the start of the lap, we started following them on board. That was about 2 seconds between the two, but Lorenzo, Moritz Mel has got through, and the championship leaders are now the race leaders as well.
Yeah, I think it could be due to the factor of maybe Jakob using old tires. Or something like that, but nevertheless, good move by Mel, as now he's on the charge at championship leaders. Nothing more deserving, you know. If you're leading the championship, you could and sometimes should be leading this race. So deservedly so for that Go Racing team driven by Mel.
And Moritz Mel, yeah, great drive from him so far. It is a race, of course, this one that the Go team have won before, and Moritz Mel was on that team that won the race in LMP2 a couple of years ago. He was partnered with Zoltan Bode on that occasion, which he's up against here today. So they can't both be two-time race winners here at this race. And this time around, it's going to be one of the two of them, or somebody else completely. But I've got to say, this is looking very good for Mel at the moment. Obviously, still a very long way to go, but I mean, he's chased down the leaders with a 5 second or so gap as to whatever it was when they came out the pit lane. He's got through pretty easily. Now he's actually pulling away, nearly a second already.
Yeah, it's insane. I still think it could be up to tires from Mel, but also look at the clean lines that Mel has been doing on this lap, right? You might have used tires but do these clean laps, but I don't think he's doing as efficiently as Mel is doing. He's just being able to keep up within the draft, and to be honest, for Blackhawk, that is a very dangerous combination, having two teammates drafting each other, trying to give a little bit more speed, maybe some time down on their pace. That is a dangerous proposition that I think Blackhawk needs to find a way to circumvent that. but I don't think there's anything that they can do to circumvent that thing.
And Marco Vinciullo has just got past Francisco Giniale, and Gregos Luxak is right in there as well. Battle for 7th in LMP2 continues. Michael Brooks, by the way, in YouTube chat asking whether there's a live timing link somewhere. If you go to simracing.live, you will find the links you need. You will have to click through a few more links to select the VEC and which division you want. Indeed, what you want to have a look at. But simracing.live is where you can check out either live timing of Division 1 or Division 2. We've still got that Division 2 race ongoing in the 24 hours of Le Mans. And it was Jichutis leading when we last checked in. Team Sheba, they are still leading. Now a minute the advantage that they hold over the rest of the field. Giniale under pressure here from Gregos Luxak on the way towards the first Mulsanne chicane, and he wants to defend it as well. He protects the inside line for the first part of that chicane and protects it well here too. 8th place he is able to retain.
Yeah, that's double. Make them work. That's and make them work cleanly. You did not overstretch your braking zone or anything like that. You just drove yourself cleanly and took a little bit advantage of the fact that you have had the M4 GT3 in front to use that traffic to your advantage. Sometimes the smartest good drivers do that for whether they're going to be defending the car or they're going to be overtaking them in the field. We see just in front.
Marco Vinciullo misjudged that a little bit. He thought he was going to get through on the BMW in towards that first chicane, but second chicane rather, but he certainly didn't. And Giniale now is going to be in the slipstream. Just backs away a little bit there. Just looks like in the Go Team LMP2, but Giniale is going to get a lot closer here. Down the hill on the way towards Mulsanne corner. Not quite close enough. Just shows you how traffic can influence things. That was very nearly disastrous for Marco Vinciullo there.
Yeah, absolutely. That got a little bit closer, but they all managed to get away. And again, Vinciullo not being able to overtake invites Giniale to come in, but I don't think Giniale is going to be able to make that overtake, as we're seeing that battle actually happen in between the P2 and P3 and GT3. As you can see, both Rafa and Satellite cars in the frame.
Oh, look at that, Giniale. Wow, close again in towards Indianapolis this time, as he tries to punish Marco Vinciullo for the in reality, very minor errors he's made over the course of this lap. Giniale was almost and was at times completely into the back of the Simframe car in front of him, but they get away with it. My goodness, Gregos Luxak watches on. He was very nearly going to pick up 2 places for the price of 1 there if they take each other off, but they managed to avoid any disasters, and Giniale still can't find his way past.
How did they not crash? If it was me driving, of course I would have crashed because I'm an average driver, but wow. That's the one way to keep each other at bay of sorts, even though Giniale got a small off track at the exit of the Porsche curves.
That was extremely close to disaster there for all of those drivers. Goodness me. Out of the final corner they come, and over the line again. Vinciullo's got a second. Maybe now he will be able to just extend a bit of an advantage here, and he will consolidate 7th place. But at times over that last lap, he was under a lot of pressure.
Absurd amount of pressures. Was able to hold on for a tiny bit, even though Vinciullo overtook him, and was able to put up some pressure due to the traffic. You know, traffic gives and traffic takes, and you might think, oh, Le Mans, big track, 13 kilometers, that's unlikely to happen. Think again.
Now that Giniale is going to be the one under pressure this time. Gregos Luxak is right in behind him here into the slipstream before this first Mulsanne chicane. Is he now going to be the one to be making moves? Because he hasn't got any more slipstream, Francisco Giniale. He's got to do all the defending naturally. Oh, and he can't quite in towards that first Mulsanne chicane. He was relatively close, but sometimes when I'm watching this battle, I'm not entirely sure that Lutzak really wants to make these overtakes, to be honest with you. I think he just wants to bide his time a little bit more than the other two.
Or apply pressure so they can genially make a mistake. Either or, you know, that's sometimes the battle is not won on attempting an overtake. It's just applying pressure to the other driver so he can fall and make a mistake, and you get the entire run on the next set of corners.
The battle for the lead has changed again, by the way. Norbert Jakob is back in the lead again after Moritz Mel overtook a couple of moments ago. He's now back to second again. Here's Moritz Mel. And, well, that's a big turnaround. When we were last watching them, I thought Mel was going to get out to a pretty good advantage, actually. But Norbert Jakob has said, no, I can go toe-to-toe with you. And he has got that lead back again.
I wonder if they're trying to do fuel saving strategies of sorts. Wouldn't surprise me if they go for that, because you know they can keep each other with relative ease. Like I said before, it's a dangerous proposition that Nick De Silva doesn't want to be in, because you have the two teammates sharing draft, overtaking each other, not losing a whole lot of time in the process. And you're trying to do your best to try to get closer to them and attempt to do overtakes, and you're just not seeing your gap come down, even though you're doing slightly faster laps than them sometimes.
Mel is right in the slipstream again now of Norbert Jakob, and is surely going to have another go. Based on the aggression we saw from him earlier on, he is surely going to give this another go. Is he going to fuel save? There you have it. There's the lifting. And there's the fuel saving. I get the feeling there's not been that much of that happening, actually, for these two so far, but it certainly was there in towards the second Mulsanne chicane. Maybe he's just waiting for a later opportunity on this lap to overtake, because he knew that if he'd gone down the inside there, he would have just been repassed again. Maybe it's this time is the moment to strike. Norbert Jakob pulls over to the side, but Mel sort of follows him, sort of doesn't, and no, makes a very direct decision not to go past him.
Yeah, just try to follow the best way you can. You know you're retaining your advantage to Nick De Silva, so I don't think there's any point for them to try to, you know, go over each other. If you want to do that at that, there you go. Do it on the straight where you still have a good patch of road before you come into the next sequence of corners.
Moritz Mel did this last time. He took the lead, and he's about to do it again by the looks of things here. Side by side between the teammates into Indianapolis. Goodness me. I thought Norbert Jakob would definitely finally give over the place eventually, but no. He well and truly drove that into the corner. And the two of them were dicing with a real bit of danger there through Indianapolis as they battled for the lead of this race.
And the leader, I think that is a situation where probably you would find yourself in, you know, I don't want to lose a lot of time. I'm coming into a very sequence of high to low speed corners. So I just want a little bit of a free space for me to start braking properly. And I think that's why we saw a little bit more closer than we have probably previously anticipated as they get out of the Porsche curves and Mel is still ahead.
Wow, that was more action than I was expecting out of these two. And now they're coming in. Surely that makes the whole previous exchange completely pointless, doesn't it? Now they're both coming into the pit lane anyway.
Yeah, it is what it is. They're
sure
close
why.
to one another. That's what matters most.
I'm not sure why they bothered with all that, but anyway, there you go. It was fun to watch while it lasted, I suppose, but there you go. They're both into the pit lane now. In GT3, it's getting relatively close. The lead continues to extend for Camille Nui and Blackhawk Racing out front. 30 seconds now the advantage. And I don't know if it was just me, but the RAF Esports team seemed to pit in a little bit sooner than in terms of the going laps longer. They seem to do less laps longer than what they have done on some occasions previously. And they're being drawn in now by Satellite Racing and Team Iris, who are queuing up behind them. Here in the background, fourth place, Sven Gill, who are trying to pass Liam Ranch for a podium place.
You say that, but they have a 4-lap offset.
Okay, maybe I just imagined it. I don't know.
Yeah, they're on the second lap of their stint. And Renz and Go Ahead, they're on their 6th lap.
Okay, well, in that case, I definitely did just imagine it then, and it wasn't a shorter period of time. I'm just getting used to the period of time, clearly, that it is for the pit stop difference. So there you go. Pedersen is still the driver. Liam Rance might well be drawing to a close in about half stint's time. A first stint of the afternoon. Humanisser only did a couple of stints to begin with. And Liam Rance may well only do the same here in this BMW. Van Geerhoed, though, will want to get past him before that happens. And there's plenty of time yet, but this is one of the best chances he's had now, catching up in that Team Iris BMW. And now he's going for the podium. Inside line for the first part of Indianapolis. Not given loads of room by Rance, but he didn't need to be given that. That was a good squeeze by Rance there just to keep the place. He's got a bit deep, though, into the second part. And here, switching to the inside, not quite on this occasion. I thought he was going to switch to the inside. Van Geerhoed does not in towards Arnage.
I think he thought about it for a single second, but he saw it was a high-risk, low-reward move. And what's problematic is they're not being able. Geerhoed is not being able to overtake Rance. Rance got defensive. They're within the same stint, and I think they lost some gap to Merchak, which is 6.6 behind Geerhoed. So I don't think that Merchak is going to be a factor in this battle unless they make a very blatant mistake that will allow that Black Hawk car to come in.
Yeah, that's quite a big gap back to Merchak at the moment, 6 seconds. So I expect to see him coming in anytime soon. They'll be back again a little bit later. They will hope, certainly Black Hawk Racing, but what a great start to the race it's been for the team. They've had 2 inside the top 5 for the whole race so far, and the number 91 car has led most of the laps of this race.
Yeah, that's just insane.
And they've done very well. Never won this race, Black Hawk Racing. As I mentioned earlier on, I'm sure they're tired of me repeating the fact they've never been champions or won Le Mans in this series, but they've just been here for such a long time. Yeah. It feels like it can't be real, that statistic. But but it is.
I think they've been here since I was running in VEC. I last ran in VEC. If I think
when was that?
It was 2018, I think.
What would that been? The end of season 10, then?
Yeah, something like that. But I think it's right on the verge. I think when I did my last run on Div 1, I think Black Hawk were on their first year. But I could be very wrong.
I thought they would. I thought they were here earlier than that, actually.
Yeah, you might be right, but it's something like. I could be very wrong because I think the last time I did VEC was in Div 1 was about 2018-ish. It was just one round, and even then I cannot remember all the teams I ran against.
No. Well, it's a long time ago, so it makes sense. Yeah, I'm not sure when they started, but certainly been there for a while. Anyway. Not involved in this battle. This is Team Iris versus Satellite Racing. One team who have won before and one haven't in the Le Mans 24 Hours. And the team that have moved forward. That is Van Geerhoed up to 3rd place ahead of Liam Rance, but he went quite deep there into the first Mulsanne chicane. And now Liam Rance is certainly going to have another chance at coming back through again if he wants to take it. But don't forget Jesper Pedersen's impact in this one. Whoever pulls out of the slipstream here is just going to go backwards, and Liam Rance knows that. He's not going to pull out too early in that case. He's just going to take the double slipstream. He might even take the fuel save right the way down to Mulsanne corner, and he does.
Yeah, without too much of a drama, which is what probably Geerhoed wanted to do on the previous lap. Now the hunt is on against Pedersen. And I don't think he's going to have a lot of time. He's probably going to have a little bit over half a stint to try to do that. It's just that the fuel advantage right now from where this is going, it's still, again, it's the full advantage of the rFactor Racing team over everybody else in the field.
It's looking good for Team Iris at the moment, I've got to say. Van Geerhoed's driving very well, and pace is good, but rFactor Esports team do have a strategic advantage, so it's going to be so fascinating to watch this play out over the course of the next 20 hours, 15 minutes. They're saving a lap, by the way, per stint here. Worked out earlier for referee sports team. They could well save 2 pit stops before the end of this race. And so you start to wonder what kind of a time gap are you going to need to sort of subvert that. And 30 seconds, I don't think, is enough for 1 pit stop at the moment. We'll have to note down next time Kemil Noe comes into pit lane in number 91. We'll have to get a proper reading on how long you lose in a pit stop time. And you can start to mark some of these teams against the referee sports team who are trying to save pit stops here. Well, we're not too far away from the end of another hour. Nearly 4 gone in the 24 hours of Le Mans. They are flying by this afternoon in the Virtual Endurance Championship as we get towards the evening time. Overcast conditions again, but a dipping track temperature now as it's 8 minutes to 5 in sim. But with the night time approaching, those fears, those concerns about the thermal degradation, the thermal wear of these tyres will certainly be going away now.
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, it's not the hottest track in the whole world as it stands right now. So I think, I cannot remember. Let me see if we can pull up the track temperature. You might have it. I don't, because track temperature is 41. Still hot, but it's not like scorching hot. You probably would see in other places. You'd say it's right at the balance of really close to optimal temperature.
Side by side, Kiyahud pulls to the outside line, what it will be for the first part of the Mulsanne chicanes here. And he'll be through. Wow, clear before the braking zone. This Team Iris BMW is getting quicker and quicker as the afternoon rolls on, especially at the hands of Sven Kiyahud, who now moves into second place. They made the referee sports team look slow there somehow.
I think I don't want to say, but I think the worn tires are starting to take true effect in the car.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. But this is a great drive so far for Kiyahud, the Dutchman, who's passed Jesper Pedersen, the very experienced driver of that McLaren there, the referee sports team driver in the McLaren. And next in line, as you can see, Liam Rance is in the BMW in that 4th place. So is Rance now going to follow through? Because it's clear that Team Iris are the quickest of the 3, but what about Rance versus Pedersen? Is that going to give Liam Rance another position here?
Looking for it. And I'll be very honest, there's a good possibility that that Rafa team might lose up to 5th place to Blackhawk, not far behind. The gap is slightly closing between Rens and Maricek, and also Pedersen. So there's a good chance that Maricek could reach them by the end of the stint and maybe overtake the Rafa car. But then again, once he's overtaken, Pedersen or whoever drives the car out of the pit box, he's probably going to have a new rubber in comparison to the whole rest of the field. So is that thing, what goes around comes right back around.
Johan Curzon in YouTube chat says it feels like driving on soap. So he's enjoying himself this afternoon.
Yeah.
for the Brabham Motorsport team, currently driving that Corvette. I must say, they are the only Corvette, so it's difficult to mark them against the others. But yeah, if he says it's like driving on soap, you can be sure that he wasn't enjoying his stint earlier on today. Tobias Hoffman now driving for them in 13th position. Just made me giggle there. His comment. Anyway, we'll get back to Liam Rance and Jesper Pedersen, because it's getting close again. The overall leaders coming through on these guys, by the way, and that is going to help the second of the 2 Go Team cars. That's Moritz Mel closing in on Norbert Jakob not so far out of the pit lane after another stint, and so the leaders are back down to a second again between them. Well, we've got just 2 hours 10 to go, and it is almost time for another driver change here in the commentary box, as it were. Commentator change. But final thoughts from you, Lorenzo. I know we're not going to be hearing from you again in this virtual endurance championship season, unfortunately, in season 17. But thanks very much for coming to be with me for the last couple of hours. How have you seen the race so far, and what are you expecting from the next 20 hours?
It should be a good race. I think it's still a strategy race of sorts. I think this is going to get powered a little bit more as the race stretches on. But it's still wholly undecided. I do think the Hypercars, Black Hawk, I think is in a dangerous spot for not getting this win. Hyperion's in a good set. I just want to see that GT3. If that Rafa Racing Team fuel strategy is going to basically be the difference maker towards the end of the race, if they do basically avoid a full pit stop on everybody else. But looking forward to it. And again, great season. Looking forward to the next one. Potentially I might return to driving. You'll never know.
That was a scary thought for everybody to end this. And the
come on, you. Wow.
to end this day with. Thanks very much, Lorenzo. That's Lorenzo Bonda joining me for the last couple of hours. Myself, Ian O'Leary, staying with you for the first quarter of this race, or nearly, of this 24 hours of Le Mans. Ed Hunter, who opened the race with me, is back again alongside me. Good afternoon, Ed. Back for another few hours for yourself. I mean, this has been lively stuff so far. I've got to say I've enjoyed this. It's been a constant stream of nice battles to have a look at in GT3 and LMP2 especially.
Yeah, certainly. There's been a little bit back and forth between our two Hypercar leaders as well, the Go teams, exchanging the lead as they try to gap the Black Hawk number 3 driven by Nick De Silva. So I still got all the names from the first stint in my head. I keep forgetting they've all changed over. But yeah, it's interesting for Lorenzo there that he was thinking about getting back behind the driver's seat in the future. I guess that's one way of saying I don't want to commentate with you anymore. But I'm sure we shouldn't take it too personally. But just he's enjoying the action, wants to be part of it rather than talking about it. Me, well, I think I'm in the right position personally. But as we see Liam Rance continuing to try and chase down Jesper Peterson. Problem for Rance, of course, is that he's one of the GT3s that pit earliest in their sort of first stint, and the knock-on effect of that is they've probably got the most worn tyres, even compared to Rafa, who are on that sort of completely different strategy of stretching the stints out as long as they can, so that they can get the fuel the last, and as you say, potentially save one or even up to two pit stops but come the conclusion of the race. It will be interesting to see, pardon me, as now Team Iris and, of course, the big gap ahead to Black Hawk 91, as they extend that gap, whether Kamal now he can sort of build a big enough gap to negate that advantage. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Rance can sort of overcome the sort of more worn tyres that he's got in this stint and slipstream his way past that McLaren, because he's seen the Team Iris car do it, of Sven Gielhed, who we know has got some very, very good pace at his disposal. I wonder if Liam Rance maybe will be inspired to do similar as he just avoids hitting the gravel coming out of the final chicane.
A good afternoon to Casper Stoltz, who's just checked in, watching the Virtual Endurance Championship 24 Hours of Le Mans rather than driving in it and winning in it, as he has done on 3 occasions in years gone past, the last of which 4 years ago today, in 2021, when he took the GTE class with John Lacey Esports. Back in that season, the only 24 Hours of Le Mans to date, which has had just 2 classes rather than 3. They were the winner of the slower of the 2. Starts up there as far as the overall drivers' winners goes. It's got to be a better way of saying that. The amount of times that drivers win a race, certainly up there. But yeah, watching along this year instead. We'll see if any of these records can be equalled or broken. Not many of the drivers who've won multiple times are actually in this race this year, unfortunately. A very different look to the front of lot of these classes. We do have some teams who maybe have a shot at getting multiple wins, because there aren't many of them in reality. I was talking about this actually with Lorenzo. Over the course of the last few years in LMP2, it's been a different team winning every single time. Even, well, I suppose sometimes different teams with different, or the same team with a different name, which is a bit different. But on many occasions, different teams, and certainly for the last few years, we've had Team Irish, Go Team Racing, Waveframe Esports, Ajira Racing, Hydra Racing, Team Singularity. That's where things start to get a bit similar from here, with Singularity and Knight of Elix and all that. But anyway, lots of different teams in the last few years winning in LMP2, and Hyperion Esports not one of them. Neither are On-Off Racing or Thomas Engersim Racing. So we look like we're set for a different winner, a class that's been very hard to pin down.
Didn't Thomas Enger do very well last season though, if I'm not mistaken? I might be thinking of Division 2, but I'm pretty sure if I look at Legacy Champions, season 16, Thomas Enger Sim Race, but that was in the Ferrari 488 in GD3, so it's the same lineup. Polesny, Sedlasek is in the car at the moment, Maximilian Kalinic and Yael Barbosa, who I think have since might have parted company with the team, but yeah, certainly a lot of the same. There's a lot of carryover from the last season, and it, you can say there's a lot of turnover, but I think it's good to see GD3 champions going up to LMP2, LMP2 champions going up to Hypercar, and even, people spreading their wings, trying different championships up in there, and you do get a lot of Division 2 teams also moving up as well. There's always a good sense of progression with VEC. There's a good place to start in Division 2, and there's a good place to end, which is right here at the very top in Division 1, of course. And I think Go Team and Hypercar are a good example of that, a team that have fought their way up the ranks. And this is potentially one of their biggest achievements in sim racing, if they can pull this up with either car, really. Number 17, of course, second would be enough, but winning the race outright, of course, also has a distinct appeal, as we said, and the 17 and the 7 working together very, very well. But there will come a time, I think, if they're still right close together when we get to last 2 hours or so, the gloves might come off between those two, and we might see a couple of more slightly tetchy moves and defensive moves in response, as we look at now Liam Rance within 6/10 of Jesper Peterson. Peterson going a little wide on some of the corner exits. You can tell Rafa having to save fuel constantly means they can't escape that satellite car behind them. They're hoping that Liam Rance pits before he passes them.
That is going to be a key feature of this battle.
Anyway, I hope I answered your question. It's quite a big one about all the history of who won LMP2.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was talking about Le Mans winners rather than champions.
Le Mans winners. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, which Le Mans winners have always been. I guess that's more likely, isn't it, that Le Mans winners are always going to be different because it is an individual race after all, but rather than a championship.
And being so long, it's bound to throw up some surprises over the years, isn't it?
Yeah, and I guess you can say exactly the same about the GT class. To be fair, there have been a few more repeats there, but the GT class is similar. It's just that the reason it doesn't feature in my brain for the top class particularly is because Race Clutch have won the last 2 years, and Velez won a couple of years in a row as well. So it's happened a little bit more overall, bizarrely, rather than in the individual classes, which have been a lot more changeable. But plenty of drivers in this field have never won before. These two. Well, certainly the Satellite Racing team, rather, are one of them. Liam Rance has not quite been able to get on turns. While Sven Gilhard got past and has shot up the road, Liam Rance has not done the same.
Yeah, 6 seconds to the good, although Gilhead only able to match the times that come out now ahead of him. Although having said that, previous lap, he was 7/10 quicker. So are Blackhawk, do you think, going to get a little bit worried if Sven Gilhard can keep this pace up and eat into that 30-second advantage? It's gone down from 32 seconds to 29.7 now. So the pressure is very much on. Now he has got to keep lapping consistently, and not. I think the idea, what you need in the endurance race is when you're leading by that margin and you see the margin starting to disappear, is to not panic and to just keep holding the course and not making mistakes. Because when you start making mistakes, even if you're one of the quickest drivers in the field, that is when it can start getting really costly. And speaking of which, a bad lap from Moritz Mel. He's dropped to 5.9 seconds by Norbert Jakob, who was right with him a couple of laps ago, within about a second. So he's had a little bit of a tough time with the traffic, I think.
Yeah, I think some of that might have been through the Porsche curves, looking at those cars in behind him, which are just making their way through the Ford chicanes as well. Kasper Stolz, by the way, says he is driving this year. I didn't realise. He hasn't done any races this season, but he's here for Le Mans. And so he's driving with Jesper Pedersen, Jone Simoncic, and I think Michi Hoyer's joining them as well, let's see, for this one. And Darren Moschek. They're all entered anyway. So we'll see how many of the 5 are required. But 5 drivers, not something you see very often these days in a winning team. We last saw that season 9, a car win the race with 5 drivers. It's been 4 the predominant the predominant winning lineup. That's certainly over the last few years. A little run of 3 driver teams doing a little bit better, but 4 driver teams has been the way. We'll see how many of those drivers are required here today, but Kasper Stolz is going to be here by the looks of things. Looking to equal the all-time record, by the way, for Le Mans class wins. Yuri Kazdrup's got 4, Kasper Stolz got 3. Chance to equal that by midday on Sunday.
Yeah, certainly, but there will be a bit of a stern challenge, and yeah, certainly if you're RAF Esports, having a reserves bench like that to fall back on is quite extraordinary, and a big boost to the team as well. Not just having the regulars, of course, that have been driving all season to a very, very high standard. Of course, it also helps that Michi Hoyer, his team, I don't think are taking part of WRT, so he's sort of free to race for Rafa, which he's also competed for them in other championships too. So. Yeah, it's interesting to see as now finally Liam Rance dives into the pit lane entry, and Jesper Pedersen will breathe a sigh of relief as Rance pits along with Mersak just behind him in that number 81 Blackhawk car, and it looks like Sven Gielhed and Naui are both pitting on the same lap. So yeah, once more it is Rafa, Simfreem and Caspian Motorsport all staying out that extra lap.
Yeah, but increasingly it's only for esports team that are really seeing the benefit. Oh, wow, the teammates, look at that. The teammates there, as Maciek came to a stop, he had to just squeak around him there, Kamil Nui. That was, wow, that was quite close between the 2 teammates. They'll get away with it in the end, and he will get out in 2nd place, Will Nui, but that was quite a squeaky moment there, just in the last couple of moments. We'll just check how much time was lost there by Kamil Nui, who is now 24 seconds behind Jone Simoncic. Just before Jone Simoncic, Jesper Pedersen, sorry, who is now driving that car. Beforehand, the gap was about 38. So I don't know what 38 plus 25, 26 is.
It's the gap to that Team Iris car that's probably the more telling one. Sven Gielhed is now about 26.9 seconds behind when he was 29. So he's lost about 2 seconds essentially.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to work out how much time is actually lost during a full pit stop, so we can start to figure out how much time RAF Esports team are losing, and therefore how much time they will save in pit stops, and sort of mark those 2 together. But this is pit stop versus no pit stop. Christian Margera and Andrei Merchak, from what I can tell. It's unfortunate how far the Aston Martin has fallen after leading earlier on.
Yeah, well, they've been forced to copy the RAF Esports strategy, haven't they, as a sort of Hail Mary to extend the life of the fuel tank and to try and save a pit stop to keep them in contention, essentially, because in terms of raw pace, they just don't quite have it at their disposal at the moment. But yeah, Simfreem are going to battle on in that Aston, and they're one of the few that have got the Aston into the sort of top 8, essentially. So they're still doing pretty well, but in a field of BMWs and a McLaren that are pretty much all the front runners, they're at a slight disadvantage, you sense. There was also a move, I think Justin Roller for Sean Clark Racing was able to pass Tom Oldenmenger in the Valley Esports 233 for 6th in class in LMP2. So that was going on during the pit stops. So yeah, Sean Clark still on a bit of a recovery drive, and it'll be interesting to see their very, very faint title hopes if they can keep them alive towards the last stages of this race. But more interesting is that man you just saw lapping Mersak, Wojciech Polesny, getting on board the number 28, and he's only about 3.4 seconds behind Lionel Cummings, who's on board the on-off racing number 27. So if Thomas Enger can clear on-off racing, then it may be 46 seconds to Hyperion, but it becomes a straight fight for not just the win, but the LMP2 title as well.
Yeah, exactly. What a potential fight that would be, by the way, if that became the situation. It was two going up for not only the...
and a little bit of that is artificial as well, because Thomas VEC, they've not done the driver change at Hyperion in this particular phase of the race yet. So, yeah, Cummins and Polesny just got on board, but VEC extending.
I mean, about 10 years ago or so, that length of stint for Thomas VEC would have been illegal. I mean, literally, it's part of the regulations. It's not part of the regulations anymore. It used to be 4-hour max drive time limit, but that's not the case anymore. Thomas VEC leading the way. But as I say, not driver change. Is he the only driver who's not been out of that car so far? I'm going to say that maybe he is.
He's done about the same length stint that you have, Ian, in commentary.
I don't think we can equate the two quite.
His hands and feet are a little bit busier than yours, mine, but the mouth.
His jaw's not as busy as mine.
That's exactly a fair point. Unless he's using it to grip the wheel to give his hands a bit of a rest, but I don't recommend that, especially not through Porsche curves. Or any curve, for that matter. Yes,
or even on the straight. You break your teeth. Anyway, through the Porsche curves, Wojciech Polesny has gained a lot of time there on the Leno Cummins. What a situation to put yourself into here for Cummins. It's, I mean, super difficult to do your first laps of the whole race behind one of the most experienced virtual endurance championship drivers there has been in the last few years, Wojciech Polesny, and behind one of the best teams of the last 2 years, Thomas Enger Sim Racing, who were the champions in the GT3 class last season. They've moved up to LMP2. They're fighting for a championship there as well. This is a daunting prospect for your first laps at Le Mans.
Yeah, and we don't see a lot of... I think Cummins has done a couple of races this season, but it's usually Lemoyne and Rigaud that do the lion's share of the stints on-off racing this season. So good to see Cummins in action here at Le Mans. And as you say, he's in a sort of... position where he's got to keep on-off's slim title hopes. Not quite as slim as Sean Clark's, but nevertheless, they are about 17 points behind both Thomas Enge immediately behind him and Hyperion about 46 seconds up the road. So they need to hope something happens to Hyperion and that something happens to Thomas Enge that enables them a bit here. But of course, as you say, you never want to come out the pits and immediately find yourself in a battle. You love the ideal scenario is you come out the pits and your teammate hands you, much like I believe Hyperion are going to experience, a sort of 40 or 30-second lead essentially. But yeah, Wojciech Polesny, of course, the Czech driver who's got a lot of experience. He's very much in the business of winning, is Wojciech, and he's done it a couple of times this season. I'm pretty sure Thomas Enge have won twice this season. Yep, correct, as Hyperion have won 3 times. And on-off racing yet to do so. But on-off racing have a big habit of sort of picking up the pieces when they're left on the table, taking those podiums. They've done several times this season. So Cummins has just sort of got to hang in there and hold on for as long as he can. But against Polesny, I don't see that he has too many answers. I think it's a matter of Polesny's going to wait until the traffic gives him an opportunity, or Cummins makes a mistake under pressure.
It's not going to be down towards Mulsanne Corner, but it looks like by the end of this, in towards Indianapolis, where we've seen a lot of the overtakes actually so far this afternoon, we are going to see a move into the slow speed right-hander. It's a good exit from Cummins, so maybe that's going to be enough. 4 attempts it even creeps out to, but the slipstream will start to take effect and Wojciech Polesny will start to see that come the other way now. They're not even past the first kick in the straight yet before he's got that down to 3 attempts again. The slipstream is going to continue to really power him on forward now in towards Indianapolis. Can he get into side by side? No, not quite. Polesny is going to have to fight for this. There's no doubt about that. Cummins is not just going to roll over for him and let him through into second position. This is going to be difficult.
Yeah, and you wonder, Cummins, with on-off racing's title hopes on the line here, is he going to get a bit desperate trying to hold on to this one? Because they can see Thomas VEC now 52.8 seconds up the road. He is just monstering away with this race at the moment in LMP2 class and potentially with the championship as well. So the number 27, not a fun place to be right now because Polesny is turning up the heat. And Cummins has just got to deal with it, and he's got to deal with this traffic as well. The BMW on the outside, but Polesny also gets past the Blackcourt car at the same time, and now the Hypercar leader are coming to lap them as well. So Norbert Jakob is going to find himself, that's Moritz Mell, sorry, is going to have to negotiate them quickly as the gap between himself and Norbert Jakob, 3.6 seconds. Luckily, he's just going to nip in front of Polesny before the forward chicane. And he's going to have to deal with Cummings on the exit here as they go over the curb and start another lap. But yeah, Polesny lost a little bit of ground, but only a tiny bit of momentum, 7/10 the gap as they start another lap. And Wojciech Polesny knows he needs to make this move sooner rather than later, though, because the longer he leaves it, the bigger advantage Thomas Vack is going to get out of this. Get 54.7 seconds now.
And also the more comfortable that Cummings gets at actually defending this position as well. You get comfortable with somebody sat right behind you like that. Other battles just quickly to squeeze around before we get onto the straights again for those two. It's between these guys, Luca Martino and Federico Suave. Although having said that, he's just got past as Luca Martino on Suave, so that's a very recent pass indeed for the ARMS Cybercar. That's the only other battle going on the circuit right now, and it is in LMP2 where the action has been so often here this afternoon. Wojciech Polesny is about to provide some more of it by the looks of things, down in towards the first chicane. Is he close enough? Same situation again? He is not.
Yeah, there we go. I think LMP2 and GD3 have been the standout highlights so far today, apart from that first lap in Hypercar and the occasional Jakob Mel 7 versus 17 duels for the overall victory. But now Polesny right in the toe. He's turned the headlights on full blast there, isn't he? It looks like, because they're bright white, and he's flashing them at the back of Lionel Cummings just to see if he can provoke a reaction from him. But Lionel, to his credit, he's not turning them on and off because he's already in the on-off car, doesn't need to. It sort of speaks for itself, I guess. Whereas Thomas Enga Sim Racing, very demonstrative that they want Polesny. Polesny wants to be through, and Cummings is just holding the middle of the road and under a lot of pressure from a top driver. Cummings, it must be said, has kept his head so far with that black and gold machine bearing down on him like a ton of bricks.
Yes, here it is, down on the brakes again in towards Mulsanne corner. This is, well, Wojciech Polesny versus Lino Cummings again. And, yeah, not sure how, or whether Polesny, rather, was expecting this to be quite so difficult, but he's fighting it right now. Maybe this time at Indianapolis he's going to have more of a chance. Here he comes on the way towards the corner. Inside line for the first part, no. I'm not sure whether this is a straight line speed difference or whether he's just not quite being quick enough in the areas that he quite needs right now, but he's not even really been able to get alongside just yet, and the gap to the leader continues to grow.
Yeah, it's taken them the best part of an hour or so to actually catch a number 27. Remember, the gap was it was about 8 seconds or something, and they've been chipping away at it through a whole driver change as well. And now you since Polesny is faster, but he's not faster in the right places, if that makes sense. So Lionel Cummings, just by, like I said, keeping his head, holding his nerve, is making the difference at the present moment. So Polesny's gonna have to rather force the issue and hope that the traffic plays to his advantage. Jesper Peterson gets well out of the way in the GD3 lead, of course, yet to make his pit stop as he extends and extends. Now within 27 seconds and closing in within that pit window. But Peterson should still pit and emerge ahead of Sven Gielhed, who's 52 seconds down the road. But yeah, Polesny now needs to rethink his approach here. Does he go for a risky dive? Because neither of these two can afford to clatter into each other, given that they're both fighting for the championship. But at the same time, they're handing this on a plate so far to Hyperion, the way that they're playing this.
Well, it is a gap that's continuing to grow. 56 seconds now it gets to at the end of another lap there. That's nearly a minute, as you know. So about third of a lap round here. Well, not quite that much, but it is a very, very big advantage for Hyperion Esports, and they've executed the first 4 hours of their race expertly, without any problems really. Now down the Mulsanne straight again for Wojciech Polesny. I'm just beginning to wonder whether that Thomas Enga Sim Racing car maybe doesn't quite have the straight line speed required in this move here. Maybe traffic can be used. There's the Black Hawk Porsche just in behind. Now just over 30 seconds off the race lead for the first time, by the way. Just coming up behind them into the chicane.
Yeah, and I think that gap between Thomas Engate and Hyperion, even though they're equal at the top of the points table in LMP2, can be explained away by VEC's brilliant qualifying and the number 28 Thomas Engate car not really getting it together in qualifying. I think you're right. Maybe it's through the way they set up the car. But yeah, it could also be that they were trying to get a bit more lap time out of it in qualifying, and that might have affected their straight line speed. Difficult to say either way, because the margins are so fine. Everybody's had to make the same sort of setup decision, haven't they, in terms of trying. Most people will probably settle on setting up the car for the race, but also it depends on what each driver wants. There's some that deal with the sort of high speed instability a bit better than others as well under braking, as we see. Again, Lionel Cummins just with that little bit of breathing room, and Polesny trying to turn the heat up a little bit wide out of Mulsanne corner. First mistake I think we're actually seeing from Cummins there, and this could be a small opportunity for Polesny, but he has to get close enough to force his nose alongside and force on-off racing to back down here.
He's got closer than he ever has been now, and Cummins almost showing him the inside line there, almost as if to say, please do go on through, actually. And Wojciech Polesny might well do that now. Inside for the first part, and Cummins was certainly allowing that to happen. He wasn't going to pull over for Wojciech Polesny, but if it got to side by side and if push came to shove as it did just there, then he wasn't going to fight it too hard. And so Thomas Engate Racing do move up to second place in the championship, and now the guys who were tied on points going into this race are now 1 and 2 in this race.
Yeah, that could be fascinating for the next 19 and a half hours or so to see which of them gets the upper hand. Now that Polesny's released, it's going to be really, really crucial now that he starts matching and beating the times of VEC. VEC, who's probably very fatigued at this point, having been in the car as long as he has. Just a tenth between our two leaders. There we go. And is that Mel, who thought about a move into the first corner, but that would have been very risky. And it's the Carloni car for at least the third or fourth time the leaders have come upon it, and it potentially is going to allow another lead change then, as Mel is really, really close to the back of Jakob. And again, there could be an opportunity here for number 17 to take advantage.
Absolutely. Let's see what happens this time round between the two teammates as they now work their way down the Mulsanne straight. Mel was pretty aggressive actually in wanting to make a move earlier, so and the teammates certainly didn't give these positions over between them too easily. Now then, Mel does pull alongside. Indeed, he gets his nose in front, and he gets himself all the way back onto the racing line as well. Pulls in front of Norbert Jakob, who I'm not sure was quite expecting that, but he had to accept it. Mel had the speed, and he even had the space to pull back onto the racing line again in time for that braking zone.
Yeah, I wondered if something happened to Norbert Jakob at the end of the previous lap there, because Mel had sort of half a chance going up the inside into the first corner. Now Jakob, of course, as expected, gets revenge, gets the slipstream into Mulsanne corner number 2. Norbert Jakob almost let through there by Moritz Mel almost, as Mel now, he wants the slipstream as well. It's like neither of these guys wants to lead the race at this point. They want to be behind the car in front. It's almost like they need a third Go Team Hypercar that they can both follow.
Yeah, it seems like it. Just exchanging it again and again and again. Here comes Moritz Mel again. No, not this time round. He was briefly alongside, but not this time round. In towards Mulsanne corner. He is going to have to try into Indianapolis. He's got a decent run. They're pretty even, in fact, off of the exit. But it's going to be the slipstream that's really going to turn the tide here. And it's surely going to allow Moritz Mel to get back in front again as the Go Team Racing teammates exchange positions for the lead of the 24 hours of Le Mans. Over 4 hours gone. They are still absolutely door to door. Moritz Mel through on the inside line, back into the lead for the second time this lap.
Oh, and kicking up a lot of dust into Norbert Jakob's windscreen for good measure. Late on the brakes as the rears lock into Arnage, but again, good reflexes from Mel to catch that in time and get on the power before any harm could be done there. So, yeah, it is lovely to see them both just gently teasing each other, and the gap to Nick De Silva staying steady at about 30 seconds, so they're not losing any time in all of this. But yeah, certainly neither of them wants to be on the back foot and watch the other disappear into the distance. There's quite a lot of pride as well as the title and the 24 Hours of Le Mans on the table here for both of these drivers then. in both of their respective teams as well. And it's been really lovely to have a bit of entertainment from Go Team. They could have issued team orders and said, don't fight until the end of the race, but they have actually let their drivers swap positions, either tactically or I think in a lot of cases legitimately. There's been not a lot of coordination here. It's been the faster driver takes the lead, and you decide whether to defend or not. It seems to be the rules of engagement, I think, at Go Team at the moment.
We have seen this in the past, though, that Moritz Mell has gotten through and looked like he was going to go steaming on up ahead and lead this race by some distance. But then, as we look back at them again next lap, and Norbert Jakob was back in front again. Very much appears to be traffic affecting this as well. And look at this again. 2.5 seconds now, it extends to 3 seconds. Little bit of traffic, the LMP2 leader in front of Norbert Jakob that time round. And so the gap grows to over 3 seconds, but you can be sure it won't continue to go out like that. It's going to come back in again at some point when Jakob has the run through traffic instead.
Yeah, and you can tell Thomas Vatt desperate to let Norbert Jakob through at the last possible moment because he doesn't want to have to slow down and lose a couple of seconds out of that 58-second lead that he's fought to build up to Wojtek Polesny, their main championship rivals now, given that they're equal on points. If he loses a couple of seconds, and that's the difference between, winning the championship and losing it, then they will be kicking themselves at the end. So Hyperion cannot afford to get complacent at any point here.
No, certainly not. That's one of our suddenly quite larger gaps in the field. Other close battles, Tom Oldermenger versus Jelle Binsbergen, not too far apart at the moment. In fact, they're closer than I thought for 8th position. Oldermenger's been going backwards, actually. He's been overtaken by Luca Martino in the not too distant past. Federico Suave has also been caught by Tony Jukic as well for 10th position. So a couple of LMP2 battles. I was talking about this with Lorenzo during our first stint here, Ed. The first couple of hours, it was GT3 providing all the action. In the last 2 hours, now last 3 hours or so, it's been LMP2 providing the entertainment. Now Jelle Binsbergen is trying to get himself past and up into the top 8 inside at the Ford chicanes. No, it's too tight to do it through there.
Yeah, I think LMP2's has been fairly consistent. We didn't focus on a lot in the first, mainly because we were watching the GT3 squabbles from 2nd position downwards, basically, as we see not a great exit from the final chicane from Tom Oldermenger, the World Championship FSR podium finisher most recently. Side by side they go, and it's Binsbergen that's got the inside. There's not really anything that he can do to fight that one off. We do also see now, finally, RAFA Esports have sent Jesper Petersen to the pit lane, and he's emerged about 6.5 seconds behind Team Iris then. So Sven Gielhed has gotten himself into the pit window of RAFA Esports, and that complicates things. RAFA really wanted just to have the 91 to themselves, and it could very well be that Sven Gielhed becomes a major factor then in this next part of the race.
It appears to be the case. The way that's been going in the last couple of moments. The last half an hour or so now.
It does feel like it's flashing the blink of an eye, though. You're right.
Yeah. Do you know, by the way, or do you have the information available to show you how many laps Jesper Pedersen continued on after the 91 carried on for, or do we not get that?
I don't have it to hand, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Unless somebody else has been counting.
No, I need to start just noting it down on the way through because it's going to become quite important here. Lorenzo had it at 4 laps last time around. I'm going to presume it's at 5.
I think 5 sounds about right. Yeah, that felt like 5 laps to me.
I must. Yeah, it felt like it. That's all I can really offer. Realistically, that's about 20 minutes or so. So we're getting to a pretty serious stage in the race now in GT3 where these strategies are very far apart. And it's really on to see who's actually got the speed as well as the strategy available to them, because it's becoming a big gap now. That 5 laps between pit stops.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it really indicates which way this is all going to go. Because that you saw before he pit, he had that 27-second gap to Kamal Naui. So now his task is really to try and eat into that, because it could well be that the final stint is Naui on fresher tyres trying to catch, or whoever's in the 91 Blackhawk car trying to catch RAFA Esports in that final stint when we get to Sunday morning, essentially. So, yeah, 91 again, a case of a big lead on the road at the moment when the pit stops are all said and done, but it could be somewhat illusory when the tables turn. We also see there is a fight. Benjamin Gielzinski having, I think for a while, the Seawolf Net Race car was in the pit window of both of the Go teams, but now they have got put enough decent laps in to basically pit and come out just ahead of him. But Gielzinski trying to spoil Norbert Jakob's day and bring him even further away from his teammate, who's about 10 seconds up the road. There we go. Gielzinski is through, and that was not in Go Team's game plan here.
No, we have started to see this in the last couple of moments, because Go Team had a shorter first stint when they had the formation lap compared to the other 3 teams in Hypercar. It does mean that they have an earlier stop as well, and it has meant that throughout the first 4.5 hours of this race. Now they've started to come out around Seawolf Net Race. They've managed to get a pit stop ahead of Racing Zone already. They're a long way behind getting a pit stop on the Black Hawk Racing team, but Benjamin Gielzinski showing that with low fuel in that Porsche, that Seawolf Net Race car, you can have some pretty good speed, realistically. I know he's got lower fuel, but he's left Norbert Jakob behind there.
Yeah, and that could be a bad sign for Jakob if it comes to a pit strategy battle between himself and that number 3 as the race goes on. Because look, he's nearly a minute behind with the pit stop, with the number 3 yet to pit in this stint, of course. But a little bit like a rare for esports, the number 3 is just going to keep extending. That's sort of what Gielzinski's doing as well. So yeah, they may have more worn tires, but their straight line speed with the low fuel is quite impressive. So it's all about picking your moment and knowing what to do with it. It'll be interesting also to see Gielzinski, who 78.4 in this middle sector, which was 6 tenths quicker than Moritz Mell as well, who's 8 seconds up the road and closing actually. So yeah, Gielzinski of course won't be able to go too much longer, but that will be a small matter of concern for Go Team.
Yeah, it will. There's Gielzinski though, running himself past some LMP2 traffic as Nick De Silva comes into the pit lane for the Black Hawk Racing pole sitting Hypercar. It somewhat seems a bit of a surprise that they were able to get that 1 lap speed out of it compared to the Go Team Racing Ferraris when you look at the race pace now that they've had over the first 4.5 hours. But Nick De Silva now pulls to a stop, and we'll see whether he continues on. Moritz Mell is going to retake the lead. I think for the first time here we're starting to see a decisive gap that might well stick between these Go Team Racing cars, I must say, because so far it's been toing and froing in the traffic, but this seems like a real swing, a proper swing towards car 17, and a proper gap as well that they might be able to manage now for the first time this race. A sort of proper gap for them to have a look at managing here.
Yeah, 12.5 seconds. So either Go Team have picked which car they want to win this race, or Moritz Mell has just decisively finally found a clear break for that number 17 car and taken full advantage of it. So the number 7 is not out of contention just yet, but yeah, it'll be really, really interesting as you can see actually how much time number 7 has lost, because they both had a 30-second gap to Nick De Silva earlier, and now Nick De Silva's about 20 seconds behind Norbert Jakob. So Jakob has lost about 10 seconds overall.
It's a very big margin when you consider the context of this race and the gaps that we saw earlier on for those two. In terms of other gaps that are below a second, we don't have too many of them, but we do have a fight in GT3 between Andrew Holland and Tobias Hoffmann, with Nicola Pagani in the background not too far away either. This is for 11th position, and this is some teams we've not really spoken of very much so far, because we haven't seen too much of the guys outside the top 8 in GT3, I must say, so far. The gap between 9th and 10th in GT3 is a minute 10, and that shows you why we've been focusing a little bit more on those 9 teams rather than the guys towards the bottom.
Yeah, I'm going to hunt a bit further afield to see any on-track action and squabbling at the moment. But yes, Tobias Hoffmann, they've been complaining about that Corvette, haven't they, and the way it's handling. But Hoffmann is pretty intent on getting back into the top 11 then, as they have to let LMP2 through. The joys of GT3 class racing. Oh, and that was a hit there from Andrew Holland at Tetra Rouge, and he's had to let Hoffmann through as a result there. There just wasn't really enough space for both the LMP2 and the satellite racing car.
You've always got to factor that in when you are an LMP2 driver coming through. You've got to factor the GT3s in, and the fact that they just do not have as much downforce. And unfortunately, it seems to often be the GT3 that comes off worse. And Andrew Holland's got to make sure that doesn't rile him up too much, because that would be very annoying as a GT3 driver. Really annoying to, have that at Tete Rouge. But you've got to put that behind you very quickly and focus now on defending from Nicola Pagani.
Yeah, not great exit from Hoffman either, as he's lap 2. So certainly not just Andrew Holland that struggles a little bit with the prototypes lapping him. But yeah, certainly that could have been a lot worse. That could have been both cars in the wall if Holland had misjudged that. So if anything, there was a bit of a lucky escape there. But certainly Pagani is now in touching distance in that Timelli ERT machine. The Italians jump ahead of the American satellite racing squad as Thomas Vac shatters Polesny's morale a little bit. Again, Polesny had just started to catch, but 3 minutes 31.498 fastest lap for Hyperion. Polesny did set a personal best, but it was half a second slower. So Hyperion are definitely not letting this one slip between their fingers at the moment.
No, certainly not. And GT3, Black Hawk Racing still lead the way, but we'll keep keeping an eye on Team Iris here. The LMP2 race winners from the 24 Hours of Le Mans last year. Luke Meunier is part of that team, by the way. Now time for Black Hawk Racing in the Hypercar class. But yes, it's a gap that's closing now between first and second, and we will keep an eye on it. As I say, Pagani gets closer though to Holland, down on the brakes for Indianapolis now. Not quite as high up over the apex on the left-hand side there, quite, for Holland. And you can see that he's thinking about Pagani as well. Just that slightly different line there going in towards Arnage. You can tell that he's in the mirrors, and that's always a good sign when you are the driver in behind. You want to know that the driver in front is thinking about where to place their car and thinking about defending from you. And Holland certainly showed that there by taking just a momentary different line in towards Arnage, just to show that he was looking in the mirrors.
Yeah, you do have to be aware, not just of the car immediately behind you fighting for position, but also those prototypes coming through the lap that are going to expect a nice bit of space to put their car up the inside or the outside, depending on the context and situation. Yeah, Pagani here has, of course, similar car to the BMW in front as he clobbers the curb at Maison Blanche. And you can tell at the Timelli ERT have not had the strongest of starts to this race. They sense that there's a 12th position up for grabs here, and they're going to throw everything they've got at Andrew Holland here and hope that he makes another mistake that they can take advantage of. And yeah, just come to think of it in terms of Sven Gielhed, who's been driving a really, really good stint for the 78 Team Iris, and he's another driver. Interesting, we've got Simoncic and Gielhed fighting at the front of the field, and they're both drivers that I also commentate on the Le Mans Ultimate Virtual Motorsport Pro Series as well, where they're both at the top, winning in the Hypercar class in the Platinum Split there. So, well, Sven Gielhed, I think, yet to win, but we've seen a couple of wins for Simoncic so far, and Gielhed a couple of podiums as well. So, yeah, great to see them rejoin battle in slightly slower GT3s, but nonetheless still pretty exciting to watch as Holland goes a little bit deep into Tete Rouge. It's going to slightly affect his exit, and you sense Pagani now is going to have an opportunity to breeze through here and gain a position.
And will he actually do it here? Yeah, for a moment I thought he was just going to stay behind the line he was taking, but no, he wanted a proper swing out to the right-hand side and a pull alongside here on the way down in towards the first Mulsanne chicane. And it looks like that is going to be 12th place for Nicola Pagani. A pretty easy move for the Timelli ERT BMW to make. It was all in the exit. You commented on it at the time. Holland's exit was never going to be quite good enough, unfortunately, on that occasion, for him to stay in front in 12th place.
Yeah, just an unfortunate one where you could tell Andrew was trying to keep him behind by pushing that a little bit more, and in the end that ended up being his undoing. You also saw as well Pagani tucked out from the slipstream very, very late, which especially in GDs, you always want to, it's not like prototypes, but your closing speeds are a little bit more pronounced. You always want to duck out from the slipstream, get the most speed out of it, and then stack out just before you make your braking attempt for the corner and to try and get through, because that way you just guarantee you're not going to be slightly short once you both get to the apex. So yeah, Pagani then completes the move and sets off after Tobias Hoffman. And let's look at Hoffman's times. Not really done better than 356s at the moment, so just under 2 seconds between them. You've got a sense Pagani isn't going to stop there. Now he's sorted Hoffman is next on the hit list for Tamelli ERT.
Yeah, well, next surely in line will be Hoffman, but he has skipped off a couple of seconds further up the road since that overtake. Since their overtake. Pagani does hold on through the next crucial straights towards Indianapolis. Nicola Pagani is able to keep 12th position in front of Holland, and that should be settled now. That should be sealed after that next run through the straights, because if you get past that, should be okay for the remainder of the lap at the very least, and by that point you could be off further up the road. Only a couple of cars laps down now in the classes. We are getting to that stage in the race where some of them are. Only 2 in LMP2, but actually Kasper Karajärvi is in one of them. For Steelwolf Net Race actually just set a personal best last time round with a 3:32.6. It's a lot quicker than anybody else in the field, certainly outside of the top 3 or 4. That was a lot quicker than those out front. And in GT3, we've got a couple of teams a lap down as well. I think, this is E-League Esports, who hit the wall coming out of Arnage and are currently running last, 17th in GT3 at the moment. Julian Guerin currently driving for them. 1 lap down, not the end of the world by any means, but they were running so well early on in this race.
Yeah, you got to feel a bit for Jules Neal there, because one mistake where he was track extending a little bit too much out of Arnage and tapped that bit of the barrier that sort of stuck out there, which completely destroyed the rear suspension and led to a hobbling back home to the pit lane for repairs. Certainly, the pace of Julian Guerin, let's see, he just hit the previous lap, 3:57.2. So he's sort of mid of the road, not quite on the pace of the leaders, but faster than a lot of the those that are saving fuel at the moment. Jesper Peterson, by the way, for context, just did a 3:58.2. So yeah, Peterson's starting to be caught actually by Mersak, who is about 4/10 at least per lap quicker on average. So there could be a threat from the second Blackcourt car now that they have sort of been able to clear the satellite racing car now, with James Juba having taken over from Liam Rance, although of course we're yet to see our second phase of driver changes come into effect in the GT3 leader class. Yeah,
for the most part, although satellite racing, interestingly, are on their 3rd driver already, which is unusual after 4 hours 40.
Yeah, it was a bit of a short stint from the first driver in that car, which was Nisila,
Yeah, very. Don't really know why so short, but anyway.
Maybe he had to go off somewhere. Yeah, he had something else on.
I guess. James Zuber was giving us some information about strategy earlier on, by the way. He said they were doing something slightly different earlier on. I don't know if it's still true. They were doing something very slightly different earlier on to others around them, but obviously didn't tell us what it was.
I think it was that early pit stop, wasn't it? They pit, I think, a lap before the 91 and the rest of those on the conventional strategy, 78 as well. Whereas we got Rafa, still extending as expected. So with those early driver swaps as well, it could well even be strategic as well, just to make sure that they've got fresher drivers when everyone else is a little bit more fatigued, so they can sort of try and undercut their way back into that sort of podium fight. But at the moment, the pace isn't too far away. James Juba is really, really good at Le Mans and Circuit de la Sarthe, 3:57.3 the previous lap, so he's still just getting up to speed on his 3rd lap out the pits. But we shouldn't discount James Juba at all, because he is absolutely excellent around it. I don't just say that because he also drives for me in a Formula E Championship on rFactor 2.
That's the bias in that comment there. He is a very quick driver. He's been RF2 driver at this sort of level, this kind of in this kind of car, this type of format for many years now. So yeah, very a proven driver for this kind of thing. The thing is, though, the top four are beginning to sort of section themselves away from the rest of the field here. The two Black Hawk Racing cars, and in between them, Team Iris and the Rapper Esports team in between. It is, well, yeah, becoming a top four rather than what we saw earlier on when we had sort of a top 10 breaking away from the rest and we had loads of different teams involved. It's less so now. Amit Durmakan, by the way, is the last of that sort of top 9 I was talking about earlier, but even that top 9 covered by just over 2 minutes now, and then you've got to think about it, over 1:10 back to 10th place. So we're not actually that far away from, even in the first quarter of this race, maybe from being down to 9 on the lead lap in GT3. A really quick pace from number 91 so far.
Yeah, everyone has been flailing to try and keep up, haven't they? And having to do these different strategies by stretching the fuel out, which makes them, if anything, even slower, but does mean that they sort of get a pit stop back, in theory, at least by the end of the race. But if you hit trouble, then for various different reasons as you go along, then that kind of falls apart, doesn't it? So it's always a risk to run longer. It may seem like the sort of sensible, why doesn't everyone just do it sort of strategy, but you can sort of see why a lot of drivers have decided to play it safe and go for the conventional. And we have seen sort of the typical, everybody that was fourth downwards has pit from sort of the number 38 Valtteri Karjanainen onwards have sort of pit, apart from Tony Jukic, who's got the undercover Raikkonen car back into the top 5 by staying out, as we now see Thomas Vac pit for Hyperion, followed closely, I think, by Voida Polesny and Lionel Cummings once they reach the pit entry then. But yeah, Kamau now, he's not seen a whole lot of the rest of the field since passing the number 99. He's been a bit of a world of his own.
Yeah, it very much has been. Battle, by the way, down towards the back end of LMP2 still going on, or beginning to happen actually, between Kasper Karjavi and Salvatore Zittiello, who are nose to tail as it stands in the LMP2 stakes. 12th place currently their position. They are a lap down. They're about to unlap themselves, I think, on maybe even the overall leader, because Thomas Vac is into the pit lane, as you say. No, he's just out onto the circuit in time. I believe he's still going. I don't think they've had a driver change. So this is going to be an over 5-hour opening stint from Thomas Vac. That is a huge effort.
Yeah, is he trying to delay while somebody else catches the bus home or something? I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, or does Thomas just cannot be dragged out of that cockpit? We have seen it sometimes in VEC where drivers do the first stint, it's going well, let's keep going. It's going well, let's keep going. And then suddenly they had to be forced out of the car by crowbar, or out of the seat at least, to let the other driver in. So, yeah, certainly they're not falling foul of the rules and the regulations just yet, but Thomas Vac is starting to get a little bit dangerously close to that. And part of that as well is just want to build as big a gap to Voita Polesny as possible, as I keep saying. So it's been holding steady at just under a minute, but Thomas Vac ideally would love to break that 60-second gap and then hand over to his teammate.
Well, it was close for Karjavi there down in the brakes for the first Mulsanne chicane, but he will have to come again through the second part now. Second part of the Mulsanne straight into the slipstream. And surely this is going to be fairly easy for Karjavi to get past Zittiello down the straight, side by side. No influence from the car in front, I don't think there. The Team Irish BMW not really offering up slipstream to either of them on that occasion, but Karjavi didn't need it. He goes down the inside and makes his way through into 12th position. That wasn't too difficult in the end. Seawolf net rates are a long way further down where they were earlier on, where, albeit because of a different strategy, they were running inside the top 5 after a few hours.
Yeah, 3:35.4 that last lap. That's pretty competitive. I think they are the fastest LMP2 on track at the moment, actually, come to think of it. So yeah, Seawolf net race may have had to visit the pits a bit more, but at this phase of the race, they are absolutely flying out there. So yeah, nothing Zittiello could really have done in that Arms Sobra car to hold them at bay. As you see, undercover Raikkonen finally visit the pits. They're another team that are stretching the fuel tank of that LMP2. Another battle we see happening now is that Mersak has actually really started to close on Jesper Peterson then. Of course, Blackhawk on that different strategy might have to pit for fuel before too long. But yeah, you can sense here that they've been closing on Peterson, who was about 22 seconds behind Sven Gielhed, who was almost within that 20-second margin of Kamau now. And now he's been fighting back recently and extending the gap again. But you sense it's ebbing and flowing between Team Iris and Black Hawk 91. And yeah, it wouldn't take much actually for Sven Gielhed to start to close over the next couple of hours as we see. Oh, a lockup, I think. Was that Peterson or was that Mersak locking up into Indianapolis?
Not sure, to be honest. I think it's probably just being kicked up off the exit
probably
of Indianapolis there. It's very easy to do. Just dip a wheel over the gravel, and to be honest, doesn't cost you a whole load of time either, really, in the end. Coming towards the end of another hour, 15 minutes away anyway from the end of another hour. 5 hours gone in this race. And you get the feeling for Jesper Pedersen, this is quite an important battle here. Or at least an important, well, not, I don't mean wheel-to-wheel battle, I mean in terms of actual lap times between these two. Keeping Andrzej Machak at bay and not letting this Black Hawk Racing BMWs get engaged that McLaren in a battle, I think is pretty important here, because Machak could very much, get, to a side-by-side battle with Pedersen, slow him down somewhat. I don't think he'll intentionally do that, but if they start battling away, then they will cost each other time, and it will help Machak's teammates out in the lead of this race get further out in front from this McLaren in front.
Look at that gap to the leader, 42, 43 seconds respectively for both of them to Kamau now. And last lap for Peterson was 3:58, and he's improved slightly, 3:58.1, but Mersak is in the 57.2s, and then our two leaders in the low 56s. So it's quite a stark contrast. Peterson, can he really afford to be losing 2 seconds a lap, even with having to do a couple of pit stops less? It all adds up at the end of the race. So it's an interesting strategy from Rafa. There's a bit of a Hail Mary, as I said earlier, but at the moment it's a frustrating one to watch because they just keep losing ground and having to be on the defensive here. And it'd be quite the turnaround if they just magically emerge in the lead come the final stint of the race. But so far, they are sort of slightly starting to edge towards falling out the pit window.
Somebody asking, by the way, if we have hypercars in this race, and we certainly do. I'll just give you a run through of them. Well, there's a moment between these two. Moritz Mel's leading for Go Team Racing, ahead of Norbert Jakob, also for Go Team Racing. 30 seconds or so off the lead is Nick de Silva, relatively holding that gap now in third place. Seawolf Net Race are in fourth. They generally come out very close to Go Team Racing when Go Team make their early pit stops. And then Racing Zone team have lost a little bit of time in the last few moments. Zoltan Hives currently driving for them, but is a little bit further off of the lead now, nearly 3 minutes off the lead, and that might well be the first car to go a lap down, unfortunately, a little bit later on. As we expected, the hypercar is a bit more spread out, but we've seen a good race between the teammates. 15 seconds is by far the largest gap we've had so far in the first 5 hours. Yeah,
we also see Stanislas Peugeot and Juan Carlos Fernandez in number 53 visiting the pit lane a bit lower down in the GD3 class. So, yeah, interesting to see the second of the Team Irises on that slightly compromised strategy, having to fight their way back into the top 8, top 7 or so. Yeah, Mersak here. Once more, he's had to wait a long time to catch the back of Peterson, hasn't he? And you can tell he is relishing a chance to go wheel to wheel here with Rafa Esports. But yeah, good. Black Hawk have sort of not had this play out for most of the season. They had a very good opener at Spa, didn't they? Where I believe Kamau Nari and number 91 crew did take victory there. But ever since then, it's really been the Rafa Esports show with a couple of features from Caspian Motorsport, who are a little bit further down the pack. Mersak here wants to be part of the action that he's not really been running this high up for quite a few races. Season then, as he blows in braking zone at Indianapolis again. Peterson soaking up the pressure for laps and laps and laps from those behind. We saw Gielhed breeze through. Now it's Merzak's turn to see if he can do the same. He's finally close enough, I think, to maybe think about a move the next lap around.
Yeah, he's just incrementally getting that little bit closer each time now in this battle for third position. Last time round, we saw for Pedersen A 9/10 of a second loss to Merchak. You've got to remember the fuel load difference between these guys. Pedersen has been in a lot more recently than Merchak, and maybe now he's done enough in terms of speed to hold him off before the pit stops, because the teammates are in, the Blackhawk Racing teammates, Team Iris are in. I'd be surprised if Merchak can carry on for another lap, to be honest. They surely are going to be into the pit lane again here, and it will be a pit stop for Andrej Merchak. So Pedersen did enough there just to keep him at bay. Oh, and he goes off, cuts the corner as well, does Andrej Merchak. He's done enough there as Jesper Pedersen just to keep Merchak at bay for long enough so that he didn't have to race him side by side and lose time as a result.
Yep, certainly. So intelligent driving from the both of them, but Merchak will be hoping to get the undercut this time around and sort of take that track position through some speedy laps out the pit lane. Of course, it will be quite a few laps to get the undercut, so he'll have to keep it if the fresh tyres help him out in that respect. And of course, he'll have to put a bit more fuel in, so he'll be a little bit heavier, which might well balance it out. Another thing to be interesting, James Juba coming through now to jump up to second, at least temporarily, but this is on that alternate strategy then. So yeah, Satellite have definitely switched things up a bit here. That has allowed them to jump ahead. They might have actually switched over somehow to the Rafa Esports and Simfream strategy here of running a bit longer after pitting earlier in the first stint.
Yeah, they have just started to squeeze a little bit more out of this BMW, and I wonder how much of a benefit that will actually be for them. I'm not sure I can see loads of it, but we'll see. Arda gets back into the Blackhawk Racing car in the meantime. So third driver change, or second driver change rather, but first driver back into the car again. Don't forget Ercan started. Oh, and Ahmed Durmakan tries to get out in front of the Iris BMW, but wasn't quite able to. Yannick Place now, the new driver for Team Iris.
Yep, there we go. So that worked out perfectly for Iris, getting their new driver in and coming out just ahead of Caspian Motorsport. There could have been a real roadblock for them, but annoyance for Caspian. They were hoping to do a bit more damage and hold up the leaders to help them out on their own alternate strategy there. So yeah, it's Team Iris keeping the pressure on Blackhawk in this phase of the race.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Caspian Motorsport, I'm afraid, are still a little bit behind where they really need to be as far as the championship is concerned. Rafa Esports team only really have to worry about getting to the halfway stage, and then they can relax a little bit and maybe start to focus on getting the race win instead of having to try and just make it to the halfway stage. Although, as we've seen, it's very easy to DNF around this circuit. Mathieu Krupi with a big crash for the Blackhawk Racing team inside the first hour. Our only retirement so far. Glad to say that, I'm not going to commentate this because it doesn't exist, but it's not been an incident-filled race particularly. I think we've had a very clean races by all standards, and one retirement after 5 hours is a pretty good record.
Yeah, there was one incident, wasn't there, where two cars came together going into, was it Mulsanne chicane number 2, or somewhere on track where two cars came together? As we see Ian Pfeiffer putting on some new tyres there as he pits along with Elias Poli just behind him. But yeah, other than that, you're right, Ewan. It's been relatively clean, but a lot of really, really good close racing, which is exactly what we want to see at this level. Just the top drivers being tested to their limits and are somehow able to stay on track and lap competitively and stay in contention. So let's hope that I think it's difficult to hope that all three of our titles are going to go down to the final hours on Sunday, but I certainly think LMP2 and Hypercar can. I think GD3 is probably going to be wrapped up by about half distance when the provisional sort of earlier points, like a 50% distance, can sort of be awarded in principle at least.
Well, I mean, yeah, you have to be, you have to do 50% of the laps of the race winner in your class to be classified. If you don't, then you don't get any points.
It will be that Rafa are leading as well at that point as well, in which case they would automatically get it at half distance.
Yeah, it doesn't. Well, that is true. Yeah. was going to say it doesn't necessarily matter where they are in the field, but yeah, that is also true. They shouldn't be too worried about that as long as they don't have a big sort of problem. But after all, Yoni Simoncic, one of the drivers on their team, has had Le Mans 24 hours and championships taken away from him in the Virtual Endurance Championship very late on in seasons. Don't forget. So yeah, it's been taken away from him late on before. He will hope that is not repeated as James Zuber comes into the pit lane and will now drop down the field behind Ercan and indeed behind Christian Margera as well, who is now in the Simframe esports car. Don't think they've stopped though yet. No, they haven't indeed. So they will drop away as well here in a GT3 race now, which is continuing to change, and less and less now in each of the classes. They're all coming down the same time. They're all pitching at different times predominantly now.
Yeah, the strategies, rather than converging, they are diverging. And Margera and Peterson both on a very, very similar strategy. And that could actually help Jesper Peterson, depending on the state of play in the latter stages. If Margera is coming out the pits, let's see, he's about 10 seconds ahead of Ercan at the moment. If Ercan in the final stint also has to pass Margera as well as Peterson, it could greatly improve referee sports' chances of holding on to victory, even if they're on worn tyres and in a much worse position in terms of having to save the fuel in the final stint.
That final stint is still feeling like a very, very long way away here with
because
19 hours to go. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking of this when we were talking earlier about fuel strategy and so on. I mean, there's so long to go that almost feels difficult to plan for a whole race, whole 24-hour race in one go, especially when you realise, that there's code 80s and all sorts that can change these races very, very quickly indeed. So it's super difficult to even plan for a race like this.
Yeah, oftentimes you're not planning, you're reacting to what the teams around you are doing. But of course, a lot of these drivers that practice will have done sims before, and they'll know where the car's strengths are, and they will try as hard as they can to play into that. So, for example, if you're not in a BMW, you're in an Aston Martin or a McLaren in GT3, and you know that those cars have got slightly better fuel mileage, then you are going to maximize that strength, much like we see referee sports doing, to full effect, to try and help you out at the end of this race, or at least put you in better track position than you would be if you just stuck to the conventional strategy, pit roughly at the same time as your direct, immediate competitors.
Closest battle out there on the circuit is in GT3, and it is just 3 seconds between Ahmed Demirkan and Yannick Place.
Well, I started to escape up the road though.
Yeah, that is true. They were nose to tail earlier, but Place is going up the road. And don't forget, Demirkan has got to make a stop yet as well. Interesting though that Caspian Motorsports are going that little bit longer on the fuel now though, as Carloni Racing make up a position because of a pit stop going on in front of them for Robin Wagler, the Seawolf Net race, and that is going to put them down at least a position, probably 2. Ian Pfeiffer should probably get through as well.
Yeah, another team that's using the Aston Martin and trying to do different strategies, Seawolf Net race, although they're sort of in between the Satellite Racing pit stop strategy and the Peterson Margera strategy, which is also the one that I believe Demirkan and Caspian Motorsport are trying to do as well. So obviously they're a bit lower down. They've maybe been forced into that strategy through circumstance, but have to see if they're able to get these positions back later in the race. By the way, Ercan has been setting personal best sectors, 36.6 in the first sector, 92.8 in the middle sector, and he's got about 3 seconds out of Margera in recent history, so he might be able to pass the number 99 Simframe before it even has to pit in front of him. Although having said that, final set, 3:55.1 last lap for Arda Ercan. So that's his new personal best lap of the race, although it is about 3/10 off the fastest lap in the class, which was that number 78 Team Iris car driven by Geelhead earlier on.
Yeah. It's a good time in the race for setting times. The track temperature is going to start to come down. We've not quite got that golden period just yet. And of course that will come towards sunrise as well, where there'll be a real great part of the race to set good lap times. We'll see some of the fastest lap times of the day then, but not quite for the moment. This is another relatively close battle. Vale Esports trying to get past Simfree Esports, just a second and a half separating this one between Frederico Suave and Ilko Bussink as well. Vale Esports have been really down at this part of the field for a long time now in this race.
Yeah, they have. Bad lap for Suave in the 47 sim frame, 3:37.7, whereas Bussink just set a 3:34.3. So this is the battle that's closed up almost out of nowhere, really. And now Bussink has got an opportunity. These two Italian teams going head-to-head, but it's Bussink, the Dutchman, going around the outside of Suave, the Italian, as they go towards the first Mulsanne chicane. And surely Bussink is going to be able to hold on, stick to the racing line, and let Suave tuck in behind him as they go to the braking zone.
Pretty congested at this part of the circuit as the racing zone Ferrari comes through in Hypercar. Obviously just passed that BMW GT3 just a moment ago, but there goes the Ferrari steaming on past. Bussink will pull immediately into the slipstream there to try and protect this newfound top 10 that he has earned in the last couple of moments here, but Suave will get the double slipstream. This is why people often wait towards Indianapolis to make their overtake, on a lap, because it's a lot easier to hold it once you've got past Indianapolis and you've got the Porsche curves coming up next time round. If you do it into the first Mulsanne chicane, you've got the whole of the Mulsanne straight and then another straight towards Indianapolis to defend from the driver you've just overtaken.
Yeah, because of course, immediately after Indianapolis, you've got the right-hander 90-degree Arnage. And then if you're pretty good on low traction there, you can probably just about hold on into the Porsche curves, where it's a lot trickier to sort of dive back up the inside. So you're right, that's the safer bet, but often when the opportunity opens up in front of you, you can't really afford to hang around because something else might happen immediately in front of you. The driver ahead might nail their next exit as well. So sometimes as a driver, you do have to live in the moment. It's not like Formula One where you wait for a DRS zone or something like that. And there is a bit of a legitimate tactical element to that as well. But at the same time, the beauty of sports car racing is that you can often make moves in these unconventional spots, especially when there's a bit of lap traffic from one of the other classes involved, and you sort of have to make your way through as cleanly and quickly and quietly often as possible.
Well, Bussink now has managed to get a bit of traffic between himself and his rival now, so should hold on to 10th place a little bit more comfortably. Good afternoon to Thibaut Trombus, who is coming to apologise to the Arms Cyber car that he hit down into the chicane. And fair play to him for apologising. Don't know if you saw the incident, Ed.
I did, yes. Yeah. I heard you shouting about it while I was having some lunch. But
one of those moments when you hear the commentator screaming, you've got to run back to the TV screen to figure out what's going on, because it did come out of nowhere rather. But no, fair play to him for coming in and apologising, because I know that Arms Cyber would have been a bit disappointed. But after all, I think at the time it happened, it's still 21 hours to go at least, so it's a very long way to recover from that.
Yeah, and it was one of those things where he just clipped the rear as he was trying to pull out late for a late braking move, wasn't it? So it won the chicanes. So it's one of those things where it's so easy to misjudge, and if he'd been maybe a couple of centimeters more to the right, he would have looked like a hero. As we see, trouble in the first sector somewhere.
Yes, I'm not going to find that, to be honest with you. Seems that that's been cleared very quickly, and there was nothing particularly to worry about for anybody. There are the tyre sets, by the way, on the left-hand side of GT3. Mostly hard tyres all round. Simframe Esports still in front of Black Hawk Racing here. Christian Marguera still running in second place after this latest round of pit stops.
Yeah, well, they've committed to that strategy. They've got to extend, and while they are being caught, Erchan's charges he's still been setting personal best final sectors, but he's only taking about a second a lap out rather than a second and a half or so. So Chan is just managing these tires, knowing that he might need them a little bit later on in the stint as well, and also knowing that we are pretty close to the fuel tanks running out on the rFactor Esports and Simfrim cars respectively. So he doesn't really need to pass Melgera on track. And indeed, if he's being held up, that could just play again into the Peterson's hands. So rFactor have got a lot of options here with their strategy because they've run so long. Whereas Chan, they've sort of got to commit to the pit times that they're doing at the moment.
Yeah, it's a very early commitment you've got to make, and well, it has already been made, rather, by these teams. But they would have had this planned out for a long time, what they were going to do in this race. And as I was saying to Lorenzo earlier on, this is very much in fitting with what rFactor Esports team have done this season, really. It's not always been about pure pace for them, although they have had plenty of that as well. It's also been about strategizing your way through here and utilising different tyre sets in different ways they've done on occasions here. Also, on this occasion, using fuel in a different way as well. So it's been interesting, different ways in which they've done this, and are continuing to do it right to the very end of this season.
Yeah, exactly. So there's always teams. I think it is, again, you say it's been a consistent thing with rFactor, always running a bit longer than everyone else. Even when they're miles out in front, they tend to do that as well. And while it's Blackhawk 91 that have had the raw pace, and Team Iris too, to an extent as well, they still got the fastest lap. You do sense it's a way for rFactor to almost sort of to show off that they can run that long in a way. There's no real pressure on them because they know as long as they finish the race, or at least get to 50% distance, they're going to be champions in class. So really, it's rFactor having a lot of fun out there and taking the fight. They can afford to take these risks, even if, say, they just run short on fuel in the final lap or so, and slow to a crawl halfway around the final lap and lose the win. It's still a gamble that they can comfortably take without any sort of risk to their title hopes whatsoever. So it gives them the sort of freedom with which to gamble more in a way they maybe wouldn't ordinarily do. Whereas usually in a title decider, you often see drivers being a little bit more cautious. The real life example I always think of is Brazil 2008 in Formula One, Lewis Hamilton, where he knew he only had to finish fifth to beat Felipe Massa, and in the end, Vettel got him with a couple of laps to go, and that led to this very, very tense scenario where he only just about cleared Timo Glock as the rain fell in those final couple of minutes. As we just see, I think that was Moritz Mel diving for the pit entry there. Indeed, it was.
Overall leader in again then. That's another stint that's gone round very quickly for the Hypercars, as they will take on some more fuel that would take them nearly to 1/4 distance in this 24 hours of Le Mans. A good stint from Moritz Mel. The gap got out as big as 20 seconds to his teammate at stages during that one, but it's worth noting that it was coming back down again just a little bit. Of course, traffic will be involved a little bit in that one, but this is the first time really where they've entered the pit lane with such a big gap, and Moritz Mel starting to stamp the authority over their teammates just a little bit during that stint there.
Yeah, but interesting to see where Gielzinski comes out relative to Jakab on this occasion. Suspect Gielzinski might have fallen just short here as we cut to him just in the Porsche cars and being held up a little bit, or bound to be held up by Julian Gurin, unless he goes right on the outside. Richie does quite comfortably. So yeah, a prediction that immediately proves to be wrong there. We do see Silva predictably go through and inherit the lead, at least for another lap or two. Moritz Mel is getting back on track now. Jakab still being serviced, about to be released now as Gielzinski clobbers the curb. He is really pushing that Seawolf Hypercar there. Towards the pit exit he goes, and Jakab is already out, so he's going to be a couple of seconds behind. So the undercut didn't quite work in the end for Seawolf Net Race. Jakab's raw pace has allowed him to get ahead, and he's also got a couple of GD3 tail enders he's got to negotiate too. And now finally he can see the back of that Go team, which I suspect is about to disappear off into the distance, unless Gielzinski on the lower field breaks through here.
Well, that will be an LMP2, I think, just in front, and then the is that the Go Team LMP2, in fact.
Oh, no wonder I got mixed up.
Well, they're the same thing, yeah. So, well, nearly. So over the Mulsanne Straight, he's not quite going to get there. I think it just shows you, though, doesn't it, the speed that the Go Team cars actually have here, despite the fact, well, they would have been on slightly lower fuel all throughout, but even so, we saw Giosinski get past and actually quite a long way ahead of Norbert Jakob actually during that last time they were together. This time around, they've gained 6 seconds there or thereabouts. They are dominating this race and are running 1 and 2 right now. Less domination happening in GT3. It's an open race down in our slowest category. And Alex Broughtingham is trying to get past James Zuber here for 6th. Outside line, 2 BMWs neck and neck. Almost identical in terms of straight line speed by the looks of things here, in terms of car setup and manufacturer as well. Broughtingham's got his nose in front and he's got his whole car in front as Zuber lets him through on the way towards Indianapolis.
Yeah, Zuber was being caught hand over fist the last couple of laps by Broughtingham, so he was only going to be able to fight for so long, and now he tucks in behind. It's again being the first to pit of the drivers on that strategy means even though he was able to extend, he's sort of in a bit of between a rock and a hard place strategically. So yeah, Satellite going contra to everybody around them isn't quite working at this phase of the race, and Zuber ends up losing a position rather than being able to challenge some of the cars ahead. In fact, Demirkan, still yet to pit on that extending strategy, is about just under 14 seconds ahead of both of them as well. So if anything, these two could find themselves a little bit outfoxed here. But we'll have to see once Peterson, Malgare, and Demirkan come into the pit lane what the true, well, not the true gaps, but what the gaps are once everyone's pit, of course.
Yeah, we will find that out as this evolves. But that was fairly decisive from Alex Broughtingham there, and you just get the feeling watching these two at the moment, maybe Black Hawk Racing have a bit of an edge over Satellite Racing right now, and they can just push that advantage home now in this next stint or so. As Black Hawk Racing, by the way, the very temporary race leaders overall come into the pit lane, and Moritz Mel will return back to where he was expected to be, which is in the lead.
Yeah, exactly. We do also see Giosinski, who's heading for the pit lane, but he got the gap to just 1.5 seconds as we see yellow briefly in the first sector before it flashes back down and disappears. Yeah, there we go. Giosinski not able to breeze past Norbert Jakob on the low fuel as we saw before. Interesting, Polesny has started to eat into the lead of Thomas Vac ever so slightly. It was 58 seconds. He's taken about 4 seconds out of Thomas Vac over the past half hour or so. So it's small gains, but they could have a big impact in the title race, of course. So we've got to keep our eye on the progress of Polesny, and Vac might look a little bit worried as later and later we get into this race if this trend continues and Thomas Enge keep catching them. They were half a second quicker the previous lap.
Yeah, if this carries on, it's going to start to be a very interesting battle for the lead in LMP2. Well, it won't actually be side by side, of course, just for the moment. That may well come a lot later on, if indeed it does at all. But you just get the feeling of a tide turning here after 5 hours of Hyperion Esports pretty comfortably ahead of the rest of the field, extending that advantage while lots of other battles were going on in LMP2 and we were enjoying them further down the field. They were just plodding along out front and continuing to extend that lead, but that's not happening anymore. And so interesting now that Thomas Vac has started to hit his limit, and Wojtek Polesny is bringing that gap down. Surely after this stint, Thomas Vac is going to hand over to somebody else.
He's doing pretty well, the Thomas Vac, to still be lapping in the mid-33s whilst fatigued after 5+ hours of driving or whatever it's been now.
I mean, yes, but I just wonder whether there's a better way around to do this, because if I look on the entry list, how many other drivers do they have? Only Patrick Sikorsky. Maybe that's why. Are they really going to do this race with 2 drivers?
It can be done. I know of a couple of endurance teams are doing it. It does feel like a bit of a waste when they've got the 45 that they've not entered. They could put Subinski, Dabrowski, Andrzejewski in instead, but they've got to rely on Patrick. And I'm going to have a brief look at the team speaks over, see if Patrick is anywhere waiting to be handed over the reins. If this is a Patrick isn't there issue, or if this is a Thomas wants to keep going issue. Let's have a look. Yeah, he is there. He's there along with Daniel Stepkowski as well. So Stepkowski might be there as either team manager or emergency driver as well. Yeah, the Poles, I imagine a lot of Polish chatter going on there as they look at Polesny continuing to close. 51 seconds, the gap now. If they leave this too late, they could do the driver change and come out with Polesny worryingly close to them as well.
Well, I think we, maybe shouldn't get overexcited about the gap coming down. It is the first time it's changed in ages, which is why we pointed out. But, it is still nearly a minute. So it's not too much of a concern just yet, as Margera and Pedersen are both into the pit lane. That will give Arda Ercan the lead and Yannick Place second position. What about Broughtingham as Demirkan comes into the pit lane as well? We have a yellow flag in sector number 2. That's gone away very, very quickly as well. Is Broughtingham going to get through as well? Here he is out of the final corner. You would think Rafa will get ahead of them, but maybe not. No, Jurij Timicic back in the car, but he's down to 4th.
Here we go. Juba gets through as well, crucially.
Wow.
So they've got to go all in on this extending strategy. That means they get undercut massively, though, by both Satellite Racing and the second of the Blackhawks.
So that was a pit stop for Rafa on lap number, what are we on now? 79. So we will keep an eye on how long it is until the other leaders come into the pit lane and see where they are going to be in relation to Rafa Esports. But I think we're getting towards the stage now where Rafa Esports team are actually losing as much time as they're going to gain by actually cutting out the pit stops that they're going to cut out.
Yep, we also see a driver change for Simvry number 9. Scalvini gets on board, which is why they come out behind the motorsport car driven by Juan Carlos Fernandez, number 53. Then there they find themselves, they did lead the early phase of the race, now they're in 7th. But again, they've sort of committed to that strategy. Even if Simičić now having swapped back in to that number 82, even if they start, changing strategy, go lapping a bit quicker and pitting earlier, in a way, because they've chosen this strategy, they've sort of got to commit to it now to benefit. Otherwise, they'll be in a sort of halfway house strategy, won't they? So, again, a difficult position for them in terms of taking the race win here. And it's the amount of time they're losing, they're now nearly over a minute behind Arda Ercan. So Ercan just eats more and more into the pit window here, and it's starting to look like Blackhawk are controlling this race potentially with 2 cars on the podium right now.
You mentioned that sort of halfway house that they very much could fall into, but what if they get to the end of having saved 1 pit stop here, they eventually get round to the cycle again where they're all pitting on the same lap again, which is going to happen at some stage. What about at that stage? Maybe they say, well, we've tried our best with that now. Maybe we take that pit stop we've saved, and maybe just forget about fuel saving now and push on a little bit more. Let's not try and save any more pit stops, but let's push on a bit more now to try and catch up some of the time that we've lost now by doing that strategy.
Yeah, I think that's legitimate. They could try and do that, but it's just a matter of when that crossover point is, because they could still find themselves. It probably won't come to the point where they're pitting on exactly the same lap, but it could be within a lap or 2 of the leaders once it filters back around with the amount of fuel that they've saved. Did a bit of Nick De Silva really pushing it. You saw him spin the wheels out of Mulsanne corner, and then very, very late lapping attempt on Simičić there. But it'll be interesting to see whether Rafa decide to keep doing this, or like you say, decide to try and cut their losses once it evens out and they've gained 1 pit stop, to try and just lose a little bit less time by switching back to the conventional strategy, while having done the bit of partial benefit from doing about half the race with their ultra fuel saving strategy. And if they do that, will we see the 99 and the 75 follow suit as well?
Good afternoon to Roman Moshan, who's asking for a replay of something that happened to number 83.
Just out of the race.
Oh, right, that's why. Wow. Our second retirement of the day for Brabham Motorsport. this time. We've already had the Black Hawk Racing LMP2 out, a championship contender out in LMP2, but now we've got a GT3 out of this race as well, and we will try and get a replay of that in a moment. But that's our second retirement after 5 hours 20, to be fair, which is a long time, but even so, a shame to see.
Yeah, certainly they were in a fight just inside the bottom end of the top 10, I believe, when that happened. So let's reflect then. Into the Porsche curves comes Hoffman, and gonna lose the rear end. No, he just gets disconnected. So it's as simple as that. They might be able to get someone else from Brabham to take over, but that is a big setback for Brabham Esports, as now they fall behind Ben Guida in the number 80. Gurin is going to come out ahead of them too, even if they rejoin at this point.
Yeah, they're going to lose a lot of time as a result of that, unfortunately. LMP2 pit stops upon us again. The three leaders stay out, but look at that. Thomas Bach is now only 50 seconds out front. Valtteri Karjalainen, meanwhile, gets into the Go Team racing car, which exits in fourth. Another new driver for them.
Yeah, there we go. Since hitting issues a little bit early on with the lap traffic, the 38 has actually been driving a pretty decent race. It must be said. Big gap, of course. Well, we'll see once the top three pit again, because they are sort of a lap ahead of everybody in terms of when they're pitting. They're pitting a lap later than everybody else, which gives them this illusory gap at the moment. But they should be about 60 seconds, 50 seconds behind Lionel Cummins at the present moment once things filter out. So yeah, the 38, they've comfortably held off any challenge from the 26 behind, as we do see Tobias Hoffman rejoining. So all hope is not lost for Brabham Motorsports, but of course for the Australian manufacturer that had a couple of stronger rounds. They had really good races in Bahrain and Road America, if memory serves, and they are, if memory serves, they're just outside the top 10 overall standings as they decides to fit in a pit stop as they rejoin here. Brabham Motorsport were top 7, of course, going into the final race of the season, just behind the two Black Hawk teams on 190 points. In fact, them and the 81 were only about 2 points apart. So it had been a decent recovery this season from Brabham. So hopefully they can at least get to the end of the 24 hours in the season with at least some more points under their belt.
I do wonder whether they have enough fuel to go and do another lap yet, because when you are put back to pit lane, I don't think you can take on any more fuel or change tyres or anything. So I do feel that might be yes, that might be the end of that for Brabham, if they haven't got the fuel on board to actually carry on. Hopefully they do have enough fuel to get round for another lap. At least if they do it slowly, they can stay in the race. This is Yannick Simičić on the back of James Zuber, and Hoffman is going again. He's continuing to drive down the pit lane slowly here and not exit the pit lane quite properly. There's definitely some other problems going on there. Meanwhile, Simičić has a look at James Zuber, but can't get past in towards the Porsche curves.
Yeah, much fresher tyres, obviously, at this point for Simičić, who's been catching Juba at a rate of knots halfway around this lap. 93.0 middle sector, so only a tenth slower than what Ercan is doing up front. Simičić, of course, fresh in the car. Juba has done a stint already, so not totally fatigued, but there will be a little bit of a difference here, and Juba probably not far away from having to pit himself now, as we sort of get to the crossover point between these two strategies. But yeah, no, Simičić cannot afford to lose time held up here, because he's lost another second actually to Ercan while stuck behind Juba on this last particular lap. So it's a matter of on the fresher tyres, you'd hope to overtake through the corners, but the easiest overtaking opportunity is the straight. So I think Simičić is going to try and nail Tetra Rouge and get the run down the Mulsanne to clear the BMW.
Johan Kerjan's given us some bad news for Brabham, unfortunately. They were about to pit on that lap, and so they've only got 1 litre left in the car. That might be difficult, maybe impossible to get back in time, unfortunately.
They've DNF'd.
For Brabham Motorsport. They're back DNF again. That might be the end of that for them. That is a real shame for Brabham Motorsport, I should say, get it right. But that could be the end of their day. Let's see, can Jiri Simoncic get himself past James Zuber, or is this going to continue to cost him time? He's now nearly 55 seconds off the race lead of Blackhawk Racing, who are getting quite close to being able to do their pit stop and get out in front of Rafa Esports team now. Let's see if Simoncic can get past the BMW though. Here he goes, inside line. He's got a balance, saving the fuel and also making the overtakes, getting the pace on. And there you go, down the inside of the first Mulsanne chicane. He's done it, and he's up into 4th place for now.
Very early braking from Juba. He's maybe focusing on his exit, knows the BMW is pretty handy in a straight line, gets the slipstream from the Rafa Esports McLaren, and he's going to tuck in behind that rear wing. Will Juba go for it? Will he try and hold up Simoncic here, or will he decide to just follow him and get into damage limitation mode here? Hope he can maybe catch back up to the back of Bratajam, who's about 4 seconds up the road. Yeah, there we go. Not really close enough for a dive bomb, a kamikaze move. Mulsanne chicane number 2. So there, Simoncic continues on his way, and he needed to do that. 63.9 seconds now behind class leader Arda Ercan.
Yeah, this is turning into a very big gap. Well, I saw earlier on, or I calculated earlier on, that it was 1 minute and 4 lost in the pit lane when you do a pit stop here. So we'll keep an eye on Ercan here, and we'll keep an eye on whether that means they will come out in front of Simoncic or not. While we keep an eye on that, let's have a chat to Johan Kurjan, who's part of the Brabham team, who unfortunately might well be out of the race now. But let's chat to Johan. Good afternoon, Johan, and thanks for chatting to us. Although maybe not in the circumstances that you would have wanted. Just tell us what's happened out there in the last 5 minutes or so for Brabham.
Everything was fine. We were about to swap drivers, so I was about to take the wheel, and just the car tipped it back to the garage. Tobias had a in-game message telling he had latency issues, but he didn't lose the connection. We were still talking, and just the car went back to the garage for whatever reason. And yeah, we can't. He managed to escape the game, come back and drive the car again, but as we were about to stop, not enough fuel to do one lap and go again.
So does that mean you guys unfortunately be out the race?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, must be a real shame for you guys. You know, it's less than 6 hours in, I know, but you know, everybody wants to get to the end of 24 hours of Le Mans. So how were you? I saw the three of you chatting away down there in the TeamSpeak channel. What was the general feeling after all that?
Nothing really. We can't really understand what's happening. If it's down to to maybe real latency issues, or it's more about the game doing weird things again. So we are a bit stunned, to be honest, and I guess we can enjoy the rest of the race from the sofa.
Yeah, absolutely. One last one as well before I'll let you go and do that. How are you going to view this season for Brabham? How are you going to look back on season 17 for you guys as a whole?
That's a tough one. It was really a roller coaster, so I think you can't really analyze this season from our point of view. The car is so weird. It can be good sometimes on some tracks, but it's just a GT adapted, and we can't really compare ourselves to others. We were doing quite okay, I guess, in the standings for some reason, but we can't really take anything out of this season.
Well, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us, Johan. Commiserations this afternoon on how it's gone for you guys at Brabham, and hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Yeah, thank you. See you.
Thanks very much. That is Johan Kurjan joining us from the Brabham Motorsports team, unfortunately, who are our second retirement here this afternoon in the 24 hours of Le Mans. Real shame for them, Ed. They were in the only Corvette. We like to have different manufacturers in the field, and unfortunately we've lost our only Corvette now due to circumstances outside their control, and that is a real shame.
Yeah, and there were a couple of races this season where they were pretty solid, a top 5 threat. some good drivers in that team. Johan, of course, Callum Cripps, and Tobias Hoffman as well. All have had good moments this season. I think they were sort of saying, well, we weren't fighting for victories, which is what our aim was, but which is probably why you would have said that they were a little bit bemused to be as high as 7th in the championship going into this one. But yeah, I think it is a big shame to lose them from the race. And yeah, let's hope we see them back again next season, because I think Brabham have been threatening to take that next step up in the GT3 Championship. They could really become solid podium threats if they do another season, I reckon. But yeah, it has a disappointing way to end this season, but it's still had its highs, had some great battles, some great fights, and they provided a lot of entertainment for us, so can't really complain about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is our second retirement of the day. In case you weren't with us earlier on, the Blackhawk Racing LMP2 car unfortunately had to retire as well after a crash at Indianapolis. They couldn't get that car back, and indeed, if you can't drive it back because of damage, then you're not going to get back into the race. That was in the first hour. That was our first of our championship contenders who fell by the wayside earlier on today. So that's our second retirement of the day, unfortunately. But we are 5.5 hours in. To be only 2 down after that amount of time, I think is pretty good going for the field as a whole.
Yep, still 34 in circulation then of the 36 that started. 18.5 hours left to go. I wonder how many more twists and turns and surprises await us once we get to the night stint. Are we going to wake up on Sunday morning and the title picture is going to be completely different in Hypercar and LMP2? We'll have to see. I certainly think the only one that I think could really change around is VEC and Polesny. If Polesny keeps catching and maybe Polesny's teammates can keep that momentum going, get the gap below 40 seconds, then I think things could get really, really interesting, especially once Hyperion have to do that driver change that they owe us. But it could, well, again, a little bit like with fuel saving strategy from RAFA Esports and Blackhawk Racing in Hypercar. It could well even itself out once they do the driver change that lines up with everybody else's driver changes as well. So it could be that that's a legitimate lead that VEC has over Polesny.
Yeah, just one last thing, by the way, before I move on for that. Thanks to Johan for coming in to chat with us. If you're a driver who wants to have a chat with us on the stream here while we are doing the comms, then put yourself in the waiting for interview room just below the broadcast, and we can bring you in to have a bit of a chat about what's going on out there on the circuit for your team. But on the picture right now, Elko Busnik versus Kasper Karjavi, who's been making some moves in these last few moments, looking to get Seawolf Net Race back into the top 10 again. And it looks like he might well do just that. Outside lining towards Indianapolis, he flies around and into the top 10 he goes.
Yep, there we go. So Karjavi have been on the move in recent history, so no surprises there. So we see Thomas Vac exiting the pits and Thomas Inge Sim Racing almost trying to crowd them and stop them from exiting there. That's one way of trying to make up time, but probably not the most efficient way. But yeah, so no love lost between these two, is there?
I don't think it was intentional, to be fair, but even so.
Well, that just happened to be where his pit box was, so that's probably going to happen again if they pit on the same lap in future.
Yeah, they'll have to think about if this gap holds. They'll have to think about that. Dear me, that was pretty awkward. You don't see that very often, and that was when Brabham was still figuring out what they could do to try and get that one back. Unfortunately for them, they were not able to. This is Joni Simoncic trying to get up into the podium places here. Alex Broughtingham, the latest just up in front of him here in the BMW, currently in 3rd place, and this is another one that Simoncic needs to pick off rather quickly, ironically, to try and catch their teammates.
Yeah, exactly. But 64.4 seconds, you can tell Erchan, even on these fresher tyres, Simoncic has not really been able to gain. In fact, he's actually lost a little bit of time. Last lap for Simoncic, personal best, 3 minutes 55.693. Erchan, 3 minutes 55.668, slightly faster then. So Erchan's got all the answers here, and Jerne might end up finding himself running in a race for second here.
Allison's just reminding us of one of the rules, actually, in the regulations that we're sat here giggling and laughing at it. Somebody might have broken some rules there for the pit exit there between those front two. It's the Hyperion Esports and Thomas Enger sim racing cars, one of the pit lane rules that the only time a driver is allowed to pass between a car and the garages is when the track requires double stacking of the pit boxes, and their box is the inside stall between the outside stall and the garages, and only if there was an option not to go outside the car, the driver must safely rejoin the pit lane road. So I think that is the Hyperion Esports car, the one who might be in a bit of trouble for that, if I've interpreted that correctly. But we're sat here giggling at it. There might actually be some trouble for that down on pit lane.
I'm not so sure about that either way, because was Blackhawk ahead or just alongside there? It's a little bit tricky to call. Are they saying that Hyperion should have waited for Blackhawk to go through before rejoining the fast lane?
Unsafe release kind of
thing.
Yeah,
okay. Because I didn't see the actual release there. We saw just after he'd been released, so it's a little bit harder for me to call. But in that context, yeah, I guess we'll have to see. It would be, I think, really, really unfair on Hyperion, to be honest, and Thomas Vac there, who's probably, as I say, very, very fatigued by now. It's probably the last thing he needed, really. I think Patrick Sukowski is almost begging to take over at this point, even though Thomas Vac has actually extended the gap to Felesny by 53 seconds now, so he's gained another 3 seconds on Thomas Enger there after that. It was almost to underline the point. Could it be that Hyperion are gearing up for a driver change at the next run of stops? I think that's got to be inevitable.
Yes, I think it just must be. You know, this has been a very, very long stint so far for Thomas Vac. He's got to get out at some point, and well,
can he? He'll be glued to the seat with all that sweating he's been doing.
Yeah. That's a grim thought for you all at home, but yes, it's going to be difficult to get him out there, surely. And you know, this certainly start to this most recent stint, he's actually got off quite well, back out to 53 seconds again when it was coming down not so long ago. So yeah, it's going his way a little bit again here as we go on board with Jani Simicic, because he's closing in on third again.
Yep, Brabham, the 3 minutes 53.8 for Simicic, but Erchan, 3 minutes 55.3. He's only about 2/10 off his fastest lap of the race. Yene, he's in the braking zones and on the acceleration traction zones. You really see the difference there that the fresher tyres provide. Brabham got to rely on the straight line speed here, but the slipstream that Simicic is getting his penalty for Thomas Vac. There we go. So it looks like exactly as you said, Ewan, he's getting a penalty for sort of not staying behind in the fast lane. As now we see Jani Simicic going alongside. He's gotten up to third. Will he swing across? Yes, he will. And that's Rafa back onto the podium then. So 65 seconds, I should say, off of the class lead. But they are now going to start to cut into that 29-second gap to Yannick Pleiss ahead of them.
They have been out there now for 5 laps already. This is lap number 6, so they're not even quite that close to actually getting their pit stop fully saved yet. They're only just over halfway through that cycle now. And so, as I mentioned earlier, it's only going to happen twice here in this race if they persist with it at this. But the gap at 1 minute and 5 is quite large out to Blackhawk Racing, who are still leading and have been leading for some time now. But as we said, Thomas Vac is going to get a penalty for that, well, unsafe relief for want of a better term. It is against the rules, and they will, though, likely complain about it, but they will receive a penalty, and suddenly this LMP2 race win and title fight just got a whole lot more interesting.
And the other part of it was that it was Thomas Enger Sim Racing. They were alongside in the pit lane when they shouldn't have been, so they will feel maybe a bit aggrieved that Thomas Enger Sim Racing tricked them into getting that penalty, maybe. But either way, rules are rules, and not much that can be done about it now. Vac has got to serve the penalty and will probably come out ahead, but then when they do the driver change, they will almost certainly come out behind. Luckily, there is a 43-second gap behind to Lionel Cummins, but it could be that the hunted becomes the hunter.
Yeah, this is going to be a suddenly ignited fight for the lead in the LMP2 category. What a fantastic thing that's going to be to watch over the course of the next 18 hours. If these two stay close all throughout, it's going to be very exciting indeed. Ardar Ercan, meanwhile, comes into the pit lane after lap 85. So that's 6 laps after Simicic came in. We're still 6 stints effectively away from Simicic saving a pit stop in that case.
Yeah, and with the pace that he was setting, as we see Brabham, just going bits from behind him. Luckily, doesn't hit the back of Jene Simoncic there as he wrestles the curbs, and he's going to briefly re-inherit the lead for at least 5 or 6 laps now. But yeah, certainly the strategy's all panning out, and is Thomas Vac going to have to serve the penalty? He's got to serve it as soon as possible, you'd think, so he might just try and get it out of the way here, but either way, it mounts the pressure. It's almost just as well if he was pushing as hard as he was to keep the gap to Polesny, because if he had taken it easy and was only 20 or 30 seconds ahead now, they'd be in an even worse position.
Well, let's see if they take it this time round or whether they're going to wait just a little bit longer and discuss. They're not going to be close to needing a pit stop here the next few moments, so that they shouldn't be too concerned about having that pit stop run up against the penalty itself, but they're going to take it immediately here. The gap over 50 seconds when they started it. It's just going to be a drive-through, so it's not going to be anything too dramatic, and the gap is still going to be, I reckon, about 30 seconds, maybe just less, but it's a big chunk of their lead going to be taken out of them.
Yeah, this is the incident happened in the pit lane, and the punishment is another trip to the pit lane. So feels a little bit like they're in the doghouse at the moment, Hyperion. But luckily, there is light at the end of the tunnel. There is Polesny still pushing nose. They've got to take advantage while they can. Out of the pits comes Thomas Vac, and as you say, the gap now just 26 seconds. Then, so they've lost a good 20 seconds in all of that.
Wow. And it's not only the actual, 25 seconds, 25 seconds, whatever it is, that they've lost. So the momentum shift as well. They will have noticed that gap for the first time in this race about an hour or two ago just started to come down rather than continue to go out as it had been for the first 4 hours. And they'll, of course, notice this penalty and notice the gap come down after that. And suddenly it's not only the actual time loss, it's the momentum shift as well that we've got now in LMP2.
We've also got a very annoyed Thomas Vac at the wheel of this car, who's been driving for a very long time now as well. So anger and fatigue are not ideal combinations, but if Thomas can control that, maybe they can fight back a little bit here. But yeah, of course, how long does the driver change take? Add on to the regular pit stop, it's about 30 seconds, isn't it? So that's exactly almost the difference between them, or slightly more, actually. So Vac, his task now is to get the gap back up to 30 seconds. That's quite clear, maybe even more if possible.
Let's see if if the lead is even going to change here in the next couple of hours or so, because it's a lot closer than before, that's for sure. Don't forget, coming into this race as well, Hyperion Esports with such momentum going their way. I know it's been a topsy-turvy season in terms of LMP2, and we've had, I think, 4 different race winners, 4 different teams taking race wins, but the last 2 races have been taken by Hyperion Esports. 3 of the last 4 have been taken by them as well. They're really in the ascendancy here, as meanwhile other pit stops, Fabio Archen, he has indeed come out in front of Jene Simoncic, and so the pit stop that has been saved is already negated with still about 6 stints to go.
Yeah, there we go. So this is troubling times for Jene, because he is basically now racing for second, and he kind of knows that.
Wow. I mean, what do you do at this stage now? As you said earlier, it's very hard to just abandon it and go a halfway house of a strategy, which really doesn't benefit anyone. Now you're looking at maybe abandoning after saving the first stop, maybe, but if they continue to lose time at this rate, then, I mean, surely they're going to be almost a minute behind by the time they've done alleviating this pit stop. This could be a very, very big advantage for Black Hawk Racing once this is all said and done, because their strategy right now is putting them out front with, admittedly, still over 18 hours to go.
The good news for Jene is he's got quite low fuel now, so if he can sort of stop Erchan from building too much further away, he can potentially get close enough to maybe force Erchan into a mistake. It's going to take some aggression on the strategy from Rafa. They have really been conserving the fuel, not playing it conservatively, actually quite aggressively, but now we might have to see Jene intimidate Erchan. But I think the Turkish driver has had too many opportunities to win that have slipped through his fingers, either through bad luck or mistakes and disconnections. to let that happen to him now. So Chan is going to pull out his A game, and so too will Jene Simoncic.
Well, this is this is going to be important for Simoncic, as you say, to use that lower fuel. Admittedly, he's not on super low fuel because they're starting to get to the stage where they're more similar on fuel, and more similar in terms of when they actually stop. Simicic's probably got about half a tank less at this stage, maybe a little bit less of that actually, and so he will really be quicker than Black Hawk Racing. You'd expect so anyway. They've got to try and drive that advantage time while they've got it. Seawolf Net Race just come out right in front of them, by the way. They are about to go a lap down again here to Arda Ercan. They are, or have been rather, lapped down at earlier stages in this race. They're about to go another one down. Simoncic will be hoping that they slow Ercan down just a little bit here through some of the corners. Simoncic seems to be making time every time there is a corner on this straight.
Indeed he is then, so needs to keep making progress, of course, and you can tell it's Jene because you can see very clearly the green helmet, of course, behind that windscreen that Jene Simoncic brings with him everywhere he drives. Now Chan under pressure here because he's not used to this in this race. He's really been out front on his own. Now he's sort of got a lap car that's got to obey the blue flags at some point or other to avoid getting a penalty in front of him. So the Seawolf Net Race, who's at the wheel of that car at the moment? It's not Ian Pfeiffer, is it? I remember who Seawolf's drivers are at the moment. Would it be Frederick Seitz then, I think?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
There we go. Seawolf Net Race. Right, there we go. Just one position wrong. But yeah, the blue flag's still waving. But of course, Seitz having pit quite recently has got very fresh tyres compared to Ercan. Now look at that, the gap about to dip below a second then. So Simoncic maybe on a different strategy slightly to Ercan, but they're starting to converge. And I think Rafa may have been disheartened to see Black Hawk come out ahead, but Black Hawk are not out of danger just yet.
No, they're definitely not. You know, it's easy to look at this situation and think that with the different strategies going on and Rafa Esports team's strategy not maybe working out to quite how they would have hoped for at the start of this race this afternoon. Easy to think that Black Hawk Racing are really the ones in the ascendancy, the one with the big lead, but certainly not. They'll be under pressure here, and as Jene Simoncic is going to heap that upon them here as well in this battle for the lead in GT3 with nearly 6 hours gone. Imagine if this was only a 6-hour race, we'd be jumping off the walls. Obviously, it'd be a different situation as well.
We'd be on tenterhooks, yeah.
but yeah, there's still over 18 hours to go, so it's hard to get too excited about it. Oh, and there you go. Ercan very nearly followed the Seawolf car down the pit lane entry there, but he pulls it back in time for the Ford chicanes, and now there's nothing to distract him from the fact that Rafa Esports team are right there in his rearview mirror.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, no, probably would have been hoping they extended another lap personally, but yeah, I think we did get it wrong. I think Seawolf were coming in for a stop. They hadn't just done their stop, so yeah, they did have quite low fuel, but probably quite warm tyres. Then, as we see now, Chan under pressure, having to potentially think about pulling out defensive moves here, as Jene is going to gear up for an attack, surely down the Mulsanne on Tetra Rouge, just like we saw with, was it Bratijam not too long ago that he made the move on, wasn't it? So we're going to see him do the same potentially to the sister car if Ercan gives him even half a chance here.
And down the straight, on the Mulsanne straight we go then. Now then, what can the McLaren do here in the slipstream of this BMW? Are they going to be able to get through by the end in towards Indianapolis? Maybe that might well be the key point of trying to get through here. But look at this, even at this distance, the BMW seems faster in a straight line. Look at the gap just very slightly increasing there. And LMP2 traffic. Oh, Simoncic needs to be fast through the corners, and that was not helpful.
Yeah, the LMP2, that looks like the undercover Raijin car trying to worry about its own race. Decent exit again from Simoncic despite that. So the gap will stay relatively steady as he gained a little bit in the slipstream. Should be just about under a second then by the time he reaches the first chicane. Although having dipped out of the slipstream, he's losing the toe. And, the BMW then is going to have plenty of daylight between itself and the McLaren. So this is all about Jene keeping the pressure on, hoping the tyres hold on before he inevitably has to make a stop of his own for the next stint.
You can see that he's already brought back a 10th or so, but I think Simičić would have been hoping if he could have drawn up this situation, to his liking, he would have, thought, I'll be very close behind him, coming off of Mulsanne corner here, and I'll make the move in towards Indianapolis. But if that's the timeline he's looking at, he's going to have to delay that by another lap here, which is a lap he really can't afford. He's got to use this low fuel to get past Ercan and pull away from him here.
Certainly, and there's the 38-second gap behind to Yannick Pleiss, who they're pulling away from. So that's working out well. Even if Jerne's fuel strategy ends up not working completely to his advantage, he has started to put himself in a position where he may be able to come out ahead of Yannick Pleiss regardless then. So he's been doing good work here. The problem is that Arda Ercan has been doing a slightly better job on his different strategy that's allowed him to come out ahead then on the conventional strategy, I guess. But now Jerne again coming out of Arnage, tucks in behind by 3 tenths. Is he going to be close enough for a late dive into the Porsche curves? This could be very, very tense between the pair of them. Ercan hogs the middle of the road, a little bit of a late move, and Simičić is going to try and go around the outside. On the outside, that's not really going to be enough alongside for him to do that, and he has to tuck in behind. But the pressure on, and Ercan is responding well to this attack.
This is Simičić versus Ercan for the lead of the race in GT3. Nearly 6 hours gone in the 24 hours of Le Mans, and it's still nose to tail for the lead in our slowest class. Simičić, as I mentioned earlier, has to find his way through here and make use of the fact he's on low fuel, and he really tried into the Porsche curves there. Not a conventional place you normally see moves, but he couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, I think it was just a case of Ercan had a little bit of a slow exit out of Arnage, and you saw him having to get defensive immediately, pick the inside at the earliest opportunity then. And now we see another lap beginning, 18 hours, 9 minutes left to go, and Simičić all over the back of Ercan like a cheap suit and gets a really good exit from Dunlop chicane again, but there's not really an overtaking opportunity at the bottom of the hill here. So it may just have to be a case of waiting again for Tetra Rouge and trying to maximize his exit here as he tucks in behind.
What about on the first Mulsanne chicane? Is he going to wait until later on in this exchange, because there is going to be a chance to come back again for Arda Ercan? Or is he going to just go at the first opportunity and hope that he's got enough speed here? I would worry a little bit about the McLaren straight line speed in terms of hanging on here, but let's see as they make their way down the straight now. He is super close now, and he's got the option of sides as well. Right-hand side he's going to choose is Jerne Simičić, inside line for the first Mulsanne chicane, and he is going to go through. Later on the brakes, he's still on Arda Ercan, who's got the chance to come back again into the second Mulsanne chicane.
Yep, here he comes then. The BMW superior straight line speed now should come in handy, but you can see Jerne using any little bit of fuel mix that he's got left to try and extend the gap so he's not vulnerable into that second chicane then. And Ercan, of course, now realizes he has got a fight in his hand now for this race victory, because Referee Sports are in prime position now. Of course, Jerne will have to come in before too long as he gets a little bit squirrely on exit on those worn tires, and Ercan now tucks in behind as we're seeing blue flags for Thomas Vack lapping the pair of them.
Yeah, coming through on the way down towards the Mulsanne corner. Looks like Simičić is going to be okay this time round on the way towards that corner, and indeed at Indianapolis as well. So 6 hours just about to be complete here in the Virtual Endurance Championship. 24 hours of Le Mans. A battle for the GT3 lead for us still to enjoy even after this amount of time of racing. I will step away now, and I'll be back in the morning a little bit later on to come to the end of the race. But taking over from me now to take you through the next 2 hours until our break overnight is going to be rFactor.
Yeah, thank you, Ewan. Good afternoon, everybody. Great to be here for the biggest race of the Virtual Endurance Championship year. I'm delighted that Ed will still be with me for the next couple of hours, and I've kind of missed all the fun, haven't I, in the last couple of minutes, haven't I, Ed? The move's now been done by Simičić. The question is, can I get into the fun, and can Ercan come back at him?
Can I get into the fun? Well, let me introduce you to Virtual Endurance Championship there. Fernando, you've done this before. You know the drill. But anyway, of course, RAFA Esports, of course, have extended their stint for a long time. Are a little bit out of sequence, but the strategies are ever so slightly starting to converge here. So, of course, the rFactor on lower fuel has breezed past Erchan, who did have a very, very big lead. But, of course, we are yet to see that 82 into the pit lane. So Simic is going to try and escape up the road, while Erchan knows he may re-inherit the lead on track. But if Rafa can keep extending the fuel and Arda Erchan doesn't get the undercut that gets him back ahead and gets that track position, then either way, we're in for a pretty nail-biting next 18 hours, certainly, although I'm sure some of us are going to be asleep for a lot of it. Certainly not the case for the drivers, though, as we see one of the Hypercar, I think that's the Racing Zone Hypercar, visiting the pit lane of Sultan Hives, quite a way down on the rest of our Hypercar field. There he is. But it has been interesting as well to see, Nick De Silva and Benjamin Gielzinski have been pitting some laps later than our Go Team drivers. So the Go Team drivers, by far the fastest on the road, Mikhail Leroux and Gabor Hevesi at the wheel at the moment. But I think Gielzinski's got back ahead because they've both done driver changes. So Leroux's gotten back on board, and Gabor Hevesi's getting on board number 7 for the first time. By the way, I'm not sure if this is helpful for you, Darren, but I've also sent in a sheet of all the permutations. Of course, Black Hawk number 30 are out, so their stake in LMP2 title contest is pretty much irrelevant now because they left the race so early on. There's still 4 cars that can win it in LMP2. In terms of GT3, RAFA Esports don't need to win the race to win the GT3 title, but they're going to go for it anyway. Simic sets a purple first sector, so absolutely flying out there even with those old tires.
Yeah, I did see that document. It seems like you were up a little bit late last night, getting that one done. I noticed the time when it came
might well
into
have
the
actually
chat.
been all the Blackhawk permutations I was doing that ended up being useful for all of about an hour.
Yeah, I mean, coming into a season finale like this, we're always going to have all these permutations, and it is great that we still have so many, and so much really on the line coming into this final race for a lot of the teams. It's been a relatively close season, isn't it? And I think going back to to talking about those hypercars briefly, we have talked a lot about Go Team being very fast all season long. There's been a few times where they haven't necessarily had the starts to races that they've been looking for and have had to make their way through the field. Your first couple of races of the championship, that is very much true to life. And even now, as we get to the end of the season, it seems that Go Team are having to pull themselves back into contention again. Good to see that Gielzinski, I think he got it slowed down in time. There's a bit of a wiggle as we turn to look at him. But it is really interesting, I think, particularly at this stage of the race, after a quarter of it is just about elapsed, with still 18 hours to go, that we do have these top 4 teams in the hypercars still relatively close together. It's only that 5-car field, and I think, particularly with those Go teams in 3rd and 4th, at least in terms of well, at least a minute ago, I think it's going to be interesting to see how they can either try and get themselves in front quite clearly of the others over the well, into the evening, into the night, because that could be really important for them going into the morning. Because as we know at Le Mans, when the sun rises, Ed, you know, a lot can happen, and it isn't necessarily all positive news, is it?
No, that tends to be where you see those little mistakes creeping in that can often have big consequences as well. And even the night can be quite deadly as well, where visibility goes down. You're relying a lot on your headlights through certain parts of the circuit where it's not necessarily the best. They have got the sort of the white lines and the curbs that tend to reflect the light pretty well. But other than that, you are often pretty alone in the darkness. And we see actually Gielzinski, I thought he was having some sort of steering issue as he was going in the pits.
Yeah.
It seems it's more terminal now because he is listed as a DNF. So have they got anybody to take over? Or is that it for the Seawolf Net race car?
Yeah, we did see him almost crabbing coming into the pit, didn't we? I picked up on that, but it didn't really seem like too much, as we only just about caught the end of it. But clearly some deeper issues there for Seawolf Net Racing. Gielzinski not in the best shape, and that could allow Zolan Toth in that number 22 to maybe come through in the next couple of minutes. They, of course, in Racing Zone team, have not had the start that they have so desired, which now leaves us really with 3 teams towards the top, with the 2 Go Team cars and, of course, Blackhawk with Loic Mounier behind the wheel. But bad news then in the end for the sorry, not for the Go Team, for the Seawolf Net race car, and that will be very much out of contention. But I do think, as we get towards the end of the 6 hours, it's fair to say GT3s look like that's going to be where we're seeing most of the action, but the LMP2s, you always feel like something could happen in this class, don't you?
Yeah, certainly. RFRO car of Corentin Pontiu has been caught ever so slowly by UC Narola of Sean Clark Racing, who are fifth and final title contender, although they are 39 points down on Hyperion and Thomas Inga Sim Racing, both of whom tied at the top. We did see a bit of controversy during one of the more recent pit stops where Hyperion got a drive-through for breaking the rules because they came out of their pit stop into the fast lane at roughly the same time as Polesny and Thomas Inga Sim Racing were coming in. So they went side by side, which they really shouldn't have because the Hyperion was apparently supposed to lift off. So they got a controversial drive-through that dropped their lead from 50 seconds to now it's about, it was 27. Thomas Vac has fought to get it back up to about 29 seconds. But of course, Hyperion 44 yet to do any driver changes in this race. They've got Patrick Swakowski on standby, waiting to go supposedly. But Thomas Vac is insisting he goes a bit longer and a bit longer. When you've only got two drivers, you've got to make sure both of them are in pretty decent nick and not too fatigued. As in come Pontiu and Narola, so it's a race in the pit lane.
Yeah, Puanto will be looking to try and get himself stopped on the marks as best as he can and give himself the best opportunity at coming out in the lead, of course, in this little battle. Only a couple of seconds between them. And they have, of course, got that Go Team car that has also come into the pit lane. There it is at the same time. That is now going to be Valtteri Karjalainen is going to go into that car for Go Team. The number 38 entry should re-emerge in, ahead of these two. But it does seem like it's time to get moving to the pit lane in that LMP2 class. Everybody outside of the top three is making their stop now, and it just leaves those top three cars out on circuit a little bit longer. Puanto down off of the jacks. Does he emerge comfortably ahead? Obviously, Narola. When do they start rolling off the marks? They're just filling up with fuel. It's such a long wait, isn't it? You know, we get used to it in the VEC, but when you're in the car, you know, when you're talking about margins of 1 or 2 seconds, and you're talking about a pit stop that's 50, 60 seconds long, it really does feel like you're sitting there forever and you're just waiting for the other car to blink, doesn't it?
Yeah, for Valtteri Karjalainen, it's a bit of a difficult situation because his teammate Jelly Binsbergen has come in immediately ahead of him. You can see in the background there that sort of Binsbergen sort of side on, so it will have to be quite a narrow angle of escape for the Finnish driver then. But yeah, there we go. He does just about avoid the rear end of his teammate as they are servicing, and that puts him back out into fourth overall. Of course, our top three in LMP2 have been able to consistently go a lap longer than everybody else at the end of each stint. There we go. Pontiu is out of the pit lane, and so too is the chasing Sean Clark racing car as well.
Yeah, and a couple of driver swaps in the end in that group. Nicolas Capdebaillon has gone into that number 26 RFRO car. So we'll see what Nicholas can do through there. And we did see Karjalainen jump out of the car as well. That is not the right angle to be into the pit lane if you're the number 37. But I think they've just about made it work for them. And they will re-emerge back onto the racetrack. Thomas Vac, of course, as you mentioned, into the pit lane now. And I really do think he has been a driver that has performed race after race this season. We've seen him really pull that Hyperion car forward at times where it's dropped back a little bit. And he's been such an impressive driver to watch over the course of the season, and no real surprise to see him leading this race, albeit for Baleschi, he's now technically leading the race because he's ahead in the pit lane, isn't he?
Yeah, and this is that crucial LMP2 title fight. They both came in equal on points. It's an Abu Dhabi 2021-esque or Watkins Glen 1974, if you want to get even more old school about it. Formula 1 scenario where the two title contenders go into the final race of the season level on points. Of course, Thomas Vac, this must be the driver swap in effect here. So we expect it to be very, very close on exit between Hyperion 44 and Thomas Inga Sim Racing number 28. There we go. Polesny down off the jacks then. And he just sees the on-off racing car. That's a third of our title contenders at 17 points down on the both of them, just swerving across the front of Thomas Inga. There we go. Out of the pits now comes Patrick Swakowski aboard Hyperion 44. So they've done enough to stay ahead of the number 28 then. So crucial there. They didn't let the drive-through penalty destroy their rhythm, affect their race. And Swakowski now gets to do his first laps in the race. And Polesny still stuck behind Cummins in the number 27. So could be a long stop because they're doing a driver change, of course. They're both getting the driver changes out of the way. So the gap still just under 30 seconds between the pair of them.
Yeah, and I think a slight reverse to get out of the pit lane there for Michal Sedlacek. So not really what he needed to do, but he will be behind Patrick Szyakowski by some distance, but not any more than we saw. There you go. There's the 29-second gap reinstated. Give it 30 seconds in change in the end. But that is kind of where we expected those guys to be. Whilst all that has been going on, of course, Jene Simoncic has been pulling away in the lead of that GT3 class. He's now got a 4.6. It was second gap. It was 4.3 when I looked last time. Glance again, it's 4.6, nearly 4.7 gap to Arda Ercan. He's just in the background there. He's just about to come into the frame. There he is. And that's kind of what we expected to see. But really important for Simoncic to get these laps in early, pull that gap as quickly as he possibly can, because it's giving him that opportunity to close up or maybe close the gap when we look at the strategy coming into effect as well. Little battle on track as well that we can have a bit of a dive into, Ed, is we've got that battle for P11 and for P12 for 10 and 11 in the LMP2 class. Bussink just about defending from Kariavi right now, but these two are by far the closest on the circuit. We could see the Seawolf Net Race go jump into the top 10.
Yeah, they've been going back and forth. Karajavi's had to make this move a couple of times. He's going to try again at Indianapolis. He's going to be just about to have the inside. Bussink noticed him in time there, avoided disaster. But Ilko is going to be able to go the long way around if he chooses to, but he's not quite able to hold on to that position. So Karajavi, with the fresher tyres, I believe, is going to complete the move into Indianapolis there. So you're very, very close. But in the end, it is, there we go, the Bussink that loses out, and the 246 Seawolf Net Race that goes through.
Sorry for the quick camera change there. I got worried. I didn't realise that there was a car in the pit lane. I saw a car dropping down the road. I thought, dearie me. No, but that was just, in the end, the pit stop that is currently ongoing for Kwiatkowski in the 249. So nothing that will worry them at all. But for Bussink, I think it'll be a little bit of a worry that he's lost out yet again in that position. But coming around the outside as we come to the exit of the Porsche curves, could be a chance to close that gap back up again. And we've talked about traffic management already, or you guys have in the earlier hours. It's such an important factor. But at Le Mans, you really feel like traffic management is almost entirely almost cordoned down to those Porsche curves in that last minute of the lap. The first 3 minutes, it's relatively easy to manage the traffic in comparison to some of the circuits we've been to this season.
Yeah, certainly. It may look like a big wide track in places, but yeah, the Porsche curves are really where it narrows up, and it's quite high speed as well. Those corner entry speeds. So if you get it wrong, it can be big accidents, as we see finally Jene Simoncic entering the pits then. So that was a just over 4-second lead he had over Arda Ercan, of course. And now this is where Ercan, as the fuel goes down, he needs to start matching those personal bests. It was sort of mid 55s and personal bests for Jene Simoncic, 355.6, whereas Ercan last lap around 356.3. So as the fuel burns off, Ercan finds himself with a bit of work to do just to make sure that he doesn't end up pitting. And this time coming out, he did come out of pit and just come out just ahead of Simoncic at the last stop. He needs to make sure that he continues to do that. He doesn't end up finding Simoncic undercutting him there. Scalvini is coming in on the same strategy as Simoncic, just as Jene is exiting then. And we also know that Erde Mekiel is on that same strategy in the Cassidy Motorsport 75 that's down in 7th at the moment.
Yeah, about 30 seconds further back from Jene Simoncic as he emerges from the pit lane. So a little bit of work to do for Rakiel, a little bit further back, but Scalvini always just keeping tabs. Yes, he's coming in while Simoncic is going out, but they can at least wave to each other in the pit lane. There isn't the greatest gap there. It's not like we're seeing, as we're seeing, for the lead of the LMP2 class, with Thomas Vac coming in behind some cars who were nearly a lap down on him. So definitely, I think a shout for Simfreem to stay very much in contention there is Erdemakio. And same situation, isn't he? He's coming in as the Simfreem car's going out, just about close enough that they can kind of keep tabs on the car in front, because they can't see them on the circuit when the gaps are that big. But when you get to the pit stops, you can always judge how well that stint has been. Of course, the drivers and teams will know the time gaps, but really visually it could help the teams, I think, mentally, if they can see that gap coming down when they come in for the stops, when they're on similar strategies. Because psychologically, even if you can't see the car normally, if 30 minutes later you come into the pit lane and they're now still in their box rather than moving forwards, you feel like you're going along that little bit better, and it can really give you a boost, not just yourself but the team as well, because numbers, to look at them, they're great, aren't they, Ed? They're comforting, you know what kind of gaps you're closing, but to see that really effects take place before your eyes can be far more psychological beneficial for a team in trying to close a margin like that.
Certainly, if he was just focusing on racing against the likes of Scalvini and Simitic on the same strategy, then I would agree with you. But the problem is, what he's actually doing, and we see, I think, Akel has gotten out of the pits just a second ahead there of Chris Gonzalez aboard the second of the Team Iris cars. So there we go. Crucial that he was able to overcut and stay ahead, essentially, on his alternate strategy there. So yeah, Caspian 75 holding on to P7. So his fight, I suspect, is going to be more against the likes of Chris Gonzalez. And we know that BMW is going to be a bit lighter fueled at this phase of the race. So Akel is going to have to fight to hold on to this one.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, that's for sure. Chris Gonzalez is going to be the one looking to try and find a way through for Team Iris. I'm not going to see too many moves down in towards either of these two Mulsanne chicanes unless there's a bit of a mistake from Erden Akyol up in front, because we know it's very difficult to make moves stick here in the Mulsanne chicanes. It's not the biggest braking zone, particularly on this circuit, so to get it done down at the end of the Mulsanne is probably a little bit more beneficial, but you've got to be close enough down the straights, and you will gain in the slipstream, but you don't really feel like you gain too much down these straights in rFactor 2, and I think for a few of these guys it's just going to feel like a slow pull towards rather than a little bit more increased speed than they were looking for.
Yeah, we saw this a bit with the two Go Team Hypercars when they were swapping the lead early in the race. It was that the number 17 and number 7, they would each get sort of right of reply at the next chicane, essentially, because they'd get the slipstream on one another going into it. And they're fighting for the title, but of course Go Team also fighting for the race win against Blackhawk, so they couldn't really risk a collision with one another. So if the other car was faster, had the overlap going into the chicane, there was no point trying to brake late and hold on to it particularly, although a couple of times they gave it a good go. But they put, if it was choreographed, it was very, very convincingly choreographed. There's genuine overtakes for a lot of the time there. So Go Team, rather than just telling the drivers to hold position, they have put on a very, very fun show then in the first sort of 4 hours or so. But now, of course, the 17 is pulled clear by about 37 seconds. Now waltzing off into the distance. They only need to finish third to win that Hypercar title, so they have a bit of buffer in case they hit trouble later on. But you have to say the number 17 crew have really been the stars of the season in Hypercar, and for Go Team, this could be a big next 17 hours if they're able to hold on to this title and indeed top it off with a win, a 5th win of the season at the biggest one of them all, 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, it really is the biggest of them all, isn't it? I think a lot of the teams and drivers really focus on this race, really from the start of the season. They know when it's happening. They know it's going to be at the end of the season. It's been that way for some time now.
And it's where the most points are handed out too.
Exactly. So I think so many of these drivers will circle that date. Last autumn they will have done that, and they come into this race really prepared. This is a circuit that a lot of them will know inside and out, and this is a part of the circuit that I'm really pleased we're on board with Chris Gonzalez for. You can just about see up in front Akyol moving around a little bit at the start of the Porsche curves, and that can really put you off your line. Gonzalez is closing up, and you can visually see it through some of these curves. A couple of tenths that he's gained, and so clearly a little bit more confidence in that car. Traffic coming through didn't help a great deal. There's another Hypercar popping its way through. That's the Seawolf Net Race car that is back out on the circuit, actually, with Ben Crooks in the wheel. Of course, with Gilzinski having some issues, Crooks is now behind the wheel, and they are a lap down, but they are still in the race, and that is the important thing. So good to see them still involved. For Chris Gonzalez, there is still some hope, because clearly there's a little bit more confidence in his rear end than I think Erdem Akyol has at the moment, which isn't necessarily what Simfrim need to hear right now. Caspian need to hear right now.
Yeah, Caspian has sort of been playing catch up for a lot of this race. They're a team that has got a lot of podiums this season, only one win to their name. Otherwise, they've really been had to finish second to RAFA Esports multiple times. We also saw a bit of news in the YouTube chat that Patrick Swakowski starting to struggle. I think we heard that he spun at the first chicane a lap or two ago. Last lap, 3 minutes 32.5. Mikhail Sedlasek, 3 minutes 33.3. So it looks like Swakowski started to fight back and extend that gap again. But worrying times at Hyperion. They already got a drive through And now the gap is below 25 seconds. So Swiatkowski clearly pushing to build it back up again. But that threat from Tomasenko Sim Racing, it's only going to grow and grow as this stint goes on, I think. And certainly Patrick Swiatkowski's got to get that out of his mind and has just got to hot lap, essentially, in this stint. As long as he's got tyres at the end and they don't drop off the cliff. Hyperion just need to make the gap as big as it can be so that if there's any more unpleasant surprises, they are prepared for them.
Yeah, and in a circuit like this, in a race like this, in situations like this, unpleasant surprises are never very far away. So being ready for them is always a beneficial position to be in. And I think for the leading cars right now, to have the gaps that they do, albeit we know that Arda Ercan doesn't really have that gap after the pit stop cycle shakes out next time around. We know for a fact that there are a lot of teams right now who are looking behind them, building the gaps just in case, because it's so important to have that almost safety net in a race like this, isn't it? We see so many times that teams can just have little mistakes, little errors, a technical difficulty. Building up that gap over time to the cars behind you enables you to, have your blip, because there's going to be a blip in everybody's race over the course of the 24 hours, but have that blip, but also stay very much in contention and not drop very far away. There was a brief yellow in sector 2 there. I'm not too sure who that was for, because my track map is a little bit broken, but it seems that it's cleared up nicely in the end, and there's not been anybody too heavily affected. No one's dropping down the timing, Pedro.
Not really. Swiatkowski lost a second or so to Sedlasek, but the gap's about where it was, quite stable, 23 seconds. So yeah, I've not been seeing any other drops down the order, but it could be one of our tail enders in GT3 that I think just had a small off-track moment. But as we see, Chris Gonzalez also dipping a few wheels in the gravel at Indianapolis, which is quite a common sight already, as they just try and get on the power as early as possible, and the car understeers out to the right-hand side. What was I going to say? I had something interesting to say, and now it's gone. But anyway, yeah, I was just looking at the gap. Ercan is now starting to lap faster than Simoncic. 3 minutes 56.0, Simoncic 3 minutes 57.2, so 1.2 seconds slower. So now the gap's 62 seconds. It's gone from 58 seconds to 62 quite quickly here. So maybe it was Simoncic actually that hit trouble. And yeah, that's very good news for Ercan and for Blackhawk Racing, but quite bad news for RAFA Esports then, because all of a sudden it was looking like they might come out a couple of seconds ahead, and now it's all of a sudden dead level in terms of the net race lead in G3.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily... well, to be fair, I think it's what we're kind of expecting, because of course Simoncic is running on that higher fuel now compared to Ercan in that Blackhawk car. But again, when Arda Ercan pits, if he comes out just in front, there will of course be the issue for him that he is running the higher fuel himself. So it's just the ebbing and the flowing, isn't it, really, that we're seeing? It's like the tides coming in and out, and we will see it flip around once again once Arda Ercan makes his way down pit lane again, which I cannot imagine is too far away now. So we'll keep a keen eye on when he decides is the right time to come into the box. Gonzalez has really lost quite a bit of time now. I think we have seen Akyol settle in at that bit more into the stint in that number 75 car, because he's under far less pressure than he was before. And that chance for Gonzalez may have gone, because with every tenth that he loses, he's exponentially losing even more slipstream, isn't he?
Yeah, it's just even the embers of slipstream that he gets, he's too far back when he sort of starts gaining for it to really make too much difference here. So yeah, Akyol doing a great job. Of course, fresher tyres, even on the heavier fuel, eventually there comes a crossover point where Gonzalez, if he gets one bad exit, basically, then it puts him in a little bit of trouble here. But yeah, you can tell this is why it's been mostly fairly advantageous for people to stay out longer, because on the lower fuel, it counteracts the fact tires are wearing a little bit, especially down the Mulsanne straight, of course, where straight line speed comes a little bit at a premium, of course.
Yeah, and I think it's difficult, isn't it, really, to set a car up for Le Mans, because notionally, this is a circuit where you need all the straight line speed at your disposal, isn't it? But theoretically, you've got parts of the circuit, particularly that opening few corners between the main straight and Tertre Rouge, and then of course you get from Indianapolis Arnage to the end of the lap. Really quite intense in the downforce. Porsche curves, some of the most intense downforce corners on the calendar, so it's difficult to really set the car up with the right balance, I think, for the drivers. And I think for certain drivers, they want more of that straight line speed. They're willing to give up some more downforce just to give them the edge, that couple of extra miles an hour down these long straights that we do have here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. But others very much do enjoy keeping themselves very planted on the rear, very comfortable in some of the high-speed corners. And it is interesting when we get to Le Mans every single year to see where teams have gone. And of course, this changes from car to car, particularly when we get to those GT3s, when the car choices are different, as we see a BMW and a Porsche in this battle alone. Setting the cars up which act differently at this circuit can then act differently with very minor tweaks. And it's really interesting to see whose preparation has gone the furthest to really meaningfully helping them in these kind of races.
Yeah, we do get a little bit of news from the chat, by the way. Cam Cripps says, I raced all the way home from London to find out that we disconnected. Gutted. But he also says, but cheers to everyone else and the VEC production crew for a good season. So yeah, it's a shame we didn't even get to see Callum race for Brabham Esports in the final race of the season because his teammate Tobias Hoffman got that disconnection, and he got disconnected when they had only a litre of fuel left, which is why when they restarted, they were desperately trying to put more in, but because of the way the rules work, they couldn't really coast home on that one remaining litre and get to the pits properly. So we also get a message from Remy Delorme from Go Team. He says there was a big crash after the second chicane. So don't think Jimmy Allison, our broadcast director, has caught that in the replay. So we might not know quite what that was, unless he was talking about the big crash from a couple of hours earlier. But I suspect there might have been a new crash involving some of the trees a bit further down. But nonetheless, the 24 hours continues. 17 hours, 39 minutes left to go. Gonzalez has closed a little bit back up to Erdim Ekyol, but you do sense Gonzalez now might be in a position where he is going to be running dangerously low on fuel in the next couple of laps, and we might be seeing Judy Freeze on the conventional strategy. So the likes of Erchan, Pleiss, Bradajam, and not Ekyol, Chris Gonzalez, of course, all coming into the pits before too long. With the likes of Simoncic, Scalvini, and Ekyol are going to keep stretching out as they've been doing.
And it is intriguing, really, to see that difference in the strategy between those, well, I mean, the two different, really, forms of strategy in that GT3 class and how they are starting to play out. Still such a long way to go. Very early, you could tell that there was going to be a large difference in terms of the strategy. Sometimes teams will try and get that one extra stop over the course, or reduce by one extra stop over the course of 24 hours, but it feels like it's going to be a little bit more than one in terms of the difference between the teams at this rate that we are going at. I'm talking about pit stops, so let's have a quick look at Arda Erchan, because we are expecting the Black Hawk car to be in the not too distant future, just approaching the Porsche curves now for the number 91 entry. 49-second gap, of course, seems very, very reasonable when you think about it, but of course, once we do see Arda come down pit lane, Simoncic is going to be right there. Having said that, last time around, Simoncic was 1.5 seconds slower than Arda Erchan, so I think we're going to have to keep an eye on that one as we work our way through. Also, I think I'm seeing there's a... No, I'm not. There's a battle in terms of the timing page between Kasper Kuryavi and Paolo Penimapeda, but that's because they're sitting next to each other in the pit lane. That's why there's only about 0.3 of a second between them. And that's not really what's going on in this race. Erchan will continue on for at least one more lap, so we won't be seeing how close we do see Erchan and Simoncic just yet, but Erchan holds a 61-second advantage at the moment over Jerne Simoncic and that RAFA Esports team. So it's a decent gap and bigger than what we saw when the pit stop was made.
Yeah, it was actually just before that final sector. It was about 62 or 63 seconds or so, because it's a live gap. But yeah, it does look like Jerne, after a slower previous lap, has actually started to gain a little bit of time back. But that could be an effect of him having better straight line speed with less fuel on board, as the gap briefly now goes back to 62 seconds. Once he reaches that start-finish line final sector, then what the true gap is. At the moment, it would be nip and tuck, I think. 60 seconds, sort of what it takes to put the fuel in. We also don't know if Black Hawk 91 or Referee Sports 82 are gearing up for a driver change because Simoncic especially has been in that car quite a while now since Jesper Peters back to in the middle stint there. So we'll have to see how it develops then, but it is 3 seconds exactly then. So yeah, it is pretty much on a knife edge at the moment. I think Ercan will come out just ahead by about a second or so.
Yeah, it's not a great difference, is it? And we really could see these two running very close together once again shortly. And my little bit of fun that I missed out on about half an hour ago, maybe coming back towards us, Ed, once the pit stops are made. But it really has been an impressive couple of laps here from Arda Ercan. That gap is just being stretched out now. 65 seconds between himself and Jerne Simoncic. And it isn't really that Simoncic is going slowly. Simoncic is only 6/10 off the pace of Yannick Pleiss at the moment. But Arda Ercan running on that low fuel enables him to run that little bit faster. And hence we should be seeing him back into the lead of the race even after he's made that pit stop. For how long he'll stay there, though, really is going to be the key question that we have to follow. It's fair to say, though, there's not a million battle. Well, there's none in terms of battles on track at the moment. So I think we're kind of gaming it out, waiting for Ercan to make his way down pit lane. But it's so interesting to watch how these strategies are playing out, because you just know that quite a few of them are going to converge after 12, 24 hours.
Well, that is the plan in theory, of course, but it doesn't always take into account any potential code 80s and interruptions to the race that we might have. Luckily, things have gone relatively smoothly so far, as we see Team Iris number 70, that's Chris Gonzalez, coming into the pit. So I did think he dropped a bit off the back of Erdi Mekiel, and that explains it then. So going to lose that 8th position temporarily to Mick Laputra in the number 53. But yeah, Ercan then, as you say, doing a pretty stellar job in this race to build up that huge lead and to even fight back against Simoncic, despite Jerne in theory having a huge advantage in terms of having to do one less pit stop due to his fuel saving. Of course, the race itself, with the pace that Simoncic has had to do to save that fuel, it has put him in a slightly more vulnerable position, to the point that Ercan has been able to take advantage then. It's been good fun here. I have a feeling that other than this Ercan Simoncic battle, we might end up having to do the VEC podcast where we just try and fill a lot of dead air, Darren. But luckily, we're pretty inventive people, if I do say so myself, so we can find plenty of things to entertain us and hopefully the audience as well. But we'll try and remember that the race is going on as well in the background as we go into. There we go. Ercan finally diving into the pits then. So some action we're going to see unfold immediately ahead of us.
Yes, we might see a couple of battles on the circuit. We've not seen too much in the last 10 minutes or so, but it could reignite very soon indeed. Simoncic, there he is, coming in towards the Porsche curves. But the real catch is going to be, when does Arda Ercan come out of the box? We're going to keep an eye to see when Simoncic gets closer. Ercan, of course, already off of the jacks. We'll even wait to see if Arda gets out of the car. And we see one of his teammates jump into that number 91 entry. Still a big gap back to Jerne Simoncic, who is obviously not in the pit lane. He's coming through the final couple of corners very shortly indeed. We are also seeing, there he is, Yannick Pleiss come into the pit lane as well. But as Ercan makes his way off of the marks, this is the view for Jerne Simoncic. He's a mile away, quite frankly, and he's going to be quite a ways behind. Oh, actually, is he going to be a ways behind? He's going to be behind, but not a million miles away from Arda Ercan as Ercan comes out of the pit lane. Here we go then, on board with Jerne Simoncic as he comes around the opening corner. Not quite Yannick Pleiss, there was in the pit lane, but he's a couple of corners behind. It's 2.5 seconds in change. That's closable. We've seen the pace on the lower fuel really be improved in these GT3s, and I'd give it a couple of laps before we see this battle reignited, Ed.
Yeah, it's a rerun, except that Ercan is another second ahead, which will worry referee Sports, because he just seems to have that little edge, even with the fuel ebbing and flowing the pace of these two cars then. So Simoncic now has got to take advantage and regain that track position, but it depends how quickly he can get into the toe of Ercan before he well and truly gets up to speed and starts matching his lap times here. So there will be a sort of crossover point between those on lower fuel and those on slightly higher fuel as it starts to go down and the times start to reduce in number as well, as we see Patrick Swiatkowski at the fastest lap of the race in his attempt to build that gap to Mikhail Sedlacek in the LMP2 title fight and race lead fight. That's 23.7 seconds, the current gap between the two there. So Swiatkowski really pulling out all the stops with that through minutes 31.4, quicker than Sedlacek's last lap.
Yeah, and we are going to be seeing quite an interesting little tussle, I think, in the next couple of minutes, but it will be slightly concerning to Jonas Simičić that he's already lost a couple of tenths, albeit
straight line speed working against him there.
Exactly, partly due to that straight line speed, and he will know that, and of course, really, also partly due to the fact that Ercan has that little bit of help around him, which will give him just a little bit of slipstream, and you can see it actually in real time when you're looking at the left-hand side. That gap is bubbling around 2.8. Well, it was going up when I mentioned it, not anymore. But Simičić is going to be gaining through the final sector of the lap, and we should see that gap start to come down in the not too distant future. But Ercan does still hold the lead, and I think it's going to be a real, again, psychological boost for Blackhawk, isn't it? To see them pulling away from RAF Esports over the course of a stint. Yes, they're going to be, well, they are off strategy in comparison to each other, but clearly the pace is there in the 91 car, and that's going to give them a lot of hope when the 82's been so strong for quite a few races now.
Yeah, I mean, they've been very good in qualifying, and like I've said in the broadcast, the 91 has had a lot of bad luck over the course of the season. The races where they were in contention for the win and then it got disconnected, or there was a start line crash after they qualified on pole ahead of them that they didn't quite avoid in time, and then Jene or Jesper would just sort of filter their way through safely into the lead, which they wouldn't lose, of course. So it's an opportunity where they forced RAF Esports a little bit to do this unconventional strategy. That's put them on the back foot, because ideally he would match and cover off what Ercan and co done, and because they're on this alternate strategy, they've not been able to do that, and that has given Ercan a sort of free undercut, which he's progressively used to get slightly further ahead at each of these stints. The strength of Simičić, though, is that he does look a little bit quicker in the corners at the present moment, of course, so that could be the saving grace for the McLaren. But Ercan is going to do his level best to match that and limit any damage that Simičić can do in this stint when he's got lower fuel in that car.
Exactly, and that gap has come down that little bit, hasn't it, in that final sector. 2.6 seconds is that gap. It was 3, of course, for a moment as they made their way down the Mulsanne, but Ercan then losing a little bit more time in these low-speed corners. That heavy fuel really taking effect and really biting in these parts of the racetrack, and a couple of tenths again gained from Simičić, and that's going to be a running theme for the next couple of laps. Of that there is absolutely no doubt. Pleiss, by the way, came out of the pit lane about 10 seconds ahead of Gianluca Scalvini, which is slightly further ahead than he was at the start of the last stint. So good news for Pleiss in his own battle to try and keep themselves in the conversation for a top 3 finish in the GT3 order. Meanwhile, Patrick Swiatkowski has just set the fastest lap of the race in the LNP2s. It's a 3:31.4. He crosses the line and he's gone a couple of tenths slower than he was last lap around.
Purple final sector.
Yes, exactly. Purple final sector. But it doesn't really matter. He really is on incredibly strong pace right now. Those 2 lap times are faster than any lap time set by either the 28 or the 27, who were, of course, a second and third in this race, and that second lap only marginally slower than Walter Stultz, or in that number 38 just a couple of laps ago. So really good pace for the number 44 Hyperion car right now. We'll have to see if they can keep this up, because that gap's looking pretty strong. And after that, they had that penalty. They've looked pretty calm and collected, and have been able to build that gap relatively comfortably to Thomas Enger.
True, they were, of course, even with those fastest laps, only about 3 or 4 tenths quicker than what Mikhail Sedlacek's been able to do behind. So they are growing the margin slowly but surely. 27 seconds, the current gap. Then it's getting back to what it was before they had their little half spin at one of the Mulsanne chicanes. But the battle's still very much on. It's still very much on a knife edge. Any more mistakes from Swiatkowski as he's pushing the limits could have dire consequences in terms of the title fight. But nonetheless, while the battle is on, he's got to respond, and he's doing a beautiful job of that so far. As we look at Simičić within 2 seconds now, slowly but surely coasting up to the back of Ercan. Now the problem, of course, as he goes later and later each time he pits to stretch the fuel out, eventually he's going to end up pitting at roughly the same time. And so the advantage from low fuel that he'll have at various different points of the race over Arda Ercan and the crew of the 91 Black Hawk car is going to decrease essentially. So this is at the point of the race where he needs to take advantage now, because later on it could be much more difficult to pass in terms of raw pace.
It absolutely could. But having said that, there's still 17 and a half hours to go. We've been going for quite some time, haven't we? 6.5 hours have elapsed in this race, but still so much time for these gaps to change around. And when we're talking about a gap of less than 2 seconds after about a quarter of a race, you'd be thinking, it's not too surprising. Then you factor in it's a 24-hour race, and it's a bit more of a, well, hang on, yeah, that's pretty close. And I think a lot of conversations will be going on inside these teams about strategy towards the end, how they think they're going to play it out, because there is always time for a change in strategy in a 24-hour race. Nothing is set in stone in the opening 12, even 18 hours, really. So a lot can be done if they're not happy with how things are going. But both teams at the moment, at the front of the field, look pretty set in their ways. And if they are set in how they're going about this, it's going to be such an interesting battle throughout the race to see how they will cope. Of course, there will be no broadcast over the middle of the night. There's another 1 hour and about 25 minutes before we say goodbye for the evening. Give Jimmy Allison does such a fantastic job, a bit of a break from the broadcast, and we will come back with you in the morning. But we know, Ed, how much can happen overnight, and with these two so close together, any number of things. I mean, a list as long as your arm of things could happen.
Yeah, exactly. Simitric absolutely attacking those curbs at the full chicane as well, almost flying balletically over them then as he attempts to cut that gap to Ercan then, and Ercan starting to respond in kind. Let's look at those lap times from the pair of them. 3 minutes 32.6 from, no, I'm looking at Skwikowski, sorry. 3 minutes 57.5 for Ercan, and Simitric 3 minutes 57.0. So yeah, Yerne was in the 356s, but now the times are starting to go back up again as the tyres ever so slightly start to fade. Yellow flag in the final sector. Not sure who that is.
No, not too sure either. Looking at the timing page, but I'm not seeing anything shout at me. It's a pretty quick yellow flag. It's disappeared almost as quickly as it appeared. It doesn't really look like there's too many cars that are dropping down the order. It was in Sector 3. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Could have been Frederick Seitz. In
somebody coming in the pits, yeah.
Yeah, and in the number 77 car, he is coming into the pits. There he is. Oh, well, there we go. Definitely was him. That car is not looking as it should. And if they try to release that from a factory, I think quality control would flag that one. Something's happened to Seitz. Not too sure exactly what. We'll try and find out for you.
Could be that was just it going on its side as they changed the wheels, but I think one of the wheels fell off maybe and had to be replaced there. But yeah, the 77 race that was on a very strange strategy as well, sort of pitting in the middle of everybody else on their lonesome. Could be a scheduled stop, I guess, but either way, this is quite a lengthy stop in the pits. It's put them well off the back of Enzo Egelmont in the 252. Eventually, Andrea Gandosi and the Tamelli ERT is going to pass them as well.
Yeah, and that's not going to be what they are looking for. I think he's going to drop a little bit further down the order than just to Andrea Gandosi, to be fair. Oh, hello. Maybe not. It's moving, that car. Although Robin Wagler is about to come across the start. Of course he's coming across the start finish line, because Robert Wagler's in the car, Ed. Wouldn't you believe it? that makes sense, doesn't it? That's probably why he's near. That's because he's in the car.
It does seem logical when you put it that way, Darren.
Once you explain the situation fully and you really understand what's going on, it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, that's Wagler getting out of the pit lane in the 77, and we are starting to see that gap close. Simincic closing on Ercan. 1.3 is the gap, and that might be, or very well almost should be, underneath the 1 second barrier by the time we cross the start-finish line once again. I think it'd be nice to get a bit of an onboard look with Simincic actually as we come through this final sector and get a sense of how much speed he can carry through the final sector on that lower fuel, particularly compared to Arda Ercan.
Yeah, here's the thing. First sector, Simincic 2/10 quicker. Sector 2, he's only 1/10 quicker. So he's only gaining about 3/10 on this lap. If he's gaining about half a second per lap, is that really enough? Because like we say, sooner or later, the advantage of having lower fuel is going to dissipate. and the disadvantage having more worn tires is going to aggravate itself a little bit. So it's a tricky situation where Yerne has sort of got to rely on being tucked as close as he can to the back of Erchan to regain track position here. But the problem is, again, we could see a role reversal where he ends up further and further behind pit stop stint, has to make up more ground, is able to make up less ground, and it has a sort of a vicious circle for him, or a virtuous circle from the point of view of Arda Erchan, where he's doing a good job in getting the rewards of that at the beginning of each stint.
Yeah, and we are really seeing that, just the ebb and flow of the nature, aren't we, in full effect. You can see as they come through the final couple of chicanes how much speed Simoncic can carry. That's a good 4/10 he's eaten out through those final couple of corners alone, and we now could see Simoncic firmly into that slipstream and about to try and make a bit of an attempt for the race lead once again. But again, he won't be that far off a pit stop in the grand scheme of things. Of course, came in, what, about 30 minutes ago, give or take, so there's definitely a chance that he will have to come into the pit lane relatively soon to get a little bit more fuel into that car. I think we'll see another 2 stops from Simoncic on the broadcast this evening before we head into the night phase. But Arda Erchan, I think, will get to that point on only 1 with an hour and 20 to that point. So interesting, really, to see this develop. And Simoncic now 7/10 back, 6/10 back, and closing firmly with the chance of getting this move done.
Yep, so really, really good final sector. As you pointed out, it was half a second, no, 3/10 quicker alone. And he gained another 3/10 in the first 2 sectors as well. So it all adds up. And now he's 6/10 behind, as you say. And needs to make sure then, Simoncic, that he takes advantage here. Tucked in right behind that rear wing. Gets a decent exit here, but this is where you got to wonder, will Erchan start getting defensive here, or will he sort of decide, well, this is a little bit illusory because we don't know exactly where we are until the end. If I can just keep undercutting him and getting ahead, I don't need to worry too much about track position at this particular phase of the stint, essentially. So, because it's endurance racing, it is very complicated. It is all about tire weight. It's all about fuel mileage. And Erchan knows he can lose this battle but still win the war, if that makes sense, to use the fighting analogy.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And I think that's what's intriguing about not just this race, but endurance racing in general. Simoncic is going to have an advantage as they run in towards the second the end of the Mulsanne straight. Yeah, thank you. The right-hander, and he's going to have the outside line. Difficult to stick it all the way around the outside, but Simoncic setting it up, trying to get that better drive off of the corner and getting a good run as they make their way towards Indianapolis and Arnage. Is he going to dip left or right? It's going to be to what would become the inside line, nearly getting shoved into the Armco barrier, just about keeping a couple of wheels inside that white line. He's completely off the circuit as he jumps over that curb. That could have been very damaging to the car, but that's because Erchan's squeezing him all of the way. Nowhere else for Simoncic really to go. He's still got the inside line, but Erchan has that straight line speed advantage. Can Simoncic get this done into Indianapolis, or is he going to have to wait that little bit later? It's going to have to be later. He can't get it done now. Maybe into the Porsche curves, maybe at turn 1, but with every passing opportunity that goes amiss, it's going to be frustrating Simoncic.
Yeah, well, we have our answer then. Erchan is not just going to be content to undercut his way back through. He is going to defend track position and put on a defensive masterclass then. And Simoncic has got to find a way to overcome it. I mean, he went as far as he could going on track. He's going to try and go up the inside this time for the kink before the Porsche curves. That could be the outside, though. But Simoncic has got the overlap surely from the outside. As long as he turns in, side by side they go. Oh, it's so close between them. Erchan sticks his nose in and stays in front there. That was extreme bravery from the Black Hawk driver. The Turkish driver stays in the lead, but only just.
Yeah, just about keeps his nose in front. Incredible, really, to see this battle continue. Simoncic not able to get it done just yet, but he will be that little bit closer again as we start the following lap, which is not a million miles away. Should be closer down the Mulsanne. Can he get it done there? We just know the inherent disadvantage that the car has at the moment in a straight line. Oh, but you can see the aggression over the curbs, using everything and more. That car being bounced around really aggressively, but he is gaining a little bit of time by doing so. So there is that slight advantage. The question is going to be, How long can he keep gaining? How long is he going to have to stay out before he has to come into the pit lane? Can he get this move done beforehand?
Yep, and it's a great contest here for seeing Simičić, the man with 4 FSR World Championships, of so many wins this season, against Arda Ercan, the sort of younger generation, of course, Turkish driver that's still got a lot of experience under his belt and wins in various other endurance championships as well, but only really 1 win from this season at the start of the sort of Spa-Francorchamps race that had to be stopped halfway through due to connection issues, if memory serves correctly. But now he is in a no-holds-barred fight with Jene Simičić, where he really gets to show what he can do at the very, very front of the field. And this is what he's been relishing all season. I know Arda is going to be absolutely loving. Well, I'm sure he'd wish for Jene to be a few temps further back at the very least. But nonetheless, if he has to fight, he absolutely will. And he can be very feisty when he needs to be, as they both try to break each other's toe as they snake into the braking zone of the first Mulsanne chicane, close to the wall as they dare on exit here. And now Jene is going to start to get a little bit desperate and impatient here. So Arda knows he can just control the pace if he keeps defending as well as he has been doing.
Yeah, but is he able to hold on to it now? Because Simičić has got another fantastic run, this time down into the second chicane down the Mulsanne. Not quite as late as the right-hander. Can he get this one done around the outside? There's nearly contact. There is a bit of contact. It's commitment on the brakes, but it's the inside line for Jene Simičić. Ercan goes wide and off the road after a little bit of a tap from the Free Sports team car, but Simičić now has the inside line. The question is, can he hold on to it? He's not got the slipstream. He's not got a straight line speed advantage. That's with Ercan, but he's got track position, and that could lead him to leading at the by the time they get out of the Mulsanne corner and head towards Indianapolis.
Yeah, if he's got any fuel mix, he might be dumping it now, and never mind the fuel strategy if he can get the track position now. But there we go. He has controlled the line into Mulsanne corner. Ercan tries to set him up on exit here, but we saw what happened the previous lap with Simičić being almost pushed right off track to the inside. So Ercan, maximum regression here, so it was crucial for Jene to cover him off, and you can see he's got that little bit of margin, 4 tenths exactly, just over 4 tenths actually, as they go down towards Indianapolis. I think Jene is through and into the lead on that lower fuel.
He is, and he is going to be able to just about stay in front, which is what he needs to do. Can he pull away? How long is he even going to be staying out? These are questions that we're going to get answers to relatively soon. 17 hours, 14 minutes. And about 17 seconds left to run in this race. And Simičić and Ercan at the moment, Rafa and Blackcock really are delivering a fantastic race for the lead in the GT3 class. This is still, mind you, the only battle really on the circuit. Mikko Korkiakoski, for a second I thought he was in a battle, but he's coming to the pit lane in that 249. So he is not anywhere near each other. That is basically it in terms of the battles on the circuit, but we have so many of these really interesting strategy developments going on, not just in the GT3s, but in the LMP2s as well. And with Go Team leading in the hypercars, can they hold on to it? Because they're looking strong at the moment, but we've known that they have been fragile at times this season.
Yes, I feel like it's opening to one of those old 60s TV shows. All these questions and more will be answered in the next half hour. But there we go. Ercan now needs to try and stick with Simičić as closely as possible. But yeah, even though Jene has got this track position, he needs to keep maximizing again to limit the effect once he pits, where Ercan will have the advantage on the lower field and will be able to lap considerably more quickly, like we saw in the previous stint then. So the job's not done yet. He may get track position, but there's still quite a way to go and a lot of this strategy to play out then. But a fantastic fight. You saw it was great to see Ercan putting up a defensive display for as long as he could. I think Simičić will wish he was given a little more room in that second Mulsanne chicane, but nonetheless, they just about avoided pushing each other off track too much there, and Simičić will feel he got through fairly, and Ercan will feel he defended fairly. So I guess from each of their point of view, they're both in the right in a way.
Yeah, I think they'll both firmly argue that they will be in the right in that situation.
Well, that
but
may
it's
not
good-
be the last confrontation we see between the two.
Well,
before the
exactly,
end of this.
exactly. But Simičić is gaining away now. Ercan is gaining a bit down the straight, but the gap is over a second, and it looks like Simičić has that slight advantage. The problem is it took him longer to get through once again. He was a little bit further back when he came out of the pit lane. It's just not going the same way for Rafa, and I thought Simičić went wide, but then in the background you could also see Ercan pretty much took the same line, so kind of levelling it out between the two at the moment as they were on their way back towards the second chicane at the Mulsanne again, where that move was made just about 3.5 minutes ago. But Simičić is starting to turn that screw and pull that gap away. Now, I think there is a relatively close battle in the LMP2s right at the back of the field, and indeed there is, between Andrea Riccielli for Simfream and Paolo Penimpede for the Armed Cyber team. They're not a million miles away from each other. This is for P7, for 12 and 13 in class, that is, with the exception of the 30 car, which of course retired a long time ago. The last two cars in the field, and the two closest on the circuit. Work that one out for me, Ed.
Yeah, there's been a sort of big race to sort of avoid the wooden spoon in Pro in the LMP2s, essentially. So Andrea Riccielli then for Simfream, closing on the Arm Cerber last couple of laps, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's actually just come out the pits as Riccielli, along with Tom Oldermenga, both of them setting laps over 4 minutes. Paolo Penimpede set a 36.1, solid, but not too spectacular. You can tell Riccielli has been closing on this particular lap, not least because of the slipstream he's getting from the back of that Arm Cerber in front of him then. So yeah, 47 Simfream have had their moments throughout the season, but now find themselves a little bit having to recover ground at this phase of the race to get out of last position. See the on-off car that's lapped the pair of them, that would be Nicolas Lemoyne just up the road, who of course is about 81 seconds off of the LMP2 class lead. As you see Racing Zone of Zoltan Toff put the lap on Riccielli, and is soon going to do the very same to Paolo Penimpede. So it'd be interesting to see if Penimpede can keep Riccielli behind and out of that top 12, or if Riccielli can use that pace to scoot through down the straights.
Yeah, we'll have to keep a keen eye on Andrea Riccielli. It doesn't really help when you've got that hypercar in the way, but we'll get out of the way.
One coming as well. Is that the race leader coming to lap him as well as one of the Go teams?
I believe it is. Let's have a look. Is it Michael Leroux? No, it's not Michael Leroux. It's Gabor Hevesi, actually, who is second place. So would be the second car to lap that entry. Not really what they need at all. Already a lap down then, but we'll keep a close eye again on that battle between the two LMP2s. In fact, the two closest battles on the circuit are for the back of the LMP2 class and the front of the GT3 class for 17th, 18th, 19th and 20th overall, which is, you know, something that you don't see every day, but it is the kind of situation that we find ourselves in, albeit I think that there's a couple of laps at this point between Riccielli and Jerne Simičić, so I don't think we're going to be too worried about Simičić getting involved with these guys, but he has to still be slightly concerned with Arda Ercan, because he hasn't pulled that gap too far away, is he?
No, 1.7 seconds. So Simičić just starting to well and truly break the toe, but he's yet to get the 4 seconds that he did in the previous stint. So at the moment, it's still advantage Ercan in terms of the big picture in the race.
Yeah, still a lot to play for as well. For all of these guys, I think we are getting to the stage of the race where, as the sun sets lower behind the horizon, drivers are just wanting to settle in now. You know, when darkness falls, everything becomes that little bit psychologically closer. You can't see as far. It feels like drivers that maybe that bit further away, and that the opportunities are a little bit more closed. So I think drivers are just going to get into their rhythms now and get themselves into a good position to head into the night, because before you know, I think in the next hour or so, it's going to feel a lot darker than it currently is. You know, we're going to be well towards sunset, if not past it by that point. So, you know, drivers are going to have to be starting to thinking about those night hours, whether they want to or not.
And you see the evening sun is going down the background, the shadows getting a bit longer already, so you do get a fair bit of warnings. Riccielli has a little bit of a drift on in the middle of Mulsanne chicane number 1, as he tries to get a little bit too greedy on the power on exit, and that will cost him a couple attempts to the back of Pede and Sebra as they lap one of the back markers in G3 in the Ferrari. Good to see somebody still using the Ferrari, because not really the car of choice at this particular event compared to the BMWs or indeed the McLaren and Aston Martin that some of the top teams are using. And the Porsche, of course, that Caspian Motorsport are using. And they're one of the few teams. So you can tell Riccielli kicking himself a little bit for getting just a little bit impatient on the throttle there as he tries to close back in Pede as they go towards Mulsanne corner. So Pede, that mistake will help him a little bit, as they are about 17 seconds, the both of them, behind Tom Oldenmenger, who I believe is lapping quicker than both of them. Yeah, 3 minutes 34.1, Riccielli 3 minutes 35.6, Paolo Pede 3 minutes 37.0. So yeah, Pede didn't have a great lap last time around, and he's paying the price for that.
Yeah, it's not really what he wants to have to pay the price for, is it? You don't really want to be paying the price for anything, but...
give me everything for free, says Paolo Pede.
Yeah, but that's kind of the situation that he finds himself in. You're right, he's going to have to almost adapt accordingly, and those two are splitting apart, I feel, a bit more. As is Erchan from Simonchip, he's lost about 9/10, and he's losing that bit more. I think a really poor exit out of Arnage has cost him here. Not too sure why, or maybe it was because of a bit of a timing page glitch. But he is about 2 seconds away from Simonchip. You can just about see in the foreground. Other battles that I think we may have to keep a bit of a keen eye on include in the LMP2s here. Mikko Kulkiakoski, about 5 seconds behind Rickard Nilsson for the Go team, who's that little bit further up the road, and who is chasing Mariano Carlo for P7 in class. He's only about 9 seconds back there, so not big gaps through the mid-pack of the LMP2s. And then in the GT3s, we've got Gianluca Scalvini, only about 3 seconds. You can just about see Yannick Pleiss there in the foreground coming through. So there could be a battle for both first and second and third and fourth in GT3 in the not-too-distant future. But definitely approaching pit stop territory now for Simonchip. But he's gone around one more time. He's got another 4 minutes at least on this set of tyres. Actually, I think Riccielli's got closer to Pede.
Yeah, and in terms of Scalvini and Pleiss, Scalvini's on the same strategy as Simonchip, so he's come from about 6 to 8 seconds behind to within 3.5 seconds of Yannick Pleiss. So Pleiss might be able to hold on to track position, which would give him a big advantage in his next couple of stints. And I think he's been able to start matching the lap times of Scalvini behind him. This lap, slightly slower in the first sector, only a 10th off in both the first 2 sectors then. So yeah, Scalvini's charge is starting to halt ever so slightly, and that's good news for Team Iris in their quest to just hold on to that podium, as now we see Andrea Riccielli starting to close on Pede, and if he's going to make the move, will the first chicane be the best place to do it, or maybe second chicane on Mulsanne corner? Those are your first 3 opportunities, and then you've got Indianapolis if all else fails, as Riccielli was contemplating something there and then decided to just swerve across in the back. If he just moves in between the 2 wing mirrors of Pede, maybe he can distract him slightly and put him off, as the light's starting to come on now as darkness begins to descend upon Circuit de Les Arts.
Yeah, and Le Mans, a circuit that doesn't get dark too quickly, of course, particularly in the summer months. France is relatively far north in the grand scheme of things, particularly for a North American. Thinking about the relation between North America and Europe, France is, actually Europe in general, actually, isn't it? Very far north in comparison to the United States. So the evenings do last a bit longer. I mean, we asked, because France is what? Level, I think, in terms of latitude, about with, Winnipeg, Vancouver, Ottawa, that kind of region in Canada. So it's quite a long evening that we are facing here. Not as long as an evening as you'd see at Silverstone, but that's because we're moving further north. But anyway, we will be seeing the light fade, the lights take effect, but still, I think a lot of natural ambient light, keeping the drivers very much aware of their surroundings for the next couple of hours before darkness really falls. And when it falls, it just stays, and it just does feel like forever, doesn't it, Ed? When for 8-9 hours in pure darkness, these cars continue to circulate, and it almost feels like the first 8 hours there's a lot going on. The middle 8 hours there's not, because it's darkness. However, if anything, it's the other way around, isn't it? Yeah,
there we go, and we see the Black Hawk just in between these 2 drivers now, much to the chagrin of Andrea Riccielli. Gets the sim room up the inside. Oh, just enough space there left by, I think that's Alex Brattigem, that's just trying to make way for the pair of them. Scalvini, by the way, within 2.6 seconds now of Yannick Pleiss. So that fight is continuing to close up. Going back to your point, the night hours often there's some drivers that really enjoy the night stint and find themselves going a lot quicker in the nighttime than they would in the day. It helps with the temperatures going down, as that's a risky lapping attempt from Rickelli to get past Simoncic there. But what you sometimes see that there's other drivers that just hate the night because visibility is so much low, and it's a difficult stint to do because often you're having to stay out very, very late, obviously, compared to your normal time if you live in Europe. You're also in a situation where often there's not a lot to see on track. You might be on your own for long stretches of the race, but those crucial stints, if you're relatively quick and setting your better lap times, that can make or break your race. As we see, is that Simoncic going into the pits? It is. So he built up a 3-second gap, which he now hands back over to Arda Ercan.
Yeah, and Ercan will relinquish, or will take up the lead once again. As we run our way through. I think Simoncic here definitely going to be very much in contention for keeping himself around Ercan by the time that pit stop phase ends. But Ercan himself, I think, will be likely confident in building that gap again as he did the last time we saw the overlap in terms of the stint. So I wouldn't be surprised if that gap does come out a bit more once again, because Simoncic only came into the pit lane with about a 2-second advantage, which is less than what it was on the last pit stop.
Yeah, we also are hearing some reports that Paolo Penimpede has been swearing. I'm not sure if this is just him on his own stream giving an obscene gesture or just openly swearing towards car number 28, which is Mikhail Sedlasek in the Thomas Enger sim racing car. So clearly, as he's being lapped by a car higher up there, he's been saying some inappropriate and quite unacceptable language directed at another driver, which of course we don't really want to see. So Paolo, although he's doing a good defensive job on track in terms of his courtesy, I think there's a little bit of room for improvement. So Paolo, I know he's capable of better than that. Let's hope that he does not continue to direct his ire in an inappropriate manner at other drivers.
Yeah, absolutely so. But yeah, yes.
Swerving.
I believe yes. Just the slight, just a tweak, isn't it, on the word? It's close, but swerving on the straight. The grace and decorum is being kept up, it seems, apart from the movements on the circuit. So
the exact opposite of what I just said.
So yes, as we normally say, forget anything we said over the last 2 minutes and listen to what we say now. But yes, swerving down the main straight for him. Yannick Pleiss, well, that was kicking off. Yannick Pleiss, of course, is still behind Jurnej Simoncic, but he continued onwards, which is interesting to see. He's about 1.3 seconds behind the Rafa Esports car, and we'll see if he can gain up to the back, because of course lower fuel loads for Yannick should enable him to have a bit more pace than Jurnej Simoncic on this lap, and you can see it through that second chicane. Gained a little bit of time on the entry, but actually on the exit, Simoncic has a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, well, Jurnej, of course, because the strategies are starting to converge, there won't be a whole lot of laps for Yannick Pleiss to attack here. The more interesting and relevant gap will be that 60.7 16.5 second gap to Arda Ercan in front of him, of course. It was about 58 seconds when he immediately came out of the pits, and Ercan, of course, on the lower field will be pushing. So this is where Jurnej needs pressure on, as we might be getting some race director messages coming our way.
Guys, just a quick reminder on the actual pit lane. Once you pit, make sure you do not go right side of the cars, and make sure your car is straight on the pit lane.
So there we go then. Kimi Ison giving a couple of messages to all of the teams as we beautifully and perfectly timed see Paolo Penimpede come into the pit lane after that message, of course, from the race director in the end. Andrea Lucelli, I think, is also come down pit lane. No, he hasn't. Yes, he has. I'm not too sure what's going on. I think maybe my timing page is slightly behind.
Riccielli kept going.
Yes, there we go. Thank you. I think my time was about 30 seconds behind, which is why I was confused there. But yeah, Riccielli, you're absolutely right. Has continued on. Paolo Penimpede has taken that pit stop, and that does leave us with this battle between Simičić and Pleiss being the closest on the circuit. I mean, if you're Jurne Simičić, you're getting quite a lot of screen time at the moment because you're the only car really in a battle. But you can see why, because that car looks quite lumpy to drive, isn't it, with high fuel loads through the Porsche curves. Pleiss is eating time out of Simičić. It's a good time to do so, getting on to the evening. They want a couple of snacks, but I think for Simičić, he wouldn't mind staying ahead of Pleiss for the time being. They both continue onwards, but Team Iris maybe in the top two in, well, this lap, really, couldn't they?
Potentially, yeah, but look at the gap to Ercan. That's the more important one. 59 seconds. As Simičić actually fought back a bit in those last couple of sectors. Let's look at the overall lap times. I think they're all struggling to keep it within track limits because it's saying Simičić and Pleiss no times, but for Ercan it's saying 3 minutes 56.4 is lap time there. So the gap just gone back over 60 seconds as Ercan gets back on the Mulsanne straight then. So yeah, of course, having Yannick Pleiss all over the back of him with lower fuel could be a help for Simičić because it could help push him forward. Even if Yannick Pleiss gets through, he can get a little bit of slipstream from the BMW in front of him. So from Yannick's point of view, if Pleiss is pitting before too long anyway, then this might not be the end of the world if he gets through here.
It might not. You're absolutely right. And I think we could see a really quite interesting tussle between these two, and I can't imagine they're going to separate too far. Although having said that, Simičić does look vulnerable. Inside line, then into the first of the Mulsanne chicanes. Pleiss is going to get that one done without breaking a sweat. You know, Simičić is losing time already. He's 2/10 behind. He was leading on that straight. You don't see that very often, but clearly that McLaren, it's just not the best car in a straight line, and we're not seeing Simičić being able to well, he's compensating for that with really good cornering speed, but it hasn't necessarily helped him out a great deal in trying to fight with drivers around him over the course of the opening 7 hours of the race, which we are now past. Which may come back at him, though, down towards the second chicane. This is the kind of tussle that we want to see, isn't it, Ed?
Indeed, but in a way, Simičić and Peterson are sort of victims of their own success because that McLaren has won so many races this season. They've had a lot of, I guess, balance of performance has not necessarily gone in their favour as well. But they've definitely been out driving that car all season. So Rafa can definitely feel justifiably proud of the job that they've done. It's going to make winning here that a little bit harder than it would be otherwise, of course, against these BMWs who here have got the straight line speed advantage. But the slipstream will be helping Simičić down this straight and prevent him hemorrhaging more time to Arda Ercan. 61.6 seconds, but it's gap just hovering over 62 seconds at the moment as well. So if they were to pit now, Ercan would come up, I think, just ahead. But at the moment there, we are looking at another situation where Ercan may come out 2 or 3 seconds ahead after making his pit stop.
And I think we are very much heading towards that outcome, if we're being honest with ourselves. And the situation again where Simičić has to try and make that move back on Arda Ercan once again, and it, you know, it feels like it's going to be Groundhog Day if that is indeed the case. 16 hours and 53 minutes are left to run in this one, and there's so much time for these, as we mentioned, strategies to swap around to some extent and to really differentiate. There's no real requirement for the teams to stick on the strategy plans that they're currently on, it's fair to say, but at the same time, I think with some teams, I think they'll be very confident in how they've gone about going after the opening 7 hours, and they're confident in keeping up that kind of mentality and that kind of mental framework going in towards the middle of the night. The issue for Simičić is if he feels like he's stuck behind Pleiss, then that's going to hamper him that bit more. But if he's actually being helped by Pleiss and can stay in the slipstream, that could be crucial. But we've seen through this final sector, he's lost nearly 0.8 of a second in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, not quite able to follow so closely through the Porsche curves there, as we see, just leaving enough room there for the Armsebra LMP2 to lap Yannick Pleiss there. But yeah, Pleiss having got past Simičić now, if he can escape up the road, then Jurne could suddenly find himself, rather than fighting Erchan for victory. He could find Pleiss getting into the mix as well, legitimately, in terms of the way the strategies are playing out then. So Team Iris aren't completely out of the fight for victory here, but Erchan continues to put in some very, very impressive pace here, and that's making a difference. Look, last that 3 minutes 55.7 then, only 0.6 off of Erchan's best lap of the day. So yeah, Yerne dropping now to nearly 63 seconds behind.
Yeah, it's quite a gap, isn't it, at this stage of the race. But we are expecting that, of course, to come back down and be completely eradicated, or pretty nearly eradicated, by the time we see Eidur Erchan make his way down pit lane, and we may see a change in driver there. It's been a couple of hours since the last driver changed back down at Blackhawk, so would not be surprised to see if Erchan drops out of the car to let somebody else jump in. But still, that tight battle between Pleiss and Simitric continues, and you do feel like Simitric, if anything, is being helped along here, because he's losing time in the corners still, but just keeping tabs on the straights, which is something he wouldn't be able to do if he was ahead.
Yeah, it may be strategic why he's not overtaking the BMW here, because he knows he would just be passed. Ultimately, he might lose more time than he does with just lifting off slightly on the straights, but with the extra little boost that he's gaining. So, but it's a bit of a trade-off. In some corners, he's being held up, and up and down the straights, of course, he's getting this lovely toe. But really, I think he would rather not have Yannick Pleiss immediately in front of him, because it just creates a little bit of roadblock, makes him have to drive a little bit on the sort of edge of his knuckles, essentially, if that makes sense. As we see, speaking of which, of white knuckle moments there, the LMP2 threads a needle between the pair of them as it laps them. And I think Yerne could do without the distraction. This is really more, if anything, playing into the hands of Eidur Erchan.
It absolutely is, and you can see that gap that has increased somewhat. 63, 64 seconds it's bubbling around. Simitric is still behind, but he, by rights, as we've seen before, it will likely drop down a bit away through the Porsche curves. But again, having said that, with every passing lap, that car may be feeling a bit better, and he might have a chance to come back through for P2. He doesn't really want to find himself anything more than 5 seconds behind Eidur Erchan after the Turk makes his pit stop. Does Simitric even go for it here into Indianapolis? Doesn't look like he's going to commit to it and will stay behind, but very close together, these two, and Simitric is really not leaving too much room for error on the circuit right now. And when you go on board, you can see it's right up behind, tucked right into the switching with Pleiss at the moment.
Yeah, I must be getting a bit sick of that Team Iris BMW. Looking at the rear diffuser, it's painted nice purple as well to fit in with the rest of their livery and accoutrement. But yeah, Yerne Simitric now, it seems to have been given the hurry up, has seen Erchan just start to stretch his legs up front and knows he needs to get through sooner rather than later here. But of course, Yannick Pleiss on the lower fuel, he's got the worst car and the heavier fuel load. So in theory, he's got two things going against him here. The only thing he does is he's got the fresher tyres. But bizarrely, it's these longer corners where Simitric just tends to lose a little bit of touch there. As now we see the race leader, I believe, or is that Gabor Hevesi just threading his way through as well.
Yeah, I think Gabor Hevesi, yeah, just the one making his way past these guys. As we do, no, that's just me being dummy. We're not going to see Simitric come to pit. I don't know why I thought for a second he was going to come in. Of course he's not. But it's just the line that you have to take through those final couple of chicanes that almost walk into the pit lane. Almost sleepwalk into the pit lane, mind you. But you can see that he has lost that time through the final sector. He was right up behind, about a tenth or so, nearly alongside actually, wasn't it, into Arnage. Also Indianapolis and then Arnage, but then lost time through the Porsche curves. Should, by rights, close that gap up once again by the time we get to the Mulsanne. So not too much for worry at the moment for Yerne, and he's not really losing too much time to Eidur Erchan in comparison to Yannick Pleiss. Pleiss is almost his marker at the moment and is keeping him close to the pace of the race leader, albeit they are starting to lose more time. 66 seconds that gap has gone out to, and I can't feel like that's not a bit of a timing page glitch, because they can't be losing that much time right now. And yeah, you can see that gap coming down once again, but it is bubbling around 65 seconds between the two of them at the front of the field. Simitric is just holding on for dear life, it seems.
Well, I mean, that's his only strategy, really, isn't it, at this point, because he is starting to be played out of he could see Erchan Pit and come out with maybe more than a 5-second lead, which would be a very difficult gap to overcome against the driver of Erchan's caliber. As more traffic coming through, cars in the hypercar class and the LMP2 leader, VEC, Swakowski, I should say, coming through to lap them. Swakowski, by the way, has built up that gap to Seplasek back to 36 seconds then. So he's done a pretty incredible job there to more than make up the amount of time, almost completely. They're nearly back to 40 seconds or so, which is what the roughly the gap they had before they served the drive-through. So incredible to see that kind of recovery, and that's why they are the championship leaders that have won the last couple of races as well. But meanwhile, we also see a little battle further down in it's Andrea Terzi, who's within about half a second of Aikjol on that. Both of them on the same strategies as well. So I'm not sure how Aikjol's gotten ahead. Maybe he's double stinted the tyres in this stint to jump Terzi. But now the Aston Martin's all over the back of him and surely about to get back through here.
Yeah, Terzi will be in a tizzy if he can't quite get this move done. But he's a couple of tenths back and definitely gaining down this Mulsanne straight at the start of it, at least. They're through Touch Rouge, they're past the football stadium for the Le Mans team, and they are now heading towards the first chicane. Is there a chance for Simframe to make their way back through on Caspian? The cars are relatively similar, but that slightly darker Simframe car is going to get to the inside line, and Andrea Terzi will claim P6 once again. Odomakiel may try and keep tabs in the same way that Simičić is for P2 and P3. Simframe back up into the top 6, and that looked pretty easy in the end, didn't it?
Yeah, not much that Erdi Mako could really do to keep him behind. But of course, he's got one thing that the Aston Martin doesn't, and that's an extra set of headlights just on top of the regular, on the bottom of the regular headlights there that you can use. As Erchan is coming into the pits, right as we see Simičić now within about a tenth of Yannick Pleiss here. So this is the crucial moment of truth. How far out ahead will Erchan reappear on the circuit?
Yeah, this is the really key moment, really, in this battle, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Yannick Pleiss dip into the pit lane at exactly the same time to just open the track up for Jane Simičić here. So let's see as they run their way through. We'll go on board with Jane Simičić, actually, as he trails behind Yannick Pleiss. This is going to be relatively close, actually. It may even be closer than it was last time around. Pleiss, we expect, is going to dive right in just a moment and make it down pit lane, and that'll open up the circuit for Jane Simičić. There goes Pleiss. Simičić won't follow. The track opens up in front of him, but it won't be open for very long. Arda Erchan is still in the pit lane. Simičić may come out in the lead here. That's not what I'm looking for. Well, that's what I'm looking for. It's Jane Simičić. Of course, Yannick Pleiss coming into the pit lane. Erchan is going to be deposed at the top, and Simičić is going to have a relatively large lead here to try and build in this stint.
It could be a driver change going on the 91 then. So now would probably be a good time to do it if they're getting a new driver in for the night stint. Will it be Kamau Naui or somebody else from Blackhawk Racing that gets aboard? Yannick Pleiss, there we go. Erchan leaves, and it is Kamau Naui back on board. So the driver who did such a great second stint, actually, that got Blackhawk back well and truly into consolidate that lead. He's every bit as good as Arda Erchan then. So, yeah, Simičić, he may have a 36-second lead on the road at least, but that is about the length of the driver change as well. So it could still be very, very close here. Kamau Naui is going to adapt very, very quickly. So Simičić now needs to take advantage of this situation while he's got the race lead to make sure that when he hands back over, I assume, to Jesper Peterson, potentially to Michi Hoyer, one of his other teammates as well, that's joined temporarily for the 24 hours, that they're in as good a position as possible here. But this opens up things strategically when it did look a little bit tense for Jene.
Yeah, now this is going to be, I think, an interesting one to watch in the next 40 minutes, particularly with Jene, of course, likely to come down pit lane before we wave bye-bye to you wonderful people in the broadcast for the night stages. But Simičić is now in an interesting position, and the strategy is now at an interesting juncture that I think we are going to see maybe a couple of extra thoughts being had in that Rafa Esports team. Not going to confirm, of course, to the others what their strategy is going to be, and we've talked about how it can change over the course of the 16 hours. There's definitely going to be a chance of that. Meanwhile, Erda Makiol, who, of course, was in that battle not too long ago with the Simframe car could now be in a battle with the Team Iris car in the not too distant future. It seems that the GT3 class really has been the one to watch over the course of this race so far.
Yeah, Jurka Slovenak then gets on board the number 78 that was did have Yannick Pleiss at the wheel just ahead of Yannis Simčić before they pit. So this is crucial for their race as well, that they clear Akel and presumably Terzi relatively quickly, as they're both of them on the same strategy as Simčić effectively, or very, very similar strategies anyway.
They are, and I think those similar strategies are going to be definitely themes, I think, throughout the rest of this race, where I think teams are looking at the others and thinking, is it working better for them? How? Why? Definitely conversations will be having had. But as we get to this stage of the race, with the pit stops kind of working their way out in the GT3s, gives us a chance to have a little bit of a look at some of the classes that we haven't talked about much in the last hour. Starting with those hypercars, of course. Michael Leroux leading Gabriel VEC. Those Go Team cars have looked very comfortable in the last hour at least. And we haven't mentioned them because there's been absolutely no need to, has there? They've been so consistent. Leroux's kept up the pace. And last time by, he set the fastest lap of the race so far.
Yep, there we go then. So Leroux, since getting the lead, he's built it up, as you say, to 46 seconds. An absolutely fantastic job. We see Arda Ercan says, GTS, goody battles. So clearly, I hope I managed to lose you enough time, he says to Jesper Peterson. Jesper Peterson says, Kamal back in the car. Have they sacked the other two drivers? Those two being, of course, Kevin Yeager and Nico Barclay, who also signed up to drive the number 91. But yeah, it must be said, Ercan and now have been the main drivers of late that we've seen in this race. Perhaps Nico Barclay and Kevin Yeager are gearing up for the nights then.
Very likely so, and I think there's going to be a couple of drivers that jump in soon, if not the next pit stop or the one after that, as the sun starts to dip, to get ready for the start of that night phase of the race, because there are going to be quite a few drivers who I think have been getting ready to get their eye in for the night phase. It can feel very different, the circuit, in the middle of the night compared to during the day, and so I think there's going to be a couple of drivers in each team they will turn to specifically as almost the ideal drivers to have at the start of the night stint. Settle the team, settle the car, get them into a good position and keep them moving forward in this race. But we are still a little bit away from that sunset time. Ambient light still very high around the circuit, and it goes back to what we said. It does take a long time for the sun to set here at Le Mans in the middle of the summer, and even though you feel like it's going to be dark soon, the light still sticks around for a while longer. Sticking around for a while longer is kind of what we could say for that battle down in the GT3s with Akyol still fighting around. But still, a ways to go, and the strategy is going to take basically till the final stint, isn't it, to sort itself out in the GT3s.
Yeah, bad news for Enzo Egelmont for online sim races. They've been given a penalty that just flashed up on stream. So that's going to hand the number 65 satellite car, Wanamaia, that 11th position in class, because they're about 5 seconds in arrears. They should comfortably come out ahead of Robin Wagler, though, in the... you can just see Wanamaia in the background there in white and turquoise satellite. As now we, speaking of Leroux, he's just come in for his second pit stop along with everybody fourth downwards in our LMP2 field. So that's Nicholas Capdebalion, Walter Stoltz, Thomas Kuttke, and soon to be joined, I'm sure, by Mariano Callo, who you and I will know as, of course, the guy who runs the EES Endurance Championship, and he's guest driving here for the Arm Silver team.
Yeah, and as if on cue, Mariano Salo comes into the pit lane. I think we're seeing that LMP2 pit stop shake itself out. That's off the road momentarily. Not the ideal pit entry there for Callo in the Arm Cybra entry, but will find himself not alone in the pit lane. A couple of hypercars, a handful of LMP2s, and it's just a bit busier than it normally is at Le Mans, and you can see the lights heavily taking effect now in the pit lane. They're definitely very clear to see on the tops of the cars, on the gantry just above, and it goes to show that it is getting darker around the circuit. Will Callo stay in the car? We'll have to wait and find out. And you know how earlier I was talking about you know, those drivers coming to the pit lane, seeing the cars in front of them. But then you had the lead on the LMP2s coming in with cars that they've nearly lapped. Well, there he is. Patrick Siakowski, the Hyperion driver, has come in just behind a couple of cars that's also pitting in the same class and looking at cars that he could be lapping in the not too distant future. And that's quite a nice feeling to have, I feel.
Not if you're the car being lapped, of course, but
well, no.
always better to be the predator than the prey in this situation. Let's see how where our Go teams Hypercar filtered out. Gabby Vessi's come out about 6 seconds behind Luke Moynier, who we know is running a bit longer on the fuel. So potentially our number 3 Black Hawk driver, 35 seconds down on the lead, but he has still got that distinct advantage if he can stretch the fuel out and to get the strategy to work. Could potentially be on song to give a big challenge to Gabby Hevesi. So yeah, Hevesi and the crew of the number 7, who could see their title hopes starting to disappear, along with Michael Leroux, their teammate, 42 seconds up the road from them. They've got to find something if they even want to finish to complete the 1-2 here, because Moynier and the entire crew of the number 3 Blackhawk team are taking the fight to them.
They are. They're not giving this one up, are they? And that's going to be an interesting battle towards the end with Blackhawk. And Blackhawk have been so good in both that Hypercar and, of course, the GT3 over the course of the season. They have had their eggs in multiple baskets and have been performing at a really, really high level. Tom Oldenmenger about to jump into that Valley Esports car. Great to see Tom Oldenmenger.
I think he's already been in. This is him probably getting out, if anything.
Oh, has he? I suppose no. Oh, yes, you're probably right. But I feel like he's only been in there a stint because we looked at the Valley earlier, and that was definitely not Tom Aldermayer in the car. So
that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
it would have been Ilko Busink. Yeah, so maybe he is getting back on board.
Yeah, so either he's just got back on board or he's had a stint already. But regardless, Aldermenger's in the car, and Valley Esports continue onwards. They are a lap down, of course, to the overall race leader. We've already seen Hyperion come in and out, but that is Oldenmenger continuing on as the darkness starts to set in here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Not big gaps towards the front in that GT3 group, and we've seen it a couple of times before, but Sloveniak and the Team Iris, they've fallen away a little bit from Erdem Akyol, who's just coming down the start-finish straight now, and they are still losing time to Andrea Terzi. So those three look like they're splitting up a touch, but still very close together when you consider we're nearly 8 hours into this race, and there's 3 cars for very decent points in this race, especially with the double points, fighting for 4th, 5th and 6th, with only about 10 seconds between them.
Yeah, and even the GT3 class lead pretty much on tenterhooks here. Kamau Naui has actually started to match and exceed the lap times of Simoncic. Simoncic 3:57.0, Kamau Naui 4/10 faster. So having done a few laps to get back up to speed, he's now just slowly starting to inch into that 38-second lead that Simoncic had at the end of that pit phase when the number 91 changed drivers then. So DNA has maintained the lead, but he's not increased it.
Yeah, you're right. I think we're seeing a lot of stagnation around at the moment as we get into the latter stages of the opening third of this race. Go Team will re-inherit first and second with the pit stops from with the pit stop from Blackhawk, but Racing Zone are also in there as well. We are also seeing a pit stop in the LMP2 class. That is going to be for Mikko Korkiakowski in the undercover Raijin car, and they could be overtaken and likely will by Mariano Carlo in that 41, which is just about to come around the final couple of chicanes now. Also a driver to mention we haven't talked about in a while is Nicholas Capodibayo, and of course rFRO were involved in that battle for P4 about an hour ago. They're about 7 seconds back from the Go Team car. But the issue for these groups are that the gaps at the front are so big in LMP2 that I think for some of them, they're having to almost readdress their ambitions for the race. Obviously, there's 16 hours to go, but some of those gaps feel pretty large already, don't they?
Yeah, especially for Walter Stoltz and the crew of the 38 Go Team crew. They're sort of in a race for 4th because the 3 ahead are pitting a lap later than all of them, so there's no advantage they really get on the fuel. 91 seconds to Nicholas Lemoyne ahead of him. Of course, there was an incident where very early in the race where they made contact with the OSR car and ended up in the barrier and having to pit for some repairs. But yeah, the 38 has recovered pretty well from that, but all the same, the real fight is behind from rFRO, as you say, as Nicholas Capodibayo just straddles the curb either side on the exit of Mulsanne number 2, desperately trying to Walter Stoltz on at the end of a magnet here, very close to him, but you sense that Stoltz might have a little bit more pace in hand should he need it. Last lap, about 9/10 quicker for Walter Stoltz.
Yeah, and Walter Stoltz is going to be the one maybe looking in his rearview mirror in the not-too-distant future with Nicholas Capodibian definitely in the frame. 30 minutes remain of our stint together, Ed, and I think we're really nicely poised to go into the night, aren't we, with the leads that we have, with the leading battles that we have, particularly in the GT3 class. And albeit right now, with all of those gaps between about 35 and 40 seconds, it doesn't really tell the whole story, does it?
No, it doesn't. It's been very, very up and down, as you say, and lots of fights. It's not just about building the gap, but the fights that happened before to get through and hold that position and then maintain it, of course. We have got some interesting comments, by the way, from Yannick Pleiss, who says to Arda Erchan, I think this is either directed at Arda, it must be at Arda Erchan, because he did have a fight with Simic. He says, thanks for not fighting. I had some damage front right, have some aero damage. Yannick Pleiss says, I did not hit the wall. I felt like I just noticed my delta going down on straights and saw the damage. Happened in my stint. I felt like it was one of those bollards that's still on the track for me. A friend of mine in a sprint race got steering damage from one of them. Well, hopefully that's the only damage we get. Then I can live with that. Your car looks way better than in the day. Okay. Not sure who that's directed at, but all from Yannick Pleiss. There's the wall of messages there. But yeah, interesting there to learn that the 78 has been nursing some damage, and indeed it might still be that Slobonak out there, very, very quick driver, not the most consistent finishing rate, it must be said, but has some monster pace when he needs it, and is now starting to close a little bit on Akel ahead of him. He might be nursing some of that damage too, which could be affecting some of their cornering speeds. Didn't seem like it was affecting them too much in a straight line though.
No, it wasn't. You're right.
Not against Simic, who's already weak in a straight line anyway.
Well, exactly. Yeah. It may have affected them a couple of miles an hour, but it really was nothing major, was it? Clearly nothing that was very noticeable to us up here in the booth. I mean, Niziela not far behind Andre Malachak at the moment for P6 and P7 in that GT3 class. There you can see the Black Hawk car, the second of the Black Hawk cars in the GT3s. Just in behind, and Jimmy Niziela very clearly in the frame, not just for the battle, but in frame for what could possibly be a top 5. Of course, he is, having said that, about 28, 29 seconds behind P5. But then when you look at it, you know, in that way, the gap between P3 in the class, Andrea Terzi, and P7 in Jimmy Niziela is only about 36 seconds, which is not a lot in the grand scheme of things when you realise that is, of course, smaller than the leading gaps in the two fastest classes here this evening. So definitely GT3, there's opportunity everywhere to look here.
That's not even a whole sector long, isn't it? 36 seconds.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
Last lap by Mersak, personal best, 3 minutes 55.8 is actually his fastest lap of the race, Mersak. So that I would suggest that Niziela might not be able to close up too much more unless Mersak pushes a little bit too hard here, but he's certainly trying to cut the 23-second gap to Slobonak in front of him. Slobonak, though, is starting to match in turn. 3 minutes 56.9. He's starting to match Akel in front of him.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job, or he is doing a good job to try and keep himself near Erdem Akyol. There's been a couple of those drivers, hasn't there? We've talked about a lot. Erdem Akyol, Arda Erchan, Yannis Dimitric. I feel like we've said their name more than anybody else.
All the
so
GT3
far.
drivers, yeah, because they've been the ones fighting for the
exactly
win against each other.
Exactly. And they're getting a lot more airtime than the likes of, I don't know, Thibaut Trambouze, who's in that Seawolf Net race car, but not really racing anybody. Having said that, though, he's only about 3 seconds ahead of Jamie Hughes, who's another driver we haven't really talked about much in that undercover Origin car, albeit he's just jumped in. So he's getting a shout out relatively early on into his stint, but there's about 3 seconds going on in that battle at the moment. So we have to keep a bit of an eye on that one. I also thought there was a battle going on in the GT3s. Actually, Vincenzo Falco is in the pit lane, so nothing going on down there. But I think we are starting to see a couple of the teams and drivers pull themselves together a bit at this stage.
Yeah, indeed. I'm not sure Undercover Raijin will be too upset about their drivers not getting too much time on stream because it's sort of in the brand and in the name, Undercover, right? So they don't want us giving the game away of what's really going on there, whatever it may be. It does seem the strategy by running longer than all the other LMP2s is a little bit well, it's the opposite of Undercover. They're sort of artificially bumping themselves up a few positions, and then they have to pit, and they go back down to 10th, of course. But yeah, Fibalt Trambuse was involved in a big crash early on. The 246 Seawolf car has actually recovered quite well to be in the position that it is. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if this strategy from can help Jamie Hughes blows up to the back of Tybalt, or if sort of going to be a little bit of an illusory lead that they gain for a couple of laps. A sort of almost, no, I don't want to say half-hearted, but not quite as effective version as what our Loic Moynier and the Blackhawk team in Hypercar, and then Simoncic and company in GD3 are doing, essentially. But yeah, by the way, gap between Naui and Simoncic, 34.2 seconds. So Kamau Naui absolutely flying. He's taken about 4 seconds out of Simoncic then the last couple of laps.
Yeah, and I think we are seeing that gap really start to be decreased. And for some reason, Simoncic is looking like he is a little bit vulnerable, which we wouldn't necessarily associate because he should have that lower fuel load. So, you know, theoretically, by rights,
maybe some fatigue creeping in because now he fresh in the car, like a light bulb on full blast. Whereas, yeah, no, maybe even him with the experience that he's got, he's very good in these endurance races, but he's not got that quite those few temps he needs to just stop the charge of now. He just can't quite access it for whatever reason right now.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly the same thing. You know, you'd think theoretically that he's got that lower fuel, but he has been in the car a long time. So that, you know, you're absolutely right. That's very, very likely one of the reasons as to why he is starting to struggle a bit. Would not be surprised to see Yone jump out of that car at the next pit stop when that does come around. Now, as Jamie Hughes loses a bit of time through the final couple of corners with traffic, gives us a chance to take a look at the battle with Juriko Sloveniak, because of course that Iris car's been lurking behind Erdem Akil for a little while now, but he's in range, 3.5 seconds or so. He's still close, and there hasn't been much change in that over the last couple of laps. So the number 78, I think, will be confident in at least maybe giving it a go for P4 by the end of this stint, whenever that may be. I think the end of the stint is very closely approaching for Jone Simoncic. Oh, it's annoying it wasn't there, wouldn't it? That'd be perfect timing. But he comes around the final couple of corners once again behind now Tom Oldermenger in that Valley Esports car. Simoncic will continue onwards. Last lap time now for Simoncic is a 356.8. We'll have a look at what it is for Kamel Naui when he comes across the line. But the last time for Naui was a 55.2. So clearly going quite a bit faster.
Yeah, also some news on Nicholas Capodabalion in car number 26 in the battle for 4th. So the RFRO driver is starting to catch the number 38 of Walter Stoltz by about half a second that previous lap. And the gap just starting to dip below 5 seconds, essentially, occasionally on a couple of laps now. So, yeah, Walter Stoltz might be under a little bit of pressure as Capodabalion doing a very, very consistent job here. Yeah,
and allowing him and the team to stay in contention, really, for a top 4 finish, particularly even if the top 3 is, 100 seconds or so away from them at this stage of the race. But yeah, Debayon doing a very good job, quietly going about his business. He's could be scouted by Undercover Raijin at this rate with the way he's going under the radar, but we will have to keep an eye and see if he can keep up this kind of momentum towards the end of his stint. We are getting towards that phase of nighttime running, and I think we really can now see the lights taking effect, can't we, Ed?
Yeah, 15 minutes to go, I think, in our broadcast. At least I hope so, because I'm starting to get hungry. I haven't had dinner yet, but anyway. Yeah, interesting. The main certain event for me is Naui continuing to nail that final sector in particular and setting personal best. That's 3 minutes 55.1 as he chases down Simoncic and gets the gap down to he's about 6 seconds now. It's 32.1 is the gap between himself and Simoncic here, and you sense that Yerne, because of course they've still got another driver change coming as well. sooner or later you'd think that now he is now starting to really consolidate what's going to end up being a pretty decent lead, unless something bizarre like a Code 80 happens. Or Simic, the rear tire's just starting to leave him, but he nonetheless controls the drift well through Mulsanne Corner.
Yeah, and I think that, I mean, obviously in the night time, I think we can all agree, me, you, everybody watching along, Code 80s in the night, they can come at a moment's notice. Of course, with visibility difficult, if someone has a bit of a moment, it's that much more difficult to avoid any kind of incident. So, yeah, definitely for quite a few of the drivers, there will be some concern, there will be some caution that will have to be taken around the final, around the middle hours of this race. Sunset very nearly approaching. I think there's still a little bit of the star above the horizon, and we aren't yet going to see the end of it just yet. But we are very, very close to that phase of the race. Simic, 30-second lead, of course, but he lost 1.7 seconds that last lap round, and the last lap from Kamal Nawi was the 91's fastest lap of the race in its entirety so far, which just goes to show that there really has been a big push on from Kamal Nawi, and like you said, as if a light bulb's just been turned on with so much energy at the start of his stint. We'll see how long this can be maintained, really, as we get our way.
It could be one of those energy efficient bulbs, Kamal Nawi.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, energy saving. I think, A star, I think you get that in, you can probably find them in IKEA, can't you? But we'll have to wait and see what Kamal Nawi can do. Simic continues onwards. That gap is now under half of a minute, though. And he's going to come out, you'd expect, right in the middle of that gap between Kamal Nawi and Andrea Terzi. I mean, we could see very equidistant gaps.
Oh, no, Terzi would be coming in as well. So it would be
of course,
between
right.
Nawi and Slovenak, I think, would be Ekiel also coming in.
Yes, you're right in that. But even so, I think we're heading towards that kind of large gap fest in the GT3s that we have in the GT2s. LMP2s, not GT2s.
Yeah, it's, of course, again, this is sort of a situation where because Simic, Terzi and Ekiel are stretching the fuel so long that it's an attempt to sort of try and counteract the fact that they're on different strategy by essentially saving themselves a pit stop of how much fuel saving they're having to do. But of course, with the pace that they're running at, it may not necessarily go to their advantage. But we're sort of approaching that sort of territory where now and Arda Erchaniko's got so much more pace than Peterson and Simic on this strategy. I said at the beginning of the race it was a bit of a Hail Mary from RAFA Esports. Of course, as long as they've provisionally got the lead on the road and hold out for as long as possible, it might be worth doing and just hoping something happens that saves their bacon. But the way things are going at the moment, you've got to say the 91 is doing pretty much all the right calls at the moment, and Simic is starting to run a little bit out of tricks. Although having said that, it might be a bit illusory, but this first sector actually, he's still going back down again. They're almost below the 30-second mark now in terms of the gap. So now he has been electric then, and since coming out the pit lane, he's not given Simic a moment's rest.
And he's not really allowing Simic to feel like he can get to the end of this stint comfortably. He's putting the pressure on, and that may be in the back of the mind for one of the drivers who really has been in the class of this Virtual Endurance Championship for quite some time, it's fair to say, in the form of Vierno Simic. Quick look back at Juan Amaya in that satellite racing car. Amaya is only about a second and a half behind Riccardo Di Marchi. You can just about see in the foreground there. There's also the Caspian Motorsport car, which I believe is a lap ahead of this group, but Amaya will be battling through. These two aren't on the same lap, of course. That is P5,
Slovenak.
that's Slovenak. Yeah, so yeah, there we go. That's Akiol just up in front, Slovenak just in behind. So the battle for 4th and 5th is almost tripping over the battle down for 11th and 12th. One lap between all of them, but I mean, the two behind running together, the two in front running together at the moment.
Here you can see Juan Amaya losing a little bit of time as he sort of has to adjust his line to let Slovenak through. And losing the rear end as well. That's not going to help his cause in terms of catching the Carloni racing of Riccardo Di Marchi then. So, Slovenak will benefit from that. now has a 3.2 second gap to Erdim Akyol. What are the lap times looking like? 4/10 quicker the last lap from Jurika Slovenak. So we've got about 10 more minutes on the broadcast. Are we going to see a battle before we have to go off air? Or is it going to be a very, very quiet end to the race here as we see Oldermenga passing Trambuze, who goes into the pit lane?
Yeah, as he comes into the pit lane, he will be coming out for what will be the last stint that we do broadcast. We will run to the end of the 8 hours. We'll give it about 17 and a half more minutes of the race. We'll do the first 8 hours. We'll do the last 4 hours as well. Give you the full 12 hours for you guys. I won't skimp away 7 minutes from you. But Trambuze is going to be a little bit on his own now. He's going to be in a bit of no man's land. And as I have to update my time page to make sure that he is where he actually is. There he is. He's quite some way behind some drivers that I think he would like to be around. But of course, when the pit stop shake out, it will all make more sense for him. Slovenak 4 seconds behind from his closely fought rival Erdem Akyol, and while that's going on, we've not got a battle. I thought it was a battle, but they're in the pit lane. Andrea Riccielli again with the Armour Cybercar, now with Salvador Zitiello in the cockpit, but those guys are not really in a battle. They're just sitting next to each other, maybe having a bit of a chat, maybe having a cup of tea as they wait for their car to be serviced. The car that is closest to another car that's on the circuit right now, would you believe, I believe, is actually Nicholas Capitabayon. Oh, it's between Capitabayon and Eureka Slovenak. But we've looked at Slovenak. We'll have a look at Capitabayon now because he's behind Walter Stultz. And that gap has been pretty stagnant. But if anybody's closing, or if anybody's going a bit faster, it definitely is Capitabayon at the moment.
Yeah, Akyol having a much better lap now this time as well, although Slovenak still within 3.3 seconds. But yes, as you say, Capitabayon has Walter Stultz has fought back a little bit last couple of laps, 4/10 quicker on the previous tour of the circuit. But yeah, Nicholas Capitabayon has kept rFRO in the mix here in this fight for the top 4, which I don't think we really expected going in. So it has been quite impressive, of course. In terms of the championship fight in LMP2, it's still looking like Patrick Swakowski doing enough right now as Capitabayon just extends the track a little bit but avoids the wall mercifully, so won't lose too much time because of that. Cal Sedlasek 36.5 seconds behind Swakowski now, so at the moment Hyperion rebuilding their buffer and doing a pretty sterling job. Last lap, 3 minutes 34.2 from Patrick. Still nearly 90 seconds behind the race leader as well in the third of our title contenders. I think Thomas Kutka is still going in the Sean Clark racing car, about 14 seconds behind Capitabayon. He is our 4th remaining LMP2 title contender, but they sort of need to win with a lot of issues for those ahead, essentially. So it is looking a bit remote for Sean Clark racing, but I think it's really a 2-horse fight between Hyperion and Thomas Enge. And at the moment, Hyperion, despite that drive-through, consistently doing a better job than Thomas Enge at the moment.
They certainly are. And I think On-Off Racing, I think quietly going about their business, will be relatively pleased to be in the top 3. Right then, with 14 minutes to go before myself, Darren Thacker and Ed Hunter hop out of the commentary booth and leave you with the sights and the sounds of the Circuit de la Sarthe. I think it's only fair to run through some of the battles and some of the cars and the stories that we've had so far today. We'll start at the top in the hypercars. Mikel Leroux leads the way. Himself and Gabba Havesi, the 2 Go Team cars, have been in the lead for quite some time now, and they've built up that gap ahead of the Black Hawk car. Racing Zone, Seawolf Net Race, they've come into their own issues, haven't they? With Ben Crooks in that car after issues for Gilzinski, but it really has been Go Team domination so far, isn't it?
Pretty much, although Lemoynier on that alternate strategy might have a chance of jumping Havesi depending on how things play out. But yeah, certainly in terms of raw pace, Go Team have more than had the edge. Although Moynier, having said that, did set a very impressive pole position lap. But at the moment, if you look at his times, 3 minutes 21.3 was the leaders, 3 minutes 19.9 and 3 minutes 20 Bessie, I believe. So yeah, certainly that first lap was pretty exceptional where they went 3 wide. It was the 17 and 7 either side of Moynier, which was quite an extraordinary moment as well. And then at 17-7 swapping positions at least 7 or 8 times throughout the following couple of stints as well. And yeah, Hypercar, that's really been the main story there, that podium fight. But yeah, the 17 only needs to finish third to win the championship. On there at the minute, they're on course to seal the title spectacularly with victory.
And yeah, Go Team really have been, when they've not had their little moments, they've been really quick and really consistent in terms of high standards of pace throughout the season. And yeah, we'd be very pleased if they can bring championships home tonight. Over in the LMP2s, of course, it's the lead for Hyperion. They have been the class of the field. They had a drive-through penalty to Seb earlier on as well. And that's really kept the gap from being about a minute between themselves and Thomas Enga Sim Racing. Michal Sedlacek not really being able to do much, although taking about 6 cents out of the gap last time around. They sit in second place, and Nicholas Lemoine with On-Off Racing, they've very quietly gone about their business today in P3. We've barely mentioned them, but that's because they are 50 seconds behind Thomas Enga Sim Racing and 100 seconds ahead of the Go Team car. So really quiet day for them. But still, I think at the top of the field in the LMP2s, apart from that drive-through, those three teams have been able to get on with their strategies without too much fuss.
Yeah, having said that, Thomas factored about 6 hours in that number 44 Hyperion. We were wondering who was ever going to get out of it at one point before handing over to Swakowski. So I think if their strategy is to keep the drivers in for, 6-hour stints essentially, then that could be the Achilles heel for Hyperion, that they've got to sort of stay alert and not fatigue too much at the end of their stints. Whereas you can tell Thomas Enga Sim Racing doing some of their driver changes a little bit early. I don't think I've seen a driver in for longer than maybe 2.5, 3 hours at most so far. So that could be the only hope there. But at the moment, Hyperion taking full advantage of having done less driver changes basically, and that's basically negated some of the issues they would have had from the penalty as well. And then we've got Lemoine here, the last of our realistic title contenders, I think, doing a solid job, but I think it might end up having to be P3. They will at least get ahead of Blackhawk Racing in. But yeah, Lemoine has done a very solid job to be 101 seconds ahead of Walter Stoltz, and very, very solidly on the podium. I don't see that changing anytime soon.
Yeah, I'd fully agree with that. I mean, unless there is quite a big hitch, and it would be quite a big hitch, Walter Stoltz will find himself in P4 for a little while, I think, unless he's overtaken by Nicholas Capitaban, who we've talked about relatively recently, chasing him down for P4. But you can see Stoltz just coming out of Arnage. Nicholas Lemoine is just about to come to Turch Rouge. That's the gap we're talking about between third and fourth. It is monumental at the moment. And it's going to be nearly the entire length of the Mulsanne Straight, mind you. So really quite a long one. Lemoine will continue on, though, in P3. And then, of course, after we go through the Hypercars and the LMP2s, it's only right to get to the GT3s and Jene Simoncic, who leads the race for the RAF Esports team. We're thinking about the pit stop soon for Simoncic, aren't we? I can't imagine he can go that much further on this pit stop, but for both RAF Esports and the Blackhawk team, they've been on different strategies, and they've kind of exchanged the lead, and that's been the story in the GT3 so far, isn't it?
Yeah, and the story really has been, despite them basically being able to gain almost a pit stop, the 91 is clawed back in, and they've been consistently the faster drivers and the faster team, essentially. And now in comes the Simoncic, exactly as you predicted it. That was spot on, Darren. And we should be seeing Terzi and Akyol following suit. So Kamau Harry should be about to reassert the lead, and Simoncic should re-emerge, maybe just behind Slovenak in second. It depends. We'll have to see. I think he might actually be ahead of Slovenak, depending on if they change to Jesper Peterson or not here in this swap here.
Yeah, and I think we will see Jesper Pedersen get into the car now. I can't imagine Simoncic is going to go through again. But stranger things have happened at sea, that's for sure. Through will go Kamel Nawi and take the lead back again for the Blackhawk car in the GT3s. He is now back at the front of the field. Andrea Terzi, I think, could be pretty close to this RAF Esports car when they make their way out of the box, but they are still up on the jacks. We'll wait to see whether Simoncic pulls away or whether it will be Jesper Pedersen. But regardless, it really highlights the fact that RAF Esports have had, it's very fair to say, the class of the lineup really this season, to have Jene Simoncic and Jesper Pedersen on board for a GT3 campaign in the VEC really shows how serious they are about competing in this championship, and compete they have. They are right up there at the end of the championship, aren't they?
Certainly, I think all but assured, as long as they finish the race, Rafa should take the GT3 title. We also see Michi Hoyer has just started his stream on YouTube, so I would assume Yen is about to hand over to him here because it has been a long stop. So it would make sense then with the extra drivers they have on board that Hoyer, and I think we've got a couple of others.
Yes.
There we go,
There he
Michi
is.
Hoyer gets out, and this will be his first appearance for Rafa. He did drive previously for the WRT team in an Audi R8. He finally gets to have a go at the McLaren 720S. Hoyer gets out in second position, and he is going to stay ahead of Slovenak then, who is less than 7 seconds behind. So that is the gap that he will have to defend from in the first stint of his for the day for the German.
And we will see what Michi Hoyer can do. Of course, we're right. Of course, Hoyer's in the car now. Jesper Pedersen, of course, also on the RAF Esports lineup, but it has generally been Simoncic and Pedersen doing a lot of, it's fair to say, a lot of the heavy lifting this season in most of the races, but it is
Absolutely
great
fair.
that we've got Michi Hoyer, Stoltz and Rodcek on board as well, seemingly for this 24 hours of Le Mans. Caspian in, Sim Freemer and Andrea Terzi still ahead of that Caspian car as he would expect to be. And like I said, those gaps almost equating out on the GT3s at the moment, 14, 14, 16, just off of the podium.
Yep, a little bit spread out here, but the key thing is now back in the lead, and that gap to Michi Hoyer, 84 seconds. That is what Hoyer will have to close in then, because it could be a while before now he does any more driver changes. So of course there will be the alternate pit stop strategy, and if Hoyer continues their saving field, that will get them gain them a little bit more time overall in the race, but and put them on a position where they'll have a lower fuel and be able to pass, like we saw Simoncic doing to Naui and his teammate Chan. But for Kamal Naui now, he needs to maximize this pace as we go towards the night stint. Look at his last lap, 3 minutes 55.047. So now he just keeps setting personal bests. I don't think it would take much for him to get in the 354s either.
No, I agree with you. I don't think it will take long either. So that'll be something to keep a very, very keen eye on. But now into the lead. He has an 84-second lead. That's not bad, is it? There's worse leads to have.
Let's see if he's still as big when he pits, though. But it could be more
obviously.
It's going to be more like 30 or 20 seconds. But nonetheless, he's gone from being dead level with Simoncic to basically having a little bit of time in hand, and that could be crucial.
Yeah, and Black Hawk really doing a good job over the RAF Esports team over the course of the last few hours. I mean, RAF Esports have been known for their interesting strategy so far this season. They've tried a couple of different things. It's not always worked, but you've got to respect the effort to give them a go. But at the moment, it seems like Black Hawk have got this nailed down, but it remains to be seen with 16 hours to go who is going to have the upper hand by the time we get towards the end of the race. Not many drivers finding themselves tripping over each other on the circuit right now. The closest battle in the GT3s is 4 seconds. The closest battle in the LMP2s is about 6 seconds. And of course, the closest battle in the Hypercars is 35 seconds. So not much going on in the Hypercars in terms of the on-track action. But that's not to say that with a code 60 overnight, code 80 overnight, or with some issues for drivers up in front, that this won't close up by the time we get to the final 4 hours tomorrow morning. And endurance races always have so much risk just shoved onto them, don't they, Ed? That you can never feel safe in an endurance race. Nothing ever goes 100% to plan, and if it does, it's a bit of a freak event rather than anything else. Divine intervention may have come into play if that's the case.
Yeah, particularly if you go under code 80 and then there's some guy that mistakenly thinks it's a code 60, that will be quite a disaster in front of you to lose time behind them. But nonetheless, everybody knows what the rules are. So, but yeah, you can get all sorts of things happen in the night, and you've got to be prepared for anything. You've also got to make sure you cannot rely on a code 80 sometimes. I've seen a couple of races at Le Mans where someone on an alternate strategy has tried to run long and hope that a code 80 would come and save them, and then it didn't happen, and they've ended up having to settle for second best after all. So you cannot write a code 80 into your strategy. Sometimes you can take a gamble, but you can't rely on it going your way. It's not a Singapore 2008 situation where you can tell a driver to deliberately cause a code 80 for you. So, yeah.
Yes, but either way, I mean, you're right in that you cannot plan for it, and it can really jump you around on the strategy. What you can say is that with the gaps that we built up so far, is if you're slightly off strategy, it may not affect you too much if it comes out at the wrong point, because everybody will adjust their strategy accordingly, you'd expect. But it might mean we have a less of the strategy battle running into the final few hours of the race. And I'm quite about you, Ed. I'm quite enjoying this, even though we're not necessarily seeing too much in terms of the on-track battling. We have seen a couple of overtakes, haven't we, from Rafa on Blackhawk when they've been on the different strategy. It's been really intriguing to see the different strategies at play and how they've been almost working with and against each other.
Yeah, it's been a sort of high-speed chess game and a bit of game theory in action as everybody reacts to what each other decides to do as well. And you see Slovak, of course, on the lower fuel, starting to close on Michi Hoy. You can just see him in the foreground there as he's lapped by the Black Hawk of Moynier. And it could very much hang in the balance, these podium fights. I wouldn't put it past if Iris are able to work their way maybe even into a second position over Rafa, or potentially if something happens to Black Hawk, if Iris can even lead the duty-free class for a time. But yeah, certainly with the gap that on the same strategy that Kamal now has over Jurka Slovanek, it would be quite impressive to overcome that. But nonetheless, Iris have overcome bigger gaps before. That's all I'll say. So, yeah, I think all three of our podium runners have put in excellent races. And let's see if when we wake up, if they're still in the top three or somebody else finds another gear and usurps them.
And there's all every chance of that, isn't there? Of drivers not necessarily being where they would expect to be over the course.
All you need is somebody ahead of you to hit trouble, right?
Well, exactly, right? And if there are a couple of seconds in front of you, you can't avoid it. Well, it could be difficult, but if someone in front of you hits trouble, think back just a few years in Le Mans in real life, you could pull up on the... I mean, it's unlikely you'll pull up on the penultimate lap, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. You could disconnect. There you go. That's more likely to happen.
The Toyota fans are crying at the thought of that, I think, even nearly 10 years later.
Yeah, oh god, that is a lot. Oh, it doesn't feel like that long ago. Anyway,
it's only 9 years, sorry.
Oh, but it still doesn't feel like that long ago. Anyway, apart from that, put that to one side. The truth can be said that a lot can happen in the middle of the night at Le Mans, and with 12 hours where we will step aside, there is going to be quite a lot of sights and sounds that will keep, I think, a lot of these drivers very much with their fingers on the pulse. My thanks to everybody who has joined us for the opening 8 hours of this Virtual Endurance Championship finale at Le Mans for the 24 hours. But from myself, rFactor, and from Ed Hunter, who have taken you through the last couple of hours, and of course from Lorenzo Bonda and Ewan O'Leary, who were here a little bit earlier on, we thank you for watching. We'll be back in 12 hours time for the final 4 hours, but for now we'll step aside. We'll keep you with the sights and sounds of Le Mans.